Lara Cricket Academy in Tarouba provided the spectacular setting for Game 1 of the CG United ODI series between the West Indies and Pakistan on Friday. Put into bat, the home team lost the wicket of Brandon King in the very first over of the day. But half centuries from Evan Lewis, Shea Hope and another thriller from these two very evenly matched teams.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second One-Day International between the West Indies and Pakistan. The point toss will begin in just about 15 minutes.
2 or 3.
To know who wins that point toss.
I haven't seen the pitch report either, so.
That's it. Point toss in 15 minutes.
Yeah, I just need to see the in. That's how it started.
Shouts out to the
Yep, let's run, let's roll, let's roll. What, the pitch report?
Bright sunshine here in Trinidad. It wasn't so bright a half hour to hour ago, and we're not sure how long that will last. However, if we have a look at the dimensions to my left or straight over the bowl.
On the surface again.
Well, ODI cricket, you normally talk 300 as a benchmark. This ground favors bowlers. Stacey Ann said this pitch favors bowlers. I think the best batting team will win.
Yep, good, yep. Yep. Yep, keep moving.
C-minus 15 minutes for the coin toss. Once again, the streaming live across Caribbean Media Network. Shows you to all listeners. Hey, you know when one start what we're doing. Funky, everything is magic. It's yourself.
Yep.
Have the pleasure of speaking with the West Indies bowling coach, Ravi Rampal. Ravi, West Indies bowling in white ball cricket has been the Achilles heel. What are the immediate plans, if any, to kind of arrest that slide and become more potent as a bowling unit?
That's fine, that's fine.
You know, a lot of work has to be done now. So,
Thank you, Ravi. Best of luck today.
thank you. All right. As well, for a longer period of time, the batsman will definitely have to try something, and there's where our wicket options come from.
Thank you, Ravi. Best of luck today.
Thank you.
Yep, keep talking. Nick?
Time to shut it, please. I like this one shot. Yeah.
Morning to Babar Azam, one of the legends of our generation. Babar Azam, one of the things, or one of the opponents you've loved is the West Indies, a sensational average. What about playing in the West Indies do you love so much?
To be honest, I love to play against the West Indies. They have a good till the last over, and then build a partnership, and everyone against and play around him.
Congrats on the win in the first ODI. Thanks for speaking with us. All the best today.
Cheers, bro. Thanks.
So Nick, that's item 13 or 14? Yeah.
Now it's Sunday, say no, that's traffic on the highway. If you're coming from eastern side, western side.
Yeah, no problem. Nice. Yep, bring it.
Before we get ready to kick off, but you know what gotta bring the party in the meantime, right? Gotta be just limited.
Yep.
Doing it big, doing it bad.
All right. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Right, so that's after Ravi, right? Yeah. Yep. Right. Yep. So how is that illustrated again? Right, okay. All right. All right.
Prior to the start, of course, we're going to go to the coin toss as well. Don't forget to get up already here. When you're on your way, be sure to walk with your umbrella just in case. Want to make sure you're set. So you go to the high section, vibes, and refreshments. Just in case you should say, so those of you coming from the east side of the side, Central Family, come on down, we are the African Academy, ODI #2, West Indies versus Pakistan is going down. Coin toss and a few looking over the glass. Players looking up and ready. West Indies team looking nimble like that. Just coming in early. That's good.
That's right. We welcome that terrible chat of black weather. Pray for that weather to hold up. So that we are able to go. Come on. The weather is perfect. Just perfect for players. Go in. Gonna keep that feeling going. All day, all day, all day. Let's go.
Lara Cricket Academy in Tarouba provided the spectacular setting for Game 1 of the CG United ODI series between the West Indies and Pakistan on Friday. Put into bat, the home team lost the wicket of Brandon King in the very first over of the day. But half-centuries from Evan Lewis, Shea Hope and Ruston Chase helped the men in maroon to a respectable 280 all-out, which would surely have been more if not for Shaheen Shah Afridi's 4-wicket haul. As day turned to night, and with the main man himself watching on, the South Trinidad fans started to sense victory with all of Pakistan's big guns spiked and 100 runs still required. But cometh the hour, cometh the men. Youngster Hassan Nawaz in his debut ODI and 29-year-old Hussein Talat playing in only his second combined for an unbroken century partnership to ultimately dash West Indies' hopes with 7 balls remaining. If the weather gods once again play ball, we can surely expect another thriller from these two very evenly matched teams. We welcome you to South Trinidad and the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. The sun is out at the moment and the series is on the line here in this second CG United One-Day International between the West Indies and Pakistan. Just a reminder that Pakistan won the T20 International Series, which was played in Fort Lauderdale in Florida. They took the first game here of the CG United ODI Series a couple of nights ago here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. So the West Indies have to try to draw a level to claw back here. As we welcome you to the sunshine that is South Trinidad at the moment, all to play for. A lot of people and teams practicing behind me. One of those out there is Samuel Badri. He's with the captains.
Cool, calm and collected at the moment. Things will no doubt heat up once this game gets started momentarily. The captains are out here, Shea Hope and Mohammad Rizwan out of West Indies and Pakistan respectively. And the dancing Sir Richie Richardson, the match referee, who will oversee proceedings. Shea, hopefully this is the winning coin.
Head.
Heads is the call. Tails it is.
Ball first.
Finally, you've won one again, Shea. What are you going to do first and why?
We're going to bowl first. There's some moisture in the surface and a bit of rain around in Trinidad as well. So bowling first, I think, would be the best bet.
A familiar situation you find yourself in, needing to win to keep the series alive. Which area do you think needs the most improvement in order to level the series?
I don't think we can be too specific in terms of an area, but I just think we need to pick our game up in all three areas. If we really want to be critical, obviously our batting let us down a little bit in the back end there, but again, if we can't really point out too many things. Just important for us to bear our best game today and try to turn things around for this series.
And in terms of that middle order batting, what do you think would be important to get those runs that you've done so well in the recent past in achieving?
Something I spoke about earlier is about negating that spin threat in the middle overs there with the Pakistani spinners. We've been doing pretty well over the last couple of seasons, I would say. I think one of the top teams in the middle overs batting the spin, so it's something that we definitely have a good record. So it's important for us as batters to remember that and obviously translate that into today's game and also into the next one.
It's a day game, no due factor to consider. How does that affect your game plan and strategy?
It should be a bit more similar in terms of what happens both innings. But yeah, we got to assess, regardless of what's happening, you still have to assess the first time you come out to the crease. So important for the bowlers to make sure that we start the game well, put them under pressure early with the ball, and then hopefully we get a decent score to chase.
Any changes to your playing 11?
Yes, one change. Sheppy's resting and Justin Graves comes in.
Thank you very much. All the very best.
Thank you.
Mohamed, if you can just make your way here for a quick chat. Happy to set a total today?
We also want to bat for, but it doesn't matter because moisture on it, and we don't look to the situation now. We want to bat well, and we're also ready for that challenge as well.
How satisfying was it for you as captain looking on in that first game when you saw those two youngsters get your team over the line?
If you look at that, both guys, they did very well, and because once a time we are really far from the match as well, but they both come and they attack on them. But if you look at the Hassan Nawaz, he performed from last couple of years as well. From PSL he started his career, and now he's improving himself. And we're happy to these both guys, they performed well, and hopefully they again do inshallah today.
I know you have some changes to your playing 11. What are they?
We are going with 3 changes, Hassan Ali, Nawaz and Babar Azam.
Very well done with that memory.
Yeah.
All the best today.
Thank you.
Mohammad Rizwan there, the Pakistan captain. Well, news from out in the middle. West Indies, they've won a toss finally, and they've decided to bowl first.
Yeah, thank you very much to Samuel Badri. Ruston Chase actually had a very good game in that first ODI. He was in there with runs, a half century, went past 1,000 runs in his ODI career, and I thought he bowled quite tidily too. And Nawaz was outstanding. He is some talent, and very, very early in his career, those runs were critical to the outcome of that first ODI. As we say hello to you once again, grateful that you could join us here alongside me, Bazid Khan and Darren Ganga here with us. Gentlemen, Bazid, series on the line. Pakistan's record against the West Indies has been good.
Yeah, they love playing against West Indies. They go as far back as what, 1991 when you were playing pitch last. West Indies won a series, but yeah, they like to wrap this up in the second game, but I think the toss was quite important because there is moisture in that surface and there'll be help, and West Indies are very good with the new ball. If they can make that talk up front, it'll be a very interesting game.
Darren Ganga, Baz said that toss was crucial. West Indies, I think 1 and 10 when, or something along those lines when they're chasing. So how do you put perspective on that?
Yeah, I think a little bit of an advantage because of the weather around. Again, that record that you spoke about, they're better off as a chasing team when there is a target. So that's a mini positive for the West Indies going into this game. But I feel that success is an attitude, and there needs to be a focus in every aspect of the game and maybe a proactive move to do things a little bit differently, try new things, a little more enterprise needed in that middle phase with bat and ball.
Yeah, just to confirm those teams for you, starting with Pakistan.
Yeah, 3 changes. Hassan Ali brought in, Babar brought in, and Nawaz brought in. Nawaz for Fahim Ashraf, so they've gone for more the spin option. Be interesting how Hassan Ali goes on this surface. Will he get reverse Ibrar straight shot for Sufyan Mukim? It's rather rotation, more or less, rather than anything else.
Darren Ganga, the West Indies.
And for the West Indies, of course, the outcome wasn't a good one in the first game, so they've gone with 1 change. They've brought in Justin Graves into the side at the expense of Romario Shepherd, but it's a team that has the resources to score in excess of 300. They'll be chasing today, though, but their bowling has to be reconfigured in a manner where they can attack the Pakistani batters and give themselves a target that they can comfortably chase.
Hopefully this crowd builds up and they get to see their team, the West Indies team, the home team, if they can draw level. Now, the working conditions here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy will always come under observation. Let's jump back out to the middle and join Stacey Ann King and Carlos Brackett.
Bright sunshine here in Trinidad. It wasn't so bright a half hour to hour ago, and we're not sure how long that will last. However, if we have a look at the dimensions, to my left, or straight over the bowler's head, hitting to the pavilion, the longest part of the ground, 74 meters. Just to my right, and into the leg side for the right-hander, where the wind normally blows, 64 meters, and into the wind, 62 meters, kind of equalizing it with the wind factor. I have a local, a southpaw, Ms. Stacey Ann King, can you take us through the 22 yards?
Yeah, Carlos, you mentioned that the conditions, there was some rain, there might be some more rain expected, but if I go down just to feel what it feels like, it's actually quite warm, which means that there might be a bit of movement for the bowlers in the early parts, that first hour of bowling for the seamers and the spinners. I think it will be important to find the right lines, the right lengths, and batting on the other hand, well, the batters, they'll have to be patient on the surface again.
Well, ODI cricket, you normally talk 300 as a benchmark. This ground favours bowlers. Stacey Ann said this pitch favours bowlers. I think the best batting team will win.
Thank you very much to Carlos and Stacey. And just a reaction off of that, Darren. And these are conditions that you are very au fait with, overhead and on the foot. How much is there in for the bowlers? What did we notice in that first game?
I think the first hour and a half will be very challenging for batters because of the covers being on, the early rains this morning. So it might be a little bit tacky. It will offer a lot more turn than what you'll see on average. So West Indies will have to find the right lengths on this surface. You can't be too short because it will allow too much time for batters to adjust. So that's a moment and a phase to capitalize on. But surely it's on the slower side. There will be lateral movement. We saw the West Indian opening bowlers swing the ball too. So make use of those elements and push Pakistan on the back foot and take control of the game very early.
Just quickly, how do Pakistan counteract now? They have to be setting a total and there might be something there.
I think they have to take their time up front. Saim Ayub, Abdullah Shafiq, even Babar Azam, they'll just need to make sure that they get through that initial 10 overs, 12 overs, and then be able to get into the into the rhythm of the innings. I think it's crucial that they don't lose wickets in that first power play.
Right, the West Indies then, as you heard from my guests, will be in search of wickets up front. They are going to be bowling first today. Let's find out a little bit more about and from the man who organizes and orchestrates that bowling attack, speaking a little bit earlier to Carlos Brathwaite.
Have the pleasure of speaking with the West Indies bowling coach, Ravi Rampal. Ravi, West Indies bowling in white ball cricket has been the Achilles heel. What are the immediate plans, if any, to kind of arrest that slide and become more potent as a bowling unit?
You know, a lot of work has to be done as a bowling unit. You know, we keep changing players consistently. And I guess mostly in the white ball format, consistency. You know, we lack consistency most times with the new ball, and then in the back end we see that you know, we go for a lot of runs. It's consistency and getting that repetition in practice, getting that confidence in practice, and then transferring it into the game.
And then you spoke about that death overs, which has been a problem. Speaking to the coach, Darren Sam, you spoke about getting wickets early. Has that been the continued trend, or have you tried to change something different where that's concerned?
No, definitely. We know as we play, you know, when you get early wickets and then pick up a couple in the middle, and when you have the all-rounders and the bowlers batting in the back end, it helps the back end. So that's always been our plan, to pick wicket ups with the new ball. Get a couple in the middle, and then in the back end it makes it easier when we have an all-rounder batting with the bowlers. But having said that, consistency and execution has to be a key in getting those wickets.
And take us into the mind of a coach. Wickets versus containment in the ODI format. How important are both of them? When do you look for wickets? When do you look to contain, and why?
Yeah, definitely. With the new ball and having that swing or the conditions playing, we look with the new ball to attack a little bit more. But if that doesn't happen, I think consistency, being able to restrict the batsman and build that pressure with dot balls will give us the wickets. We don't need to be searching, especially in the one-day format. Once we stick to a certain area and use the conditions as well for a longer period of time, the batsman will definitely have to try something, and there's where our wicket options comes from.
Thank you, Ravi. Best of luck today.
Thank you.
Ravi Rampal talking to Carlos Brathwaite a little bit earlier there. A number of key things, Darren Ganga, given that the West Indies are bowling first, in order to prize out that wicket. I thought in the power play, at least two of the three seamers were quite decent in the first game.
And you could have seen set plans. I think that, to me, is very important, and Ravi Rampal spoke about that. So it's really heartening to see that the West Indian bowlers had set plans for particular batters. Saim Ayub, they were trying to take the ball across him as a lefty, and then eventually one found the outside edge. So great planning, great execution, and that is what you expect with a new ball in the first phase of the game, where batters are unsure about the condition. So I think Ravi Rampal is doing a fabulous job in terms of setting the tone for the innings with the new ball. How can they transfer that into the other phases, to me, is where the focus should be.
Let's talk about another phase, because in those middle overs, Basit Khan, it's been a little bit more of a challenge for West Indies.
Yeah, it just seems as if the spinners and the change bowlers aren't really holding their own. Yes, the consistency up front where the ball is moving around, but once that dies down, then you have to look at a little bit more defensive lengths and make sure you squeeze the opposition. I just feel that those defensive lengths haven't been as consistent from West Indies.
Pakistan will be hoping to move up that table as well as we go along this cycle here. Yeah, Ravi Rampal, the man in charge of all of that. Let's jump over to a little bit of batting now and talk a little bit about Evan Lewis.
Yeah, a fine player, a player that has established himself in this format of the game. 5 ODI centuries. He got a start at the top. I think that's the position that he should bat in this team, because he is an enforcer. He's developed his game against slow bowlers. He can sweep the ball now. What he'd want to do is to convert a little more often. That is an area that he has to focus on. He's very much a mature player now. You compare him to maybe a Shai Hope, who has opened the batting too, and you will see that Shai Hope converts in just about 8 innings. So that's a significant thing 4 batters in one-day cricket. Maybe consideration for Darren Sammy and Shea Hope to reconfigure that top 4 batting. Maybe Shea Hope bat alongside Evan Lewis, maybe Brandon King bat at number 4 because he scored about 3 of his half centuries in that position. So again, I always say that when you're not getting the outcome you want, you have to be proactive, you have to try new things, try and ensure that batters get into roles that they're much more comfortable with, and of course try to get more output from the resources that you have.
Yeah, just to confirm the prowess, Bazit Khan, of Shea Hope when he bats at the top, averaging 60, which comes down as he goes lower.
Yeah, the old saying is the best player should maximize or play the most deliveries. He is by far West Indies' best batter, and maybe I think they should be able to push himself up the order. Yes, there will be a lot of discussion from the opposition on how to bowl to Evan Lewis, but if somebody can bat through the innings, and on these types of surfaces somebody can bat through the innings, the others can just bat around him, and he's the ideal person to do that.
Pakistan have their ideal person as well. He's been an absolute champion in this format of the game, and particularly against the West Indies. Here he is speaking a little bit earlier to Carlos Brathwaite once again.
Morning to Babar Azam, one of the legends of our generation. Babar Azam, one of the things, or one of the opponents you've loved is the West Indies, a sensational average. What about playing in the West Indies do you love so much?
To be honest, I love to play against the West Indies. They have a good quality bowlers, good team. So yes, I love a lot to batting against West Indies.
And 47 in the first game, falling short of another milestone. What would you say contributed most to the win in the first ODI?
Yes, when we are coming here, we are playing in Brian Lara Stadium, and we different condition. I play first time here, so yes, bit challenging. Both ball coming, sometimes slow, sometimes is a bit double pace. So I just try to adjust the conditions and just play my natural game and enjoy myself.
And in that first game, you had a few half centuries in the team, but no centuries. In your opinion, as a team, what's more important, multiple contributions or one player going on and getting a massive score?
I think first of all, assess the conditions and then build a partnership. And I think sometimes you need a small partnership, sometimes you need a big partnership, depend on situation. I think in my point of view, top order must be going to till the last over, and then build a partnership and everyone against and play around him.
Congrats on the win in the first ODI. Thanks for speaking with us. All the best today.
Cheers, bro. Thanks.
Yeah, good work by Carlos there. And Babar Azam's body of work, Basit, over his career in this format has been good. This year, not as high a standard. Where is his format?
His form isn't at the highest, and he's got such high standards that you look at him and say he's not batting as well as we've seen him too. But I still think that this is his format that he come back into form, and this is the format that he's most comfortable at. And it just seems as if a big score is around the corner, and that's all that he needs, one big score, and then you'll see, especially in white ball cricket, that he'll be back to his fluent best.
He's been quite good across a lengthy career, averaging in the mid-50s, so he'll be hoping to get back up there. The other really strong point that we saw in that first game was Pakistan's bowling. Let's stick with that, and across their seamers initially.
Yeah, initially, and then in the end they were able to bowl those cutters, and they're very good at the back end to get them back into the game. Rizwan talked about they didn't bowl very well with the new ball, but they were excellent with the old ball. Now, there is that law change. After the 34th over, only one ball used, and there was a little bit of reverse swing coming into play, and Rizwan was very happy with that. He said it is a very good change, and it sort of supports the fast bowling of old, where the ball just tails in. And I think, again, it'll be a shootout of who bowls better, if the game goes down to who bowls better at the back end. Today, a day game, so maybe a little more reverse swing.
Yeah, I don't know whether to celebrate that or whether to decry that reverse swing because it is so lethal. They're batting too with Hussein Talat in only his second ODI, Hassan Nawaz. They actually won the game.
Indeed, and they showed that they have the metal and the substance to handle pressure situations and deliver as well. So that to me will be an inspiring thing for this Pakistan team, to know that they have the depth in batting despite not having players who are experienced at the international level. It speaks to their domestic setup too, and how players are sort of groomed and nurtured for those challenges. But all credit to the way these guys play. I think that's the future.
Absolutely. Both teams have had at least one change here today. Shamar Joseph will be hoping that his form can mimic that of Shaheen Afridi, who was excellent. Evan Lewis, can he get another start and convert? Will we see the best of Babar Azam here today in this one-day international? Live action.
Mohammad Rizwan, Abdullah Shafiq, Saeed Mayood, Babar Azam, Salman Ega, Hassan Nawaz, Hussein Talat, Mohammad Nawaz, Saheen Shah Afridi, Hassan Ali, Babar Ahmed, West Indies.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you're joining us from. Welcome to coverage of the second CG United one-day international. West Indies up against Pakistan. We're live from the Brian Lara Cricket Academy in South Trinidad. Pakistan arrive with a 1-0 series lead. One change for the West Indies. Justin Graves comes in, no Mario Shepherd. And 3 changes for Pakistan. Mohammad Nawaz would add to his spin bowling, as well as Hassan Ali and Babar Ahmed Those are the 3 changes for Pakistan. As a reminder, West Indies won the toss and they decided to bowl first. Yeah, confirmation there. Finally, Shea Hope got one right. You can see the smile from Mohammad Rizwan there. Yeah, familiar faces there again. The fans have come in. It's Sunday morning. And they've decided that this is the best way to spend that Sunday morning, looking on at this action between these 2 teams. And there are some rain clouds lurking. Hopefully, fingers crossed, we don't have any interruption, or if we do, there isn't anything significant. It's a special day here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. And it's special for umpire Zahid Basarath, the man from St. Mary's Village in Muruga, not too far from here actually. And I'm sure some of the villagers, some of his family members will be here live, looking on, receiving that plaque from the great man Sir Richie Richardson, former West Indies captain. Proud moment for umpire Zahid Basarath. We saw umpire Dayton Butler a couple days ago making his debut in this format. Now add Zahid Basarath to that list. Yeah, the overhead conditions at the moment look quite good, quite settled. It's usually around that midday period when things get a little bit dodgy. The Brian Lara Cricket Academy looking a picture once again. Commendations to the ground staff, the curators, the management of the Brian Lara Cricket Academy for the diligent work that they've done. West Indies have got what they wanted, which is to bowl first in this all-day affair. Loud applause, rapturous applause for the team in maroon. The men in maroon make their way out for the second one-day international. They need a victory, desperate for a victory to keep this series alive. Saeem Ayub in his familiar position at the top of the order, a remarkable average and a good strike rate as well. 3 centuries to the young man. A sensational start to his one-day international career. Alongside Abdullah Shafiq, had a decent start in this series. We'll want to make sure that he gets a start again, and this time he kicks on. And partnership so crucial. There might be a little bit of moisture early up. The first, I suppose, 4 overs or so would give a clear indication of how this surface will play. Jaden Seals will open the bowling from the southern end. Hello, good morning, Bazid. How are you today?
Good morning, Samuel. Good morning, all. And this will be a challenge for the Pakistani openers. You know that West Indies with the new ball are very good. And also the fact that the moisture in the surface just allows them to maybe be a little more potent with the new ball. Wickets up front and West Indies go in front. Saeem Ayub will have that challenge. Sales bowled really well to him in that first ODI, getting the ball to just nip away. Early start also. Day games are rarity in one-day cricket, but here there'll be moisture to work with. First delivery.
Yeah, both the teams wanted to bowl first in this all-day encounter. It'll be very intriguing to see, Baz, how that rule change pans out in this all-day affair, especially with Pakistan bowling second. The focus, though, for Jaden Seals and the West Indies will be early wickets. As one slip in position, that slip is Justin Graves, the man who comes in for his first game of the series. No carry there.
Expect it to be slow up front, and you could almost afford to be slightly fuller. The first couple of deliveries, as this Brian Lara Cricket Academy is a wonderful facility. First time here, and looks really dazzles you once you come in. But yeah, maybe just assess the surface slightly, and then you could almost change your length if there's the slowness of the pitch allows.
Yeah, Jaden Seals to Saim Ayub in game 1. This was the way that he operated. So Jadia Blades in there as well, but that is the type of delivery he'd be searching for again. Through to wicketkeeper Shea Hope. This is what he does so well, Jaden Seals, with the new ball. He's one of the greatest exponents of swing bowling up front. Over his head, similar area, went hard. And there's value to going hard sometimes.
Yeah, almost worked. Almost with the angle again. Saim Ayub, 3 dots, and then just flashes away at that. With Saim Ayub, you know that he's going to be positive. So just going hard at that, flashing it away. And gets lucky. And that's the sort of area that Jaden Seals will operate. He'll try and induce that edge again.
One of the things that he'll do to try to negate that swing is to bat out of his crease or move towards the delivery like he did just there. Justin Graves is one of the taller fielders in the West Indies team. He's positioned at that first slip, sort of second slip region. It was well over his head. Have a look at where Saim Ayub is starting. He's starting in his crease. In the previous delivery, he just advanced.
Yeah, wide.
Back in regular position for that one. Streaky start, 4 without loss.
Pakistan with 3 changes. A bit of a rotation policy too. Hassan Ali comes in. Little bit of spin bias for Pakistan. Badri is happy with that. Abrar comes in. Mohammad Nawaz, left arm spin. He had a wonderful T20 series. Fahim Ashraf misses out. Also a bit of rotation. Hassan Ali comes in with Naseem Shah playing that first ODI. Now back to Hassan Ali.
Jadia Blades from the northern end, looking to use whatever wind conditions are available for him into the right-hander. Ring field on both sides. As I just want to get your input after this delivery about those 2 youngsters in game 1. Yes, some movement there. Hussein Talat, his second ODI, returning to the fold for the first time since 2019. And then Hassan Nawaz in his debut match. And that wonderful 100+ run unbroken partnership. How satisfying was that for you to look at Pakistan in a spot of bother and to see those 2 get them over the line?
Yeah, it was a fabulous partnership, and both players different sort of journeys. Hassan Ali very early in his career gets to play for Pakistan, make his mark, gets a HBL PSL where he bats really well, and he sort of almost become the prodigy straight away. In Pakistan are looking at him, everybody's talking about Hassan Nawaz being the player that can bat at number 6 and hit big, and he does. look the part and does look to have that talent to hit the ball out of the park. Pakistan has been lacking. Hussain Talat, on the other hand, he played a game and then had to bide his time. He's come back into the side with performances in domestic cricket. And his journey's been very different. He was talked about a lot, say 2018-19. And after that, he's gone back to List A cricket and batted extremely well. This season, he's been on song throughout, but there was communication in that partnership. There's almost a plan where Hussain Talat would take on the spinners, Hassan Nawaz the faster men, which was so impressive. But you just feel that the experience of domestic cricket of 5-6 years helped Hussain Talat in that partnership, and he was almost the senior member when he came out to bat. But it is very satisfying, and moving forward you want, especially in one-day cricket, to have players at number 5, number 6 to be able to shift through the gears. I think Hassan Nawaz especially, and also Hussain Talat, have that ability.
That will be 4. Very well played by Saim Ayub. His second boundary, this one much more in control.
Just talking about ability, that is in abundance with Saim Ayub. If you miss your length, that is slightly too full, he'll do that. That is a very classy square drive. Made sure that he opened the face of the bat to allow for a little bit of movement. Didn't try to hit it too straight. That is beautiful.
Searching for swing. Jadiah Blades. He's getting some swing, so you can't fault him for trying to bowl full. That's his job, to get wickets with the new ball. If he gets driven for a 4 or 2, then you take that. You live with that as captain, as coach. When he gets it right, he can get you a wicket. And look at that swing. 14 wickets in the last Super 50 for Jadiah Blades. Many of the matches played right here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. And 10 wickets in the Breakout League. All matches played here. So he has familiarity. Much better end to the over. 10 without loss.
Once again, we are appealing to the drivers of the following vehicles. Park on the perimeter road, please remove it immediately. PAB 8597, TEB 9377, PDW 9612, PDT 5199, PBS 8209, PBH 8030. Please remove your vehicles immediately. We'll call some more after the next over.
At the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, you'll see some magical numbers appearing shortly. Really memorable innings from the great man. That 153 at the Kensington Oval in Barbados, 277 in Sydney, 375 and 400 in Antigua. It's almost a perfect scenario. We're talking about that partnership, Baz, with those two youngsters. As a captain and as a coach, that's exactly what you want.
I'm not going to let you off. What about the 501? Was it Durham?
It was for Warwickshire, but I don't know the venue.
Yeah, so you missed out on that one.
Yeah, those numbers on the seats as well. Baz, you had to make me out there, right? Didn't you?
Yeah, you went through them beautifully, but just missed out on the last one.
No.
So it was Edgbaston against Durham.
Yeah, just going back to that partnership, Baz, that's sort of the perfect scenario. As a coach, you want to see those youngsters in that sort of situation, pressure situation. As a captain, you want to see them there. And the way they came through that test with flying colors. It must have pleased that dressing room no end. And you would know too, Baz, once you have a score like that, you have a performance like that, whether you're a batsman or a bowler, it gives you that self-assurance that you belong at this level. There will be doubts until you have that sort of performance.
Absolutely. The operative word there is self-belief and belonging. Now, Hussain Talat, who's come back into the side, he, after this innings, will be sort of, yes, this is my format and this is my team. So he, in that dressing room, he now has a place.
No!
And same for Hassan Nawaz. He's been talked about a lot, and there was a little doubt when he was selected in the ODI team, as in he's not got a lot of List A experience behind him, but he's got so much potential, and that then translates into a match-winning knock, and that sort of lifts you up the ladder a couple of spots. Now, still very early in his career. We're talking about, yes, he's been fabulous in that innings. Still needs to develop at number 6. He'll have far more challenges with that spot in ODI cricket. T20, he almost knows his game. It's List A or one-day cricket where he just needs to develop it further. But it is very encouraging for Pakistan. They've been looking for a middle order who can bat well against spin and also then finish games off.
Yeah, the humidity again quite high. It feels a lot more than that 31 degrees. I can tell you that. I was out there for the toss and beads of perspiration were evident on everyone out there. Maiden over from Jaden Seals at 10 without loss it remains.
PCD 5035.
280. They were bowled out. They didn't use 6 deliveries. Pakistan got to 284 for 5. And that partnership between Hassan Nawaz and Hussain Talat getting them over the line, winning by 5 wickets. Series on the line here today for the West Indies. They're encouraging again, because he's driving at the ball and there is some away movement. 2 slips in weight as well.
This is what West Indies did well with the new ball in the first ODI too. Just stick to the plan. The plan is to bowl full and get the ball swinging away. 2 slips in place. Yes, if he drives, it is a risk. He went for a 4 previous over, but he's making sure that he sticks to the plan.
They're starting a little bit too straight on that occasion. So far they've been good in the field, West Indies. Gudakish Moti there, Ruston Chase previously. Yeah, the pitch doesn't look too dissimilar from what we saw a couple days ago. The covers was on when we came here this morning. There was some sprinkles, so you'd expect some moisture with a 9:30 a.m. local time start.
You almost feel that this is the matchup that Blades wants. Abdullah Shafiq, the ball coming back in. He has had his problems, mostly to the right-hander. Very early for Popcorn, but he's ready. Maybe the sweet one. Let's get the ball seaming back in. Attack that front pad.
Yeah, and Shea Hope has done well here to give him that 3 fielders on the leg side, square leg, short mid wicket and mid on, so that he's almost encouraging him to finish on the stumps, maybe start just outside off and target that front pad and all 3 stumps. So good support from the captain, such an important component of the match, that synergy between bowler and captain. Yeah, starting too straight, an extra. Something you and I were discussing a little bit earlier, Baz, about what we've seen from modern day batters and perhaps their inability to negotiate, especially in that middle phase. And I was just making a point to you earlier that if there's an equation of 50 runs in 100 balls, sometimes they aren't too sure how to go about that. Lots of deliveries, lots of time. But if the equation is 50 runs from 25 balls, they are much more comfortable with that due to the proliferation of shorter form cricket, T10 leagues, T20 leagues. That's classical, really is from Shafiq. Languid and lovely.
And one thing about the openers from Pakistan is that once they play their shots, they look very classy. That is an excellent cover drive. Take a picture and hang it up. That is beautiful. Abdullah Shafiq, Saim Ayub, Babar Azam on that front foot driving. They're quite picturesque.
Down the pitch at this time, dot delivery though. Solid start from Pakistan, 16 without loss.
Very low to it, and the impact point just underneath his eyes. That's why there was so much control and power. Once you can hold the pose, that tells you that you're in fabulous balance. Right out of the middle of the bat, but the contact point has been so late that he's able to control it beautifully.
Few more fans will come in, no doubt, as we go through the course of the day. They'll get their doubles this morning and perhaps pilau for lunch, the local cuisine here in Trinidad. Right, Jaden Seals will continue. Still searching for their first. Baz, is that something that you found as well, that batters are more comfortable when the required run rate is much higher than when it is a lot lower and more manageable?
Absolutely. Well, as you pointed out, because of T20, T10, where you given the license just to express, or the word express nowadays, but just to hit big, don't really have to plan the run chase. But the plan right now from Jaden Sales is just to concentrate on that length outside off stump, angling it away, maybe occasionally get the ball back in, but very consistent with the length. Just outside off stump. Saim, very honest. Yeah, and once you have to work around or rotational strike and doing it in singles, don't think the modern player is too interested in that.
That's crunched with some ferocity. A little bit of width and length. Ayub says thank you very much.
Yeah, a little bit of width. That's all Ayub needs. Saim Ayub, very good through the offside, as most left-handers are. and absolutely made sure that he packed a punch. Threw his hands at it. It's gone quickly to the fence in the air, but didn't matter because it was hit so hard.
That really is a left-hander's strong area, isn't it? Square off the wicket, offside. And the angle with the right-hander going across them. Yeah, slash at it high. Didn't try to get the bat over the ball or his wrist heading down. So it was quite deliberate from him just to smash that delivery. Away from the fielder, all's well.
They go wide again. He'll try it again. He won't hold back. That is Saim Ayub for you.
You can just see on your screen there Jaden Seals against left-hand and right-hand batters, left-handed and right-handed, and his struggles against the left-handed batters. Quite a high average against them, so he quite favors bowling against right-handers. So from them, Baz, in the Test series against Australia, they went around the wicket immediately to left-handers. Of course, it's a different format. Along the carpet, this will be another four. Saim Ayub is finding his groove. Quite ominous signs for West Indies. 24 without loss.
Yeah, probably the shot of the morning. We've had a few to choose from. And that is superb. Pat face following the ball. Everything in position is as good as it gets.
We have the Gulf of Paria in the background on the western coast of Trinidad. That's the main connector highway from north to south, the Solomon Hochoy Highway. Jedia Blades. The full face of the bat again will get a single. Last ball of the previous over. Have a look at this, folks. We saw a similar shot from Shafiq off the bowling of Blades. This time Ayub gets in on the act. Really pleasing on the eye.
Such a pure cover drive that was. It seems of both openers very in sync with the pace of the pitch. So far it's been a good start for Pakistan.
Yeah, as the sun beats down on the surface and it dries out, I think we're already seeing signs of that. It will be a placid and favorable batting surface. His record in the last 6 ODIs, century against South Africa, a couple of them actually, one against Zimbabwe in Bulawayo. That's the reason for his impressive average, and at a very healthy strike rate as well. And once this pitch flattens out, 300 plus will be on the cards.
And focus on the bowling coach, the plans that have been set, but hasn't really swung a lot, hasn't been a lot of movement up front. So now is the time that maybe you drag your length back, go back to back of a length. Because it's been 5.3 overs where Pakistani batters have looked pretty comfortable.
quite deliberate. This should go for 6. It does go. It's the first 6 of the innings. And guess who? Saeem Ayub. A strong area for lefties.
He's so good on the offside, be it hitting it in the air or on the ground. It is short, it is wide, and he just goes up and over. An uppercut all the way. Yeah, it is 6. They enjoyed that, and it was quite a belligerent shot from Saeem Ayub. He's on to 23 of just 22.
Yeah, those youngsters just signaling the 6. It's quite funny, Baz. Sometimes when I talk to these youngsters and I ask them some cricket questions, I ask them to signal a 6. That's exactly what they do. They show you the 6 sign. So I say, well, what's a 4? Guess what they do? 4. That's the signal for a 4. Some of them who...
That is correct, isn't it?
I guess it is, technically. But there you go. That's it. Maybe some budding umpires out here as well. Mr. Mohammed is here again. Wide again.
Not the start that West Indies would have hoped for. No wickets so far. We'll look at a change in the bowling, but new ball has to count.
.32 with a loss after 6. Unbroken partnership at the start of the innings here, 32 without loss. By a Saikat in his 68th ODI, and Zahid Basrath making his debut in this format, like his compatriot the other day. The bounce, some real bounce there from Jayden Seals.
This is what he got in the first ODI, extra bounce. That has been hit into the deck hard.
Yeah, receiving his little memento earlier today from Sir Richard Richardson. Zahid Basrath, of course, the son of the president of the TTCB, Mr. Azam Basrath, vice president of Cricket West Indies as well. And so he's representing. We talked to Rizwan at the end of the game the other day, Baz, and he mentioned that they weren't particularly good with the new ball up front, winning the toss and bowling. I suppose it's a similar sort of scenario now here for the West Indies. Shea Hope won the toss and he quickly elected to bowl first. And when you do that, you're sort of expecting that you get early wickets. It hasn't panned out that way just yet. Of course, the conditions, the moisture, they want to utilize that, so might be a little bit disappointing.
Yeah, he spoke about how they didn't bowl well with the new ball, but came back with the old ball. But West Indies, their first power play was they really excel with the ball. So far today, it's been all Pakistan, basically Saeem Ayub getting all those runs, but very few opportunities, very few play and misses either. So it looks as if the openers are comfortable batting on the surface.
Yeah, a little bit of a conundrum in my mind, because it's the same surface that we used for the first game. West Indies batting second with all of the spin from Pakistan. That will be quite interesting as well. How much will this pitch dry out as we go through the course of the day? Spoke about the humidity. It's quite hot. They've done an exceptional job, the ground staff, as they usually do. Yeah, they'll have their fingers crossed that they aren't called into action during the course of the day. It's around midday and just beyond when things get a little bit tricky this time of the year. So far so good. That's the general direction of any sort of weather setting in. No success just yet from a West Indian perspective. I don't think we can match some of the shots we saw in that day-night contest a couple days ago. Really majestic footage. 7 overs gone, 33 without loss.
Bowling for West Indies from the Netherlands, Babar Azam.
West Indies won the toss this morning and elected to field first here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Pakistan 33 without loss. Shamar Joseph has replaced Jediah Blades. Bowled a very good initial spell in the first game, Joseph. How have you seen it, Carlos, so far? Morning to you.
The West Indies bowlers have tried the line of attack at Saeem Ayub that was successful in the first ODI, but he's countered it by being aggressive. He hasn't taken a backward step. It's then put them under pressure. Enjoyed watching the counter attack from Saeem Ayub, and it's built a decent partnership and a decent platform with Abdullah Shafiq.
Hopefully that crowd builds up as we go through the afternoon. A lot of people would have gone church. Very compact from Shafiq. Not for the first time this morning, he's driven the ball well.
Another gorgeous cricket shot. Good balance, good timing. This is a picture of elegance.
Did a stat about the West Indies' length this morning with their bowling slightly fuller than the first game, so maybe just pull the length back slightly, tighter in the off stump. Very good. Absolutely spot on there.
Balance not as good on this occasion from Shafiq, but always presents a nice full face that gets him out of trouble a lot of times, and it puts him in a good position when he is to jump forward on the front foot into one of those drives, elegant as they come.
He has to make decisions in trying to break this partnership when he chooses to change the bowling from the end from which he's standing, where Jaden Seals has been operating, whenever that is. He's got an option of Justin Graves into the team today. Another option, I'm not saying he should do it, but another option would be to have an early go of spin. If the pitch is damp, if it seems it spins,
Over.
33 without loss.
Shepherd.
Yay! We must win. Yes. We're rooting for
CG United's Anti-Andrew will be roving around in the fancy blazer. Be sure to scan that QR code on her jacket and you can win some really cool prizes. She will be out quite shortly, so be sure to look out for Anti-Andrew. CG United's Anti-Andrew.
The rectification of our scoring graphic, 37 without loss. Clearing things up, just to be specific about the numbers in terms of the West Indies since the last World Cup. Whenever they've batted first, in the last 11 games they've batted first, they have won 1, lost 9 completed games. Chasing in that time period is 8 wins and 3 losses. Good length, maybe a little fuller.
This is a good length, 9:30 start, a little bit of moisture. Inspirational. The lads on the left, inspiring the ones just behind the banner.
Very good from Jaden Seals. Justin Graves takes a simple catch at slip, and he's got Saim Ayub for the second time in 2 games.
Commitment to the plan, consistent execution. That is Jaden Seals, and that is the breakthrough. Saim Ayub gone for 22. 37 for 1, Pakistan.
Incoming batter for Pakistan, Babar Azam. 37 for 1, 8.3 over.
Babar Azam replacing Saim Ayub. Looked in decent touch in the first one-day international. Oh, let's see the plan. With a second slip going in Brandon King, who's now switched to first. Justin Graves is at second. See if that bowling plan of bowling just about off stump, fourth stump to Babar Azam can pay any dividends. Carlos, you talked about the bowling plans. This is the way he was dismissed in the first game. In the second game, and Ravi Rampal and the team have spoken assiduously about bowling across Saim Ayub. And yes, you're right, he conquered a few shots this morning, but they've stuck to the plan, which is something Ravi talks about. Stick to the plan, gentlemen, for as long as you can.
Yeah, it's such an important topic. Consistency, sticking to your plan, commitment to your plan. Because you're at international level, you can bowl a good ball, it can be smashed to the boundary. But if there's a plan that's well thought out, and you're backing yourself to execute that plan consistently, you take the good with the bad, you accept there'll be boundary options available and boundary shots scored, but you want wickets. And in an interview this morning, Ravi Rampal spoke about getting wickets with the new ball. So I'll sacrifice a boundary or two, but I need that wicket.
Another one in the over. That's a big one for Jaden Seals. Rampal is on his feet because it is a double wicket maiden for Seals. Pakistan hearts fluttering, West Indian fans overjoyed.
Full of length, sneaking through. Looks like it caught the pad on the way. He doesn't care. A double wicket maiden for Jaden Seals. He is bowling himself into being the talisman of this West Indies team. Babar Azam, the current talisman of the Pakistan team, gone for a duck. Pakistan 37 for 2.
2 wickets in the last over from Jaden Seals. Mohammad Rizwan, captain replacing Babar Azam, did nip back. I saw Babar Azam as he walked off indicated was a nip backer.
Yeah, good angle, good swing. It's either swing or angle, but he just carried straight on, as opposed to the beautiful outswing that he has. So it's not only execution, it's planning, but it's also having the skills in your locker to be able to castle a player like this man on screen, Babar Azam. That over has changed the complexion of the power play.
I like the way that Joseph has operated in that first over. Yes, there was the drive. He sort of straightened his line, just got his length back. And Jaden Seals, the build-up to Babar Azam also, after the wicket of Ayub, was good. It was off stump, fourth stump, 2 deliveries, and then full, and it nipped back. It definitely, after hitting the pitch, when we see it again, you can see it shape significantly.
And I think this is another tick for Jaden Seals for the planning, because you want wickets. And he's willing to sacrifice a potential straight drive or on drive for that. So he's gone fuller than good length. It is an attacking length. It is do or die. And it was the death rattle of off stump for Babar Azam. Clinical.
Well, yeah, but compliment him is, I think, for Seals and Joseph, what we talked about them in the first game, and we talked about it in the build-up. And I'll use a word that's becoming very common again. We talk about sequencing, right? What they've done, particularly with Seals, for example, is he hasn't gone searching every ball. He's held in the surface, and only occasionally, as in the first game, has he gone fuller. So batsmen hang back and then suddenly find that they have to prop forward. A little bit of bat there as well. But good on that line from Shamar Joseph where he's so good.
Yeah, it's been brilliant to watch, and I'd ask another question then. You know, Jadier Blades, his main skill set is with that new ball, trying to swing it. But are the West Indies better served having your two best bowlers sharing the new ball and trying to get these wickets, these sequencing earlier into the power play, and then the younger bowler coming in at the back end of the power play?
It is something worth thinking about, because you'll be battling with, where is Jaden Seals? Yes, with the new ball, he is best. Where is Jadier Blades in time? Where is he going to be in time? Yeah, what I'm talking sequencing, and thanks to Daniel Vittori again, is that he's on that length. He's on that length. He just hasn't rushed in there and gone full, and then he goes full. So that's for young players, budding cricketers watching. That's when we talk about the build-up to a dismissal. Occasionally when it's hooping, he'll go full. But I think right there is what he has been trying to teach them. Hold, and pick your moment to strike against the best players in the world. And so no pressure is being released from this end either. 39 for 2.
Be sure to scan her QR code and you can win some fantastic prizes.
Just having a look at Mohammad Rizwan. Look at where the bat goes in his pickup, almost behind him. He corrected it as he went forward. And even the best players in the world, they have the little ticks that they go back to. And it's one of the reasons that teams attack him wide of off stump, fifth stump. Because if that bat bounces back behind him, for him to be able to access the ball outside of off stump, he has to make a C, come all the way out and then come all the way around. So he's not as prolific outside the off stump as he is straight. The fact that he corrected it in that shot whilst he was rehearsing shows that it's on his mind. Have a look at the very first one, bang, behind. That's what he's accustomed to. And everyone after that is straight. So he's already trying to correct it, especially early in the innings. And he finishes trying to hit the ball through the offside. That is where West Indies will want to target That's what he'd want to correct.
Deep square leg, drops out. Evan Lewis. I love that analysis of Brisbane, and once we saw him here in the Caribbean, viewers for the first time, and when we've seen him around the world, he's prolific through that leg side as well. He'll drag the ball with a slightly dominant bottom hand, and that's, I didn't realize that about where the bat comes from, but we've always thought he's not fluent through that offside, and therefore you want to try to force him to score through there. He's got a lovely pickup shot off length, onside. Flick, obviously onside.
And they've employed 2 slips for that reason, and I like the positivity and the proactivity. We want to attack you outside of off stump. We're giving you the option of driving through the offside. You love that. You love that, Bish. No one on the boundary. Have a shot through the offside if you want. A punch, a cut, a drive. But if you nick it, because it's your weakness, we'll snaffle it in the slips. So I love this from Shea Hope. He just needs the backing now from this man.
Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. We build on that further. I get excited when I see these sorts of things. And I think you talked about it earlier. Saim Ayu drives one or cuts one for 4, or punches a good ball, you accept that. Good players will hit good deliveries. Play that. And if it goes for 4, so be it, but stick with what you think is the plan that works. Said it over and over, the good players in the modern game will hit good balls for 4, but is your execution wrong, or was the shot good? Top class, hold the plan, hold the line. 42 for 2. Lovely overhead view. Shamar Joseph. He is a driver of some quality, and I don't mean of vehicles, but of the cricket ball, Shafiq.
As sublime as they come, full face, the maker's name. Beautiful balance.
The analyst just reminded me, as the great Curtly Ambrose said, want to drive, buy one of those. It's okay, it's okay. They're not robots. They'll miss their length occasionally. But Shafiq as well, he's of enough quality. He's got 100. I think it was against Sri Lanka. Srini, our analyst, will correct me. And he averages in the early 30s. I think he has to be a better player than that. We've seen 5 test match hundreds from him, 4 or 5. So I think, Carlos, for me, the type of player that he is, a touch player of technical excellence, he really needs to be one of the guys that bats deep into this innings, deeper than he has been doing, and be more consistent than he has been doing, because he has quality about him. That average of 31 at the top of the order, he will hope to build on that.
Yeah, there's a word that is thrown around by casual fans for some of the greats of our era, that they're selfish. I like to rephrase that with being hungry. Sometimes players like Abdullah Shafiq, who are easy on the eye, prefer a good shot. I'm not saying he does. They prefer a good shot, or a good-looking shot, or a good flurry of good-looking shots versus a good innings. A good innings is the hunger and the drive and the will to see out a good period, come out on the other end, cycle up and down through the gears. And you look to someone like this man on screen, Mohammad Rizwan, Babar Azam, Steve Smith, Virat Kohli. These are guys who at some points in their innings you can contribute it or attribute it to a little bit of selfishness. But when they get on the other side, they get big scores and contribute to team victories, which is most important.
Seals has left the field, just one on that occasion. 48 for 2. Like all the excellent batters, Babar Azam looking a little disappointed, having been nicked out by Jaden Seals, rattle the stumps. Power play that produced enough action. There was some early run scoring from Saeem Ayub and Abdullah Shafiq, 33 in the first 6 overs. And then the wicket of Ayub, 2 wickets in the over to Seals, because it was compounded with the loss of Babar Azam. Change of bowling. Jediah Blades replacing Jaden Seals after a wonderful spell. Can he hold his length, keep his length?
I think this is an important spell for Jadier Blades. We saw in the first ODI him bowling only 3 overs up until the 45th over or so. I like that he's been tasked with the responsibility now. We spoke about that plan to hit 5th stump to Mohammad Rizwan. His angle is perfect for it. So you're no longer asking him to swing the ball against the wind. You're asking him to hold his line and length for as long as possible.
Oh, well done, Ruston Chase. He stretched every sinew of that 6'3", 6'4" frame.
Good work again by Ruston Chase. His fielding has gone to another level in the last 18 months or so. And he picked it up cleanly and was able to get up quickly and throw. No time to admire the good fielding.
Your point, I was just trying to remember who are some of the other bowlers. For example, you have advantages to those left-arm guys like Mitchell Stark bowling that new ball. Stark can also come back later on. I think Ashdeep Singh, Shaheen Shah Afridi, guys who you know will swing that new ball. They're much more experienced than Jadier Blades is. He's still learning his craft. So I understand your point. And it's something the West Indies will have to consider immediately going forward if they are to try to win a series. The headache for him, though, is if you're not giving Jadier Blades where he is best at with swinging that new ball, then you have to ask yourself, should someone else play instead of him? And then how does he learn his craft if he's not playing? But in the immediacy, there's merit to the point that you're making. But I want this young kid to somehow, wherever he bowls, I want him to continue learning and getting better. Because as I've said before this series, and West Indian fans need to understand this bowling attack is a work in progress. This is not the test match bowling attack. Aaron Sammy has to ensure that he gives him the confidence, not to feel the pressure that every time he plays, he's being looked at and he may be dropped. You don't want him to go through that.
Yeah, but a spell like this, you get to see how he does go. By just thinking from a team perspective, you talk about getting 3 wickets potentially in the power play. Aiming for 2, 3 is good. If I can get Shamar Joseph and Jaden Seals can bowl 5, can bowl 6, Shamar can bowl 4, then you only need 1 over, maybe 2 from Jadier Blades up top. It then puts pressure on the batting unit to have to score against him and brings him into the 4. End of the over, 49 for 2.
Hey friends, at the end of the next over, you can look to the big screen. There will be a QR code for today's trivia. Yes, it's a question where you can get involved and answer some simple questions. You may win something pretty cool. So at the next over, the QR code for today's trivia questions will be posted. Be sure to scan the QR code with your mobile device and get in on the action.
17 for 2 in the last 6 overs. West Indies in a nice phase here with the ball. Haven't seen spin though. A little bit surprised that we didn't see that option. Surprisingly, spin. Gurukish Moti, the more attacking spinner in this side, you can say, for the West Indies. Has to vary his pace. Slow it down, extract turn, find his length early on. Stacey and King alongside me. How would you rate that first power play?
Yeah, hello DG. Hello everyone. Yeah, West Indies will think that they have the upper hand, or they won that phase, picking up 2 wickets. Yeah, that of Sam Ayub and Babar Azam. Yeah, I thought this was really good from the West Indian bowlers as well, in terms of the line that they wanted to execute, the areas that they wanted the Pakistan batters to play. There were some beautiful shots as well. So you see the 50 comes up for Pakistan with that single.
Just bottom edge, so there's one with clear intentions. Premeditation. Good tidy first over for Moti. It's 50 for 2.
And what West Indies has done pretty well is restrict the scoring from the Pakistan batters. The current run rate is 3.57 in the first match. They were scoring within 4 to 5 runs per over.
Good crowd building here at the Babar Cricket Academy for this second CG United One Day International. Pakistan v the West Indies. First time we've seen 2 wickets to fall in that first power play in the series, so you can say that Shea Hope's decision to bowl first working well.
And the use of his bowlers as well, rotating Jaden Seals, Jediah Blades, who is now bowling from the opposite end. And Shamar Joseph, who was exceptional for his 3 overs, just 12 runs coming from it. Seals, the pick of the bowlers. It's been excellent in this match, in the previous match as well. Already bowled 6 overs. He's already going past his best in the first match, picked up 1 for 59.
Nice cool conditions for this second match in the series. It was the first day game. First game won by Pakistan was a day-nighter, so no dew factor. One less thing for bowlers to worry about. Push. Pakistan just not finding the rhythm just yet. Those 2 wickets just putting a stumble on things.
And you look at the scorecard and you see Rizwan 2 from 29, so it's not easy scoring for him in the middle.
Here is a musical instrument that originates from Trinidad and Tobago, the steel pan. Fittingly, tomorrow is World Steel Pan Day. High, high, away from the fielders, so it plugs because of that overnight rain, early morning rain, the soft outfield.
Yeah, swing didn't quite get to the pitch of it. Got a lot of height, very aerial. It just drops out of the reach of the fielder. A bit risky, but 2 runs.
One.
15 overs gone, 54 for 2. West Indies putting in a good body of work, and we'll pause for the Dasani drinks break. Pakistan having to bat first. They're 54 for 2. West Indies, they've managed to prize a couple wickets. Saim Ayub first of all, then Babar Azam, not troubling the scorers. If you missed it, well, an expectant crowd searching for excitement. They got that. Ayub was very attacking outside the off stump. His partner, so classical in approach, so clinical in his stroke play. Shafiq, both openers put on 37. They were looking quite good before Saim Ayub nicked one straight to Justin Graves. First wicket to Jaden Seals, and then immediately after he got the big man, Babar Azam, without scoring. Beyond that, it's been hard work for the Pakistan pair, but they're solid against this West Indies complement of bowlers. Seals, the most prolific, 2 for 16. He's been exceptional with his lengths, his lines, quite relentless. The others still searching for wickets. So this second one-day international working itself into being a very, very interesting one. Good crowd on our hands as well. So the ambience matching the excitement on the field. We have activities off the field too, Stacey Ann King. It's typical of cricket here in the Caribbean. Of colours, a real spectacle. Can Bhudakesh Moti get another wicket for the West Indians, or will this pair blossom into a nice partnership that will set things up for a great finish for Pakistan's innings?
Yeah, this is an area that the West Indians have been really good so far in this morning period. They're fielding. They've really restricted the run scoring. The Pakistan batters like running between the wickets.
Bounce and turn, so that's promising for Gurukesh Moti. There's a paddle. You often see this from Mohammad Rizwan. Brilliant effort from Blades to prevent the boundaries. So there is that excellence once more, Stacey Ann King.
Yeah, I thought the shot was a very good one from Rizwan. Just look at the effort in the outfield. All those count. Marginal. The result of the match. Score predicted 253. Present 3.57 run rate.
Beautiful. That's nice and crisp from Mohammad Rizwan, using the pace, having that awareness as to where the fielders are. Beautifully executed.
Yeah, it's the body position, getting low and cutting down because there's a slip. So using the crease, getting back and across somewhat.
So important when you're playing spin to have different interception points. So you put pressure on the bowler, as you just saw there from Mohammad Rizwan, playing the ball quite late, being able to find the gap behind point. Sometimes you'll see him use his feet, get his bat in front his pad, so keeps you guessing all the time.
Oh yes!
Yeah, hands in front of pad. There is a little drizzle, so this will be a concern. The umpires making the call as about now to call the covers on. So not a good sign, not a good intervention in this second CG United one-day international. The ground staff will be busy covering the pitch, the square. It will hold things. Pakistan just about finding a rhythm to the innings. This batting pair doing very well after the drinks break.
A partnership of 23 between them, Rizwan and Shafiq, from 42 balls. This is where the challenge will be, the start-stop. Bronxman men trying tirelessly to get the Hessian down first. That will possibly take up the moisture and then the big covers.
If you're wondering what that Hessian is, it's the brown mat that is being placed on the 22 yards, and then the blue tarpaulins will cover that. So there is an extra layering of protection. Of course, you want to preserve the pitch condition. You don't want one team to have an unfair advantage. So those are the intricate elements involved in this aspect of work by the ground staff. Again, it's the rainy season in this part of the world, so expect more average rainfall. Great thing about this venue, it's relatively new, the Brown Lara Cricket Academy, so the drainage system is immaculate. So once the rains abate, we should return to live action. And it's Pakistan poised on 60 for 2, sent into bat first by Shai Hope. They lost Ayub. He was looking so good. nicked one from Jaden Seals, and then Babar Azam. Lots were expecting him to come good, but he didn't really get off the mark.
The 2 wickets to Jaden Seals, that over number 9 produced those 2 wickets back to back. Yeah, the bowlers played without a wicket. Joseph without a wicket, and Moti, who's been introduced, has been economical.
So just a reminder that when there is an interruption like this, there's a maximum of 1 hour that can be exhausted before the umpires start considering truncating the number of overs. Of course, 50 overs per side, so we're hoping that this interruption wouldn't linger too long. More important match for the West Indies. Pakistan already winning the first game of this 3-match series, so West Indies will want to level this series and make the 3rd and final match that determining match in the series. So not so good news from the Brown Lara Cricket Academy. Positive thing though is still have some blue sky in and amongst this rain interruption, so we're hoping that the weather will blow away. And while you wait for the return to live action, we'll keep you interested with the highlights of the first CG United one-day international between the West Indies and Pakistan. In glorious sunshine, we welcome the start of this CG United 3-match ODI series between the West Indies and Pakistan. The first game, a day-nighter, coming to you live from the Brown Lara Cricket Academy in South Trinidad. The 2 teams to feature today, West Indies led by Shea Hope. We see the return of Brandon King and Evan Lewis, missed a couple T20 internationals because of injury. Jaden Seals coming to this side. One significant spin option in that of Budukesh Moti. And on the Pakistan side, very similar looking setup in terms of the batting order. Abdullah Shafiq, Saim Ayub at the top. Babar Azam in that side at number 3 alongside his captain Mohammad Rizwan. Sufyan Mukim, the left-arm wrist spinner, in and amongst the seamers. Of course, Pakistan won the toss and elected to bowl first. Shea Hope at the toss spoke about the regular top 6 batters in his West Indies 11. Brandon King, a significant part of same. Missed a couple matches in the T20I series because of injury. Now he returns. He has a senior partner in that of Evan Lewis, someone who has been around for a long time. Swing, but firm enough to pass the fielder short mid-wicket. Gone. Lofted drive, straight to cover, Shaheen Shah Afridi. How often have we seen this striking in his first over of the match?
Just the hands going towards the ball. Never full enough, so it's just chip to cover. Babar Azam in the game. Shaheen Shah Afridi finds his first. Pakistan straight away getting success. King hits a boundary and departs as 4 for 1.
The rest through cover point, he should get 4. And Kati shows his class. Should be 4. Had to lean forward to ensure that his bat was in front of pad to make contact. Pulled. And pulled handsomely by Evan Lewis. He knows the conditions here.
Yeah, he nails that one. Didn't quite time the one in the previous over from Shaheen Shah Afridi from this same end. Badly lined, nice touch. Second boundary of the over. 49 for 1. Nice again. And to be fair to Evan Lewis, he's been doing much of the aggressive work in this partnership. That's good again from Lewis, even that's into the wind.
That is unfortunate. It really is for Casey Carty. A full toss down the leg side, back of the bat and spoons it. The second wicket for Pakistan. Fortuitous.
An unfortunate way to go for Casey Carty. He's gone for 30 West Indies, 81 for 2.
That's massive. That's into the wind, but it doesn't matter. And it's also another half century for Evan Lewis. A wonderful return to form. That's gone again. Not as far, so he gets 4 this time.
Catch it!
That's massive. Is it? A lot of height. Fielders under and completes the catch. Shaheen Shah Afridi.
A little bit slower from Saim Ayub, little bit of grip. And Evan Lewis got right under it. And it's a picture of concentration from Shaheen Shah Afridi and the execution of the catch. Hussein Talat in close quarters in case he needed help. He didn't. Evan Lewis, a good knock comes to end for 60, 105 for 3 West Indies.
Catch it!
Just over. Just over.
Catch
That's
it!
a lovely shot, and talking about beautified. That is Shea Hope, who makes it look so easy sometimes.
It's in there and gone. Straight to extra cover. A bonus wicket.
Crucial and timely breakthrough. Pace of scoring decent for the West Indies, and much to the delight of Mike Hesson, the coach. Rutherford, who's had a wonderful run in this format in the last year, goes for 10. 136 for 4.
Catch it, catch it!
Swept, and swept nicely. Lofted with real beauty. Roston Chase.
Good line. But it brings up 50 for the West Indies captain. Shea Hope is 29th in this format of the game, in addition to 1700s. Gets that one away. It's been 45 deliveries since the last boundary. Got him! Shaheen Afridi strikes. Shifted his line from being too straight. Might be pace off as well. Yeah, pace off again.
He stuck to his guns with his slow deliveries, but he's changed his line and his length. He's gone for 55. West Indies 200 for 5.
Yeah, that's connected. Roston Chase makes maximum use of that delivery. Yeah, that should be taken. It is taken. Shaheen Shah Afridi again with a wicket.
fuller in length, but possibly pace off. Rolling his fingers across that delivery, luring Shepherd into the shot. Romario Shepherd goes for 4. West Indies 215 for 6.
Yeah, that's in the gap. Really good placement from Ruston Chase. And a good start to the over. Pressure on Mukim. This time he makes contact with the bat, finds the gap. And it should be 4 due to some disappointing feeling in the deep. But a 50 for Ruston Chase, a 6th in this format. And just like Evan Lewis, 50 and out. Not getting the distance that he was after. Babar Azam with a simple catch. Lots of disappointment and dejection for Ruston Chase. Nasim Shah strikes back.
You're trying to go down the ground. Didn't quite get the power or the elevation to go over the fielder. A disappointment for Chase, because he knows there's 4 more overs, 5 overs remaining. He goes for 53 from 54. West Indies lose their 7th on 2-3-3.
Well, that's well connected. This one is slapped for 4. Great power and precision from Gudakesh Moti. Set or not, that was slapped, absolutely smacked by Gudakesh Moti all the way for 6. That was brutal. Wow, that's a remarkable stroke. A full toss that's relatively high. In fact, it's too high. It's a no ball. Clean him up. This is what he's so good at. Yeah, that smile of satisfaction.
Yeah, mixing up the over. Got hit for the first ball, which was a slower ball. Yeah, this time around, nailing the Yorker, faster Yorker. West Indies lose their 8 on 2-6-2.
There's good, solid connection. There are 2 fielders converging, and neither of them can prevent the boundary. Yep, and as is usually the case, it is followed up with a 6. Wonderful ball striking. This time, he crashes into the middle stump, and both bails are dislodged.
Yeah, the Yorker length delivery again, but this time very well directed on middle and off. He goes for a very well played 31 from 18. Just look at that strike rate, 172.
That's it. Full, fast and straight. Consecutive wickets for Nasim Shah. West Indies, do they have enough? Can they compete with 280? We'll find out, but look at this, Stacey.
Yeah, again, excellent. He knows that it's not a top order batter. So get the Yorker on target and you're in the game.
West Indies sent in the first CG United one-day international. They got a few half centuries, one from Lewis, another one from Shea Hope, and one from Ruston Chase, his first ODI half century in the West Indies. They got up to 280. They didn't use a full 6 deliveries.
Yeah, Shine Shah Afridi leads the wicket taking with 4 for 51 from his 8 overs. Nasim Shah with 3 for 55 from 8 as well, and 1 apiece for Ayub, Mukim, and Ika.
It is important for West Indies to strike early to make this new ball talk, make a few inroads up front. Abdullah Shafiq hasn't had a great few games in ODI cricket. Last 6 ODIs is averaging 11.7, so he'll want to make amends. Also with him, Saim Ayub, who was in the form of his life before he had that injury in South Africa. This is him back in the ODI fold.
Off the mark. Taken. That's Jayden Seals for you. His persistence pays off.
They are built towards that wicket. Ball just seaming away, perfect length again. And it is almost the shoulder of the bat. He has bowled terrifically the last 3 deliveries, challenging Saim Ayub, and then the wicket. He just built it up very nicely. Saim Ayub, he goes for 5, Pakistan 16 for 1.
They're in the air, but in the gap, importantly, Shafiq gets a 4.
Pulled in full control all the way for 6. Cracked away. That's another terrific stroke from Babar Azam. Oh, majestic from Shafiq. The advancement and the execution, supreme. Was there an edge? Was there an edge? Joseph is a short man, so the ball skids on a little bit more. He's asking for the review. Can he convince his skipper, Shea Hope, as the clock runs down? Yep, convinced indeed. He goes for the DRS review.
Original decision is not out. Pitching outside of impact in line and wickets hitting. Pally, you need to change your decision.
Umpire Palika will have to change his initial decision. Shamar Joseph comes up trumps. Shafiq has the trudge back for 29. It's 63 for 2.
That's not the one that you want to serve up to Rizwan, because that's where Rizwan, there and a little pull pickup shot where he is so strong.
Lovely shot, lovely cut shot, square of the wicket. Timing is spot on, and that is raced to the fence.
In the gap with precision. Babar Azam with the efficient pull. Terrific, the cover drive from Babar Azam.
Lovely shot. The timing this time around is even better. The on drive from Rizwan, and that goes to the fence.
There again, a little bit of turn. Gudakesh Moti finally gets a wicket, his first in the innings.
Just turn off the surface, slightly slower. The length is perfect, though Babar doesn't get to it. And suddenly, West Indies have that prized wicket. The partnership was looking so good. Pakistan were looking in control. A little twist, Babar Azam fails to get to his 50. He goes for 47. Moti strikes and it's 118 for 3.
Yeah, that is supreme timing. Yeah, that's a gift. It really is a gift from Gudakesh Moti. The pace on, and that will go for 4.
Catch it!
Like that. A gentle lob back to the bowler.
think initially Chase thought that it was coming through much faster than that. And I think he caught it a couple times before eventually holding on. Aliaga goes for 23. A 40-run partnership is broken. And Pakistan 158 for 4.
Half century number 16 in one-day internationals for Mohammad Rizwan. Only a second against the West Indies. In addition to 400s in this format. Ty just has enough as well. Close, yes, the finger goes up. Shamar Joseph strikes. Will they think about a review? It hustled on to Rizwan, and they do review it.
Original decision is out. Pitching outside off, impact in line and wickets hitting. Parley will be staying your out decision. Stand by.
A terrific decision, terrific delivery to skid off the surface. Rizwan 53, it's 180 for 5. Drive over extra cover, he's hit that well. Couple of bounces, well, one bounce into the fence.
Does play the big shot. Nice shot. Nice shot.
Pulled in the gap, firm enough. Will race away for 4th. Pulled. Is it long enough? Yes, it is. It goes for 6. A short delivery from Roston Chase. Put down. And he sneaks a single, so a maiden half century for Hassan Nawaz, a glimpse of the greatness to come. There's that little paddle, using the pace from Blades and doing very well. So great composure and fabulous execution. Blades goes short and is punished. And he goes straight. And that's long enough for 6. So one that was in the slot, he missed the Yorker. And that's punished with disdain. And that's the winning moment. Pakistan secures a 5-wicket win in the first match. It's been a partnership of substance, a partnership of composure. The 5th wicket leading the way in the run chase, and Pakistan achieves victory. Back live at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy as we look to continue this second CG United one-day international between the West Indies and Pakistan. Just a reminder of what transpired in the first game. Of course, it was Pakistan that prevailed after chasing a target of 281. They got home with 5 wickets in that 19th over. So we had an interruption because of rain, lost just about 25 minutes of play. Remember, we can't exhaust a full hour before the umpires look to cut overs. So very good news here in South Trinidad. Hessian being removed, the sun is out, and we're hoping for a start the not too distant future. Lots of activities around the ground staff, busy at work. They've been very good in South Trinidad. Very, very good crowd on our hands, and that will build as we go deeper into this Sunday morning through to the afternoon. Anxious faces will want to respond to what we saw in the early parts of this second game was Syam Ayub, who really took the attack to the West Indians. He was vulnerable outside the off-stump in that first one-day international, but he looked more assured, more clinical with his stroke play. That opening partnership produced 37. Shafiq as well, looking good before he lost his partner, Ayub. Again to Jaden Sales, and straight after Babar Azam being dismissed without scoring. That has left Shafiq and his captain to navigate things in the innings. That they did before the rain came. So Pakistan making 3 changes to the 11 for this second game. Abrar coming into the side, so too Hassan Ali and Mohammad Nawaz. So few more spin options available to Mohammad Rizwan for the West Indies. With just one change. Graves in the side at the expense of Romario Shepherd. Shai Hope will be hoping to resume the very good work we saw from his bowlers in that first power play. Now in the second power play, which has been a little more concerning for the West Indian Stacey Ann King.
Yeah, they now have to adjust, possibly go over those plans during this short rain break. The West Indian bowlers, the batters on the other hand, a well-set partnership between Rizwan and Shafiq. 23 from 44.
Before the start of this second one-day international, Sir Richie Richardson presented a nice plaque to Zahid Basarat, acknowledging and congratulating him on his achievement of presiding in his first one-day international as an umpire. Zahid Basarat, of course, from Trinidad and Tobago. He's done yeoman service regionally and now being afforded that privilege of presiding at the international level. So congratulations to him, his family. I'm sure his father as well, who's president of the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board, will be proud of this moment too. Super Supper in action. Maybe there's a few areas of concern for the umpires, so this may just further delay the resumption. So that area, Stacey Ann King, just where the covers ended, maybe the draining of the water from the covers into that region there, the Super Supper at work. But I did mention how good the drainage is here in South Trinidad.
Yeah, one of the best facilities, I must say, here in Trinidad, Brian Lara Cricket Academy, when it comes to drainage. The ground staff have been working tirelessly. There was a bit of rain this morning when we got here. There are blue skies. The sun is out.
Again, if you didn't know a lot about this facility, a facility hosting only its second men's one-day international match, and it was inaugurated in 2017. It's a venue in South Trinidad, just in the heart of the southern city of San Fernando, and named after one of the greatest players of all time, Brian Charles Lara. Quite unique and different from what everyone is accustomed to. That is the Queen's Park Oval, a more intimate venue. This one down in South Trinidad, more open. It allows for the elements to come through from that eastern side of the ground. There you go. In the background, the grass banks offers a different experience being seated in the other areas of this venue. So Many fans have indicated that it's much better for sighting, for an atmosphere, for that spectator experience. So I'm sure they'll pile in as we go deeper in the day. So we're just getting word from the umpires that there is a formal restart at 11:35 local time. No overs being lost with that first rain interruption. So while we wait for the resumption, we'll now get a sneak peek into the mind of Casey Carty.
Just give me a sync clap, please.
A what?
Sync club. Sync club.
I can't have my hand hot in there. You ain't gonna think.
Well, that's a great shot. That is a fabulous shot.
This is a very fluent knock from Casey Carty.
What an innings.
100 for Casey Carty. He became the first man from St. Martin.
To be honest, I'm just trying to do my job. I mean, try to play to the best of my ability, try to impact the game in a positive manner. So on a personal standpoint, like, I haven't reflected on what I've learned from myself. I basically understand my game for the most part. Obviously, you're gonna learn that the longer you play and the more experience you get, but I've just been trying to do my job. The attention to detail that I put into my practice on what's required to perform at an elite level in international cricket. Well, we always have a template on how we want to approach the innings, whether we are setting a total or chasing. So it's kind of different where we would break it down, like I said, whether we're chasing or setting a total. We take conditions into play on what we feel is a good total on that pitch on that day. So there's a few different factors. It's not just like a set template that I go by straight through.
Down the ground from Casey Carty. Well, that's a great shot. That is a fabulous shot.
I would say the first against England. 1, because it was in a chase. 2, I was knocked out in the end. And 3, it was the last game of a decider. So we ended up winning that series, so I would say the first one. Additional pressure on myself, so what I figured out is as long as I prepare well and give myself the best chance to perform on the field, I'm fine with that. What happens on the field happens on the field. Once I put my best foot forward on the day and in my preparation, I'm fine with that. You're always gonna feel very joyful to have done well. You put in the work and you see it being fruitful out there. And it was an eye-opener for me that, you know, I can perform at this level. It's just how I can be more impactful for the team, and maybe some of those performances are in a winning cause. So, like I said, we're not gonna be here forever. So we just do our best that we are here. We're playing for an organization where it's a performance-based job. So you try your best to perform and help the team to win. You're not only representing yourself, but the entire Caribbean back home. You have the opportunity to build your own legacy and continue what the past players have done for us. I want to wish you all the best in your first game today, and I hope you have a prosperous career. Like I say, you're always going to be proud when you achieve certain things in life. Being the first doesn't mean nothing to me. I'm just happy that I'm here and that I can show other players back home can look and say, well, Casey made it from here, why can't I? But, you know, my father worked hard. A lot of people believed in me back home. So I'm glad that I am at least here so they can see and feel joyful about it. So now it's just for me to try my best to perform and give them even more reason to be happy that I'm here. Just try and finish off the year strong. I mean, I started very well, and you know, people tend to get comfortable with what they see very fast. They feel like that's the norm, which is not the case in most times, but just try and finish off the year as strong as possible. I mean, I'm basically a humble guy. I really don't bother with the hype or anything of that such. So when I do perform and when I do well, the following day comes like, okay, you have another game, you gotta perform because people expecting this and you're expecting certain things from yourself. The team still require you to do your job in order to win a game or contribute to winning a game. Come out and support, you know, we do appreciate the loyal fans who've always been supporting West Indies cricket.
Great hearing from KC Karti, of course, 4 one-day international centuries in the last 11 innings that he's played. And we wait for this resumption. Very good news here from the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Play is set to resume at 11:35 a.m. local time. Importantly, no overs lost. So great work from the ground staff in preserving the conditions and ushering that resumption. This 47 minutes loss. So still a little bit of time to play with before they can think about reducing the overs. And at the moment we're seeing another little drizzle, so this will kickstart that series of activities to cover the 22 yards once more. So it's that type of day. Cloudy conditions. Ground staff will be busy at work. Stacey Ann King. West Indies will feel that they have a real opportunity here, given what we saw in that first power play. And they only conceded 39 runs, got 2 wickets. They'll want to dive deeper into this Pakistan batting lineup.
Yeah, the Rangers playing a bit of cat and mouse with the ground staff. Yeah, West Indies, I don't think they'll mind very much, because when it does restart, it means that there will be some moisture. There will be some assistance for the bowlers. Yeah, how do they keep switched on? That'll be the big question.
Yeah, it's something that we always talk about as cricketers, how you spend that downtime when there is a rain interruption. There are various activities that players engage in. Some play softball cricket in the dressing room. Stacey Ann King, you had a preference for an activity when this happened?
It was definitely play some sort of sport. Would have been a bit of cricket, softball cricket, or a bit of football, using your spikes as your goalposts. Yeah, it was all fun. And then there would always be the others who would want to play cards. You'd always find a pack of cards in somebody's bag.
Yeah, I knew a couple players who wanted to sharpen their close-in catching skills, so players will be doing slippies and so many things to keep them sharp and ready for play out in the middle. So as we see the ground staff busy at work, we will take you back to the start of this multi-format tour when the West Indies took on Pakistan in that very first T20 International, which was played in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Two formidable cricketing nations go head-to-head in a series opener. The first T20 International between the West Indies and Pakistan is about to start, coming to you from Broward County Stadium here in Florida. Yeah, it's a beautiful part of the United States of America, the third most populous city. And just to remind you, earlier at the toss, Shea Hope won after 5 losses and elected to bowl first. These are the two teams a debut for Joel Andrew, of course, T20 player, 103 for the West Indies, and the youngest to play T20 internationals for the West Indies, that is. A new look team, you can say, a few players with injury. No Shimron Hetmar, no Brandon King for the West Indies. And Pakistan, with their stalwarts, you think of Shaheen Shah Afridi, Haris Rauf, and Babar Azam in that side. Youthfulness in this Pakistan squad. Saim Ayub hasn't been in the best of form, but he'll know these conditions here. Had the chance of playing in the Caribbean Premier League for the Ghana Amazon Warriors. Saib Zada. Farhan, of course, doing well in the short time at the top, will want to continue. That's first runs for Pakistan. Delivery down the leg side, help on its way for 4. Enough power, enough distance. Ayub goes leg side. And just enough power to get 4. That's a little bit wide. Wide enough by Ayub to get his second boundary in the over. Stifle appeal, and the finger goes up. You get a sense that there was 2 sounds, maybe a bit of bat.
Ball tracking coming up. Pitching outside off, impact in line, wickets, umpire's call. Thank you. Reese, I'll have you stay with your original decision of out. I'll let you know when you're on screen. You're on screen now, make the signal.
Farhan departs for 14, it's 26 for 1.
That's a good shot. Nice use of the feet from Babar. Such a good shot, that. Because it's hit on the bounce. I don't think it was an out-and-out half volley. Magnificent strike from Babar Azam. Nice shot. Very, very clever from Babar Azam. 9 off that over, 62 for 1 after 8.
The gap, this is hit well. Goes through Sheho. The fielding was a problem for the West Indies against Australia, and Chase is livid because it spoils the over. 70 for 1. Jason Holder was in the circle at mid-off, so he won't complete the catch. Well, that has been pummeled, and this is the talent of Saim Ayub. Trying to force Saim Ayub to hit through the offside. And he will bring up just his second T20 International 50 in 32 innings. They've backed him, they've trusted him, and he loves this part of the world. My word, that is supreme ball striking. And had all the flexibility with mid-off up. 103 for 1. Change of line from Jason Holder. First a wide one, then straight. He has reviewed this though. It's been given out on field.
Ball tracking coming up. Impact in line. Wickets hitting. Reese, I'll have you stay with your original decision of out. I'll let you know when you're on screen. You're on screen, make the signal.
He's gone 57, 107 for 2.
Picked up sweetly.
and it gets into the hands of Romario Shepherd. Not enough power from Faka.
Yeah, again, just over pitch might have been a bit slow as well, luring Babar Azam into the shot. It's an excellent and well-judged catch by Shepherd. I think we all thought that was going for another maximum. And Babar Azam goes for 28 from 24. Pakistan 110 for 3.
It's over cover. In the gap will be 4. Little room on offer there. And Nawaz takes it gleefully. That's in the slot. And that composure spells class. Long levers, excellent timing, and a great finish to the over. 15 gone, 126 for 3. That's a clean strike. Goes all the way for 6, so after a few very good deliveries, Holder gets to full.
Taken safely. Johnson Charles, and because he's so strong down the ground, Akeelu has said, cut me, punch me into the wind in the offside. And Charles takes the catch.
Yeah, it's gone very wide. Way outside off stump. Does well to reach it and does well to hit it so far. It's a good catch at the fence and also intelligent bowling. Enterprising innings from Hassan Nawaz. He goes for 24, 136 for 4.
That's a muscular shot. Really to hit that length all the way down the ground for 6. 145 for 4. So he goes wide and very good bowling to the plan.
Keeping it away from the arc, the ball angling away and going further away from Nawaz. So it's difficult getting power into the shot. Field placed perfectly. Moti takes a good catch because it was just a little swerve on it too. Mohammad Nawaz, the latest to depart, goes for 9. It's 150 for 5.
Lot of height on it. Does it have enough distance? Oh no. Goodness me, the catching again. And some of the ground fielding tonight hasn't been great either. Shilfain Rutherford. That got enough distance on it. It's got a lot of height, no distance, and Jason Holder finally holds on another wicket for Shamar Joseph. His best figures in T20I for the West Indies. A wonderful return to this format for him. All smiles, and he's got a brilliant smile.
Yeah, again, no timing. He couldn't get underneath it. It was just slightly too full. Jason Holder, well, 1, 2, 3 attempts. Maybe hit his shoulder first, but doesn't matter because Fahim Ashraf has gone back for 15. It's 172 for 6.
That is a wonderful shot. A wonderful way to end the innings. Mohammed Harris. He does that sort of thing. I'm surprised that he's come in this late.
Saim Ayub, who stood out, 57 classy runs. Fakhr 28. Hassan Nawaz looked good for his 24 in contributions from Salman Ali Agha, 11 of 10, 15 of 9 from Fahim Ashraf, and just 1 ball and 6 for Harris.
3 wickets for Shamar Joseph, 3 for 30. Very respectable figures. His best in his T20I career. 1 for Jason Holder and Akil Hussain and Romario Shepherd as well.
Become the youngest player to score a half-century in that tournament. Took that record away from Nicholas Puran. So, as they say in Antigua and Barbuda, he's destined. He is a jewel, of course, from that region.
This is an opportunity for Johnson Charles to prove to Darren Sammy that he's still the man. No 50s in 12 T20 internationals, going back to before the start of the T20 World Cup. Jamaica, so he's got a point to prove. So does this man, the master of the first over. Shaheen Afridi is back.
Just staying with Joel Andrew, well, he was a part of Guyana Amazon Warriors team in that recent Global Super League tournament, both himself and Johnson Charles.
Some timing to get your first boundary in T20 internationals. That will be 6. He's one fearless young player, Joel Andrew. Even on debut, he's showing us that. Immediately goes for that Yorker, but misses. And Charles finally is able to secure a boundary. As fast as it's come onto the bat, it's left it even faster. That is the power of Charles. Finally gets one out the middle, 27 for none.
That's disappeared as well. So 6 off the last ball of the previous over, followed up by 6 off the first ball of this over for the West Indies. The sound again off the bat, that's off the middle. And after a series of dot deliveries, he latches onto one. He unfurled on that for a maximum.
Naina! They get hold of it. Was there sufficient power? Indeed. Straight to the field and catch taken. So the pressure, the containment leading to a wicket, and the opening partnership is finally broken. Out goes the debutant, Joel Andrew.
I almost think that something had to give. The last 30 balls, 25 runs, so pressure on. Andrew holding out in the deep. He goes for a very well played 35 on debut. West Indies 72 for 1.
Yep, that sounded good. That should be 6. Oh, North. Brilliance from Shaheen Shah Afridi. It had 6 written all over it, but that athletic excellence coming into the way. Well, this should be out. Should be taken, and it is taken. Wicketkeeper Harris makes no mistake, and Johnson Charles, his toil out in the middle comes to an end.
Yeah, wickets in successful overs for Pakistan. Yeah, I guess the message was you need to go, you need to make something happen. Coming off high on the bat, and an easy catch for the wicketkeeper. Yeah, Johnson Charles goes for 35 from 36. West Indies lose their second on 75.
Just a reminder of how that first T20 international panned out in Fort Lauderdale. Pakistan got 178 for 6. The West Indies fell short, finishing at 164 for 7. Pakistan winning by 14 runs. Good news here is that we're about to restart. Players left the field about an hour and 2 minutes ago at 10:48 a.m. We've lost no overs. That's the assurance for now. Hopefully the weather will continue to set fair enough for us to have an organic conclusion to this game. 60 for 2 after 16 overs is where play was halted for the inclement weather. Abdullah Shafiq 24 from 37. Sort of a loss of Ayub and Babar Azam. Partnership of 23 now between Rizwan and Shafiq himself, with Jedia Blades to continue. None for 25 so far for Jedia Blades. It will be the third over of this spell from the southern end.
Hey.
Single taken, good length though to start from Jedia Blades. Good morning to Samuel Badger.
Hello Bish, hello everyone. Nice little crowd continues to build up here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy as West Indies aim to level the series. As a reminder, Pakistan won the first one. Desperate for points. That's the underlying theme from a West Indian perspective. Been slow going though for Pakistan. This partnership, 46 deliveries used so far for 25. Rizwan in particular, just 9 from 26. So they too are trying to figure out what is the optimum approach. Batting first, setting a total, always a little bit tricky.
Something the West Indies themselves have found a struggle when they've had to bat first. They'll be chasing today, which doesn't guarantee the outcome. But since the end of the last World Cup, the West Indies batting first, 1-1, lost 9. Much better chasing 8 and 3. That represents the challenges for some teams, not all, but some teams, depending on their construct and their identity. Knowing what is good enough batting first. In the air, Moti underneath it. Moti takes it. And maybe that rain break intervened on the rhythm of Shafiq, but great on Jedia Blades and Moti, who put one down the other night.
Yeah, he was a little bit late on coming forward. Gudakesh Moti, no way in control, but he got there. You can see there that delayed movement. A wicket for Jadiah Blades. The young man will celebrate. And Shafiq now has to go for 26. Success straight away after the resumption, 64 for 3.
Remember, fans, you can get on the big screen, scan the QR code that's posted right now on the big screen.
Lovely little moment there, Shamar Joseph and Jaden Seals. Shamar hugged Jadiah Blades in celebration of his wicket. Hussein Talat, who played so well in the first ODI.
Good direction with that short ball from Blades. And just tried to help it really on the leg side. Top edge of the bat. And exactly what they wanted. A wicket straight away.
I like that. I like that. Look after your bowling colleagues. That's great from Shamar Joseph. Nice spell from Jadiah Blades from that end. 1 for 9 from 3 overs. 64 for 3.
Fans, don't forget, you can link up for the CG United and Angie when she comes around in the crowd. She will be wearing a full Franz Nancy blue jacket. She will get a QR code that you can scan. Win some lovely prizes. Yes, we have a market to win some lovely prizes. When Angie comes into the crowd, she will be there the next few overs or so we'll go for her. And also the much other distance to the north or south, pick up your West Indies exclusive gear for you to show it all.
Sure, that rain break impacted the rhythm of Abdullah Shafiq. He looked in good flow before the rain, but he's gone. Gudakesh Moti.
Yeah, some bounce and turn. And quite rightly so, there's a slip in position. The West Indies can really squeeze here. And don't allow Pakistan to get settled. No free singles available, no loose deliveries.
Catch him!
.41 from 37 in the first game for Hussein Talat. He came in at 7 then. He's coming at 5 today. That partnership with Hassan Nawaz of 104 that won the game.
And they have that right-left combination now there. They want to utilize that with Moti in operation. The slip is removed for Hussein Talat. Another fielder, short square leg, cutting the single. So this is good from a run-saving standpoint.
Just one off the over, 65 for 3.
Yeah, the youngsters continue to come out. They represent the southeast zone. They're trying to be a cricket board. Many of the young boys and girls are here today for the skills display. That will be done during the interval period. after the first innings. And you see these youngsters out there displaying their skills.
Justin Graves into the attack, into the team for this game. Bowled so well in the Test series, Justin Graves against Australia.
Lots of wonderful memories of this venue as well, Justin Graves. In that last domestic 50-over tournament where he scored those 3 consecutive centuries. But for now, it's with the ball. He'll be looking to make a mark.
Good fielding, good work. Jamar Joseph. And those sitting in the court fan cabana would have seen that loss of energy and passion in that area of the ground. Fans up there are enjoying the cricket in the comfort and style. Courts are the official retail partner of West Indies cricket. They have signed up for the long term. What's fan cabana? Was so good the other night. I was happy for him from the sense that we've seen him grown from a boy into a man. When I first did a season of PSL, I think it might have been around 2017. We were sort of looking to see who would come out of the PSL as the next future batting star. He hasn't reached that yet. Didn't notice Mohammad Rizwan then, but it was Hussein Talat's name that came up. And he comes from a family that owns a couple of sports shops in Lahore, in an area where Abdul Razak, remember him? Same area as the seam bowling all-rounder Abdul Razak. And as a 14, 15-year-old, his dad handed over one of the shops, New Lion Sports Shop, to him, said, run that. And that's where he learned to love the game of cricket. In the family, actually, it was his bigger brother that the family thought would go on to play for Pakistan. And then they saw Hussein's talent and they said, yep, we'll go with him. Little break in play. And Hussein used to get up early in the morning with his kit bag, jump on his motorcycle, go to practice at Minto Park. At 11 o'clock, go back to the shop, open the shop up. Then he'd be off to school and then back to Minto Park to practice with his club. The sports shop has now been handed over to a family friend, so he no longer needs to do that. But back then he said, I want to leave a lasting impression on Pakistan cricket. It's taken him a while. A couple of T20 matches and a couple of ODIs now. But he'll be hoping he's on his way to leaving some impression. Certainly Samuel Badri did that in the first game in that partnership with Hassan Nawaz.
Yeah, I was quite fortunate to spend a couple of years with him at Islamabad United in the early editions of the PSL. And we didn't really see him too much with the ball, but he can do a job as well with the ball for Pakistan. So he's fallen into that all-rounder category. And you're quite right, after not having played one-day international cricket since 2019, team under pressure, over 100 needed, and to deliver on the big stage, what a comeback.
I thought he was the initiator in that partnership because Hassan Nawaz wasn't getting the ball away at the time that he walked in, Hussein Talat. But as soon as he came in, he struck a couple of boundaries and he got the energy going in the partnership that eventually won the game, 104. Can't guarantee him anything today or in the future, but that was a wonderful moment of energy for him. Ouch. I think Blades kind of fell over that, maybe should have stopped it. 71 for 3.
A firm push by the captain. And does he dive over it? Maybe could have done a little bit better. In the end, it's a boundary. Matters to follow. And now as the standout performer from game 1, can he do it again?
Salman Aliaga, Hassan Nawaz, Mohammad Nawaz in today. Whether it's in that order, time will tell.
And just on Hossein Talat, he was one of the youngsters in the team when PSL first started, and the late Dean Jones would have identified him along with the talent scouts there as one of the potential future players for Pakistan. Lots of turn, and he was always one of those youngsters who was keen to learn during the training sessions, and the senior international players always feeding off and asking. They're quite inquisitive. There's protection there, so should be just a couple. It's nice to see how he has blossomed, and now at the international stage, yeah, that name is ubiquitous at this facility.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, that was a good call of no. Rizwan staring at Hossein Talat on his bat, saying, where were you going?
Oh, yes.
And this is why that particular field placement is quite good.
What we're seeing here, that's lots of turn for Ghuda Kishmoti. You sort of understand to an extent why Mohammad Nawaz and Babar Azam are into the Pakistan team today.
Catch it.
2 or 3 changes. Because they saw from the first game, which was a day-night game, that there was some grip in the surface. So, but time will tell whether how much of that is rotation, how much of that is successful for Pakistan or not today.
And perhaps one of the reasons why Hossein Talat was promoted ahead of Hassan Nawaz, for this very reason, so that there is a left-hander out there to combat the left-hand orthodox spin of Ghuda Kishmoti. So that's real-time thinking and decision-making.
Ball in.
So going for Pakistan, 78 for 3. Justin Graves. Yeah,
there must have been a temptation for Shea Hope to keep Jediah Blades on, having gotten that wicket, or maybe even to bring back one of his strike bowlers to get deeper into this Pakistan batting lineup. He's trusted Justin Graves as someone who can potentially get him a wicket, and that's what he must be thinking, Shehub, to get more wickets and not just to get overs out of the way.
Good from Ruston Chase himself, who I thought bowled very tidily in the first game. And he will be an option, you think, at some point. Shamar Joseph has only bowled 3 overs so far, so to your point, yes. Have to look wicket taking and not just economy. Example to youngsters around his own country, Hussein Talat and the West Indies, to be handed a shop which they've since handed over since 2014. And come Eid, the religious festival, he used to sell firecrackers and bangles to supplement the work of the shop. But imagine being given that responsibility as a 15-year-old still at school. Gets it in front of square. Nice crunching shot from Hussein Talat.
Yeah, that's his first boundary. And quick as he is, even Evan Lewis, who is positioned out in the deep, couldn't get there. So the rainfall or not, this outfield at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy continues to be quite rapid. They're struck comfortably in front of square.
Graves is tempting him to go. This moment, I think Samuel Badgery, that moment of that wicket for Jediah Blades, it was a good spell. It was also his first ODI wicket, having played against Bangladesh last year and in the first ODI here. Showed this little recording earlier before the game, and then Jaden Seals is up to him. We showed Shamar Joseph hugging him. Like this, brothers in arms looking after the youngest of the attack in terms of experience anyway. Got to stick with him. They've got for as long as possible. Seals can't get there. This is the biggest over of the innings, 10 off it, 88 for 3.
A little bit of indecision from Seals in the deep. A lot of width. Might just be the Q end of the bat. There was a lot of width offered throughout that over. Be a sense of apprehension from Jaden Seals to put the dive out. Couldn't prevent the boundary. Confirmation that that over, a 10-run over, the most so far.
Straight enough. Yes! Given. It looked pretty straight. Rizwan, I'm sure he's going to review this. Almost sure he will. Yes, he does.
TV umpire to director, we have a play review for LBW. The original decision is out. I've checked the feet and it's a fair delivery. Can we go to front on, please? Doesn't appear to be any bat. Can you just confirm that with Ultra Edge? Up, keep rolling, keep rolling. Bat makes contact with the ground. Keep rolling, keep rolling. Yeah, I'm satisfied. There's no bat involved. Can we go to ball tracking when ready? Original decision is out. Pitching in line, impact in line, and wickets umpire score. Zaid, you can stay with the original decision of out. Stand by. You're on screen, signal now.
What a moment for Gudakesh Moti and the West Indies. The Pakistan captain. An important strike. They continue to get key wickets along the way. Rizwan goes for 16, 88 for 4.
Salman Aliaga, the T20 captain, comes to the crease with work to do.
The credit, a lot of credit has to go to Shihop and Gudakesh Moti. There isn't a short, fine leg. So you're almost tempting the right-hander to play that shot. And they were convinced. Gudakesh Moti was absolutely sure. He wasn't. He usually isn't convinced. Higher score and you've got to go.
What a man at a wide-ish sort of fine leg or long leg. Wonder if it's partly for a sweep from Salman Aliaga. Off the mark. And eyes on Shihop now, because I think with the fall of that wicket, I wonder if there'll be any change in his plan of getting a change in the bowling from the other end, or whether he stays with Graves, and whether he goes back to one of his more potent bowlers. Not that Graves cannot pick up a wicket. Leg slip.
Aye, aye.
And that's the decision. Crucial times. He hasn't really made some of the crucial decisions. That turn, you can see the significant difference. The West Indies will be faced with a plethora of spin options from Pakistan. So they know they need to restrict them for as little as possible.
Aye, aye,
Would beg the question, how have Pakistan assessed the pitch? What do they think is a good total? There's that turn again. Successful over, 90 for 4. The batting has depth to it for Pakistan. Hassan Ali, Shaheen, Mohammad Nawaz, Hassan Nawaz to come. Into the attack now is Rustam Chase. 1 for 41 in the previous game in difficult bowling conditions with a dew at night in that first game.
I'd like to see Rustam Chase start with that mid-on instead of long-on against the left-handed Talat, and perhaps the reverse for the right-hander, relatively new at the crease, both of them actually. Force them to do something out of the ordinary. Pakistan have potentially 4 spinners that they can utilize during their bowling innings. How many, as you rightly alluded to, do they think they can defend?
There's the reason they have that man at a wideish long leg for Salman Aliaga. He likes to play that sweep. .93 for 4 after 23 overs. If you just tuned in, West Indies won the toss, elected to bowl first today. Pakistan on 93 for 4. One of the headlines would be naught for Babar Azam. 5th naught in this format of the game for him over a distinguished career. Shamar Joseph is back. His control of length was very good this morning. And he tap into his superhero genetics. Oh, no slip. There is a fourth slip, not a first. Fortune for Hussein Talat.
Yeah, how often have we seen something like that? You have a slip, but he's not in full slip, and the ball flies in that vicinity. First ball from Shamar Joseph. Oohs and ahs. And as often happens, he's now positioned where the ball just went.
It's very rare that he's that full, actually. I won't say there's anything wrong with it. But generally, both himself and Seals have been very good with their control on a length, 50%, and short of a length, 27. Only 13% in that slot of full area. So I'm not saying don't go up there, but what they've done is that they've held their length very well, and only occasionally have they gone fuller, timing it as best as they could when they go full.
Gurekish Moti was in the midst of a good spell, 1 for 17 from his 5. Shea Hope obviously thinks that his remaining 5 overs will be critical in this innings. He's changing things up a little bit from the northern end. Yeah, the band of brothers getting together for a discussion. Ruston Chase in there as well.
Quite often when you come to this ground, in my experience, the wind comes the other direction. It's blowing from the west to the east today usually. Quite often it would come from the east to the west. A couple of things that could impact is who bowls where you hit the ball. You're looking to take on the bowlers down, let's say, at the back end. You're looking to hit with the wind as opposed to against the wind if you can avoid it. So they've got to be mindful the wind is blowing in the opposite direction from the first game. Hundred comes up for Pakistan. It's taken a while at 24 overs, 100 for 4. Nawaz with a helmet on there right of screen. Ruston Chase again.
They're really excited to see Hassan Nawaz in action again from his heroics a couple of nights ago. Those are the projected scores. 256 perhaps is what they're thinking. Somewhere around that region. Lots of overs remaining, only the halfway stage now.
Oh, man! Go ahead, Chase. Go ahead, Chase.
Luke rolling in a couple of changes that are interesting, as Samuel Battery talked about wickets for Moti and Blades, and they're out of the attack, so interesting to see how it plays off. Just finally, the one other thing that wind would influence or could influence is, let's say, Shaheen Afridi, when he takes a new ball. He started from the opposite end to Ruston Chase because the wind was the opposite direction, so it would have aided, theoretically, his in-swinger from off to leg to the right-hander. Will we see him change ends today if the wind continues from there? He likes to swing the ball away from the left-hander or into the right-hander. .104 for 4. West Indies looking to improve their wicket taking between overs 11 to 40. Good line, good length. Even though it brings a couple of runs, that was a line that brought him success the other night against someone like Rizwan.
It's his modus operandi, isn't it? To bowl and to target the stumps, to bring all modes of dismissal into play. Something that he's done successfully in Test match cricket. Romario Shepherd not featuring today. Really is energetic, Shamar Joseph. Every time he has the ball in his hands, you get the sense that he's giving his all. Some players, you see them in operation and you feel as though they still have something left in the tank. Not Shamar Joseph though. You are always convinced that he's one player who's given 100% effort at all times. It's a wonderful tenet to have.
Going back to that wide slip, a fourth slip, not a first slip. Rahman goes straight to him. There's slight differences technically between himself, for example, and Jaden Seals in that final area. Jaden Seals on the left, that brace front leg that we talk about, that allows you to maximize your pace. It isn't compulsory. Shamar Joseph collapses and therefore bowls from a lower position as well, and therefore skids the ball on a little bit more than perhaps Jaden Seals if they pitch the ball, say, back edge of a good length. Nothing is wrong, it's just different. Hence Jaden Seals can swing the ball and attack the stumps. Sometimes he'll get bounce and nick the edge. And Shamar Joseph attacks the stumps a lot more. Confirmation of that release high, 2.707 meters compared to 1.86 for Shamar. I would say is that if I'm coaching and we see you're talking about all the academies around here, all the coaches, I would suggest, if it is at all possible, And Ravi Rampal knows this. He had a very braced front leg. If you can get your young bowlers from a young age, not when they're 25, but from their teenage years and even earlier, to brace that front leg, and you can teach it, it helps them to maximize whatever their pace output is, bowl from its highest point or their highest point. Necessary, but if you can do it, please do. .108 for 4.
Pakistan 108 for 4. That's a real beauty. Talat just measuring Roston Chase and going aerial through that cover region. Afternoon, Basit Khan.
It is one of his strengths, over extra cover. Saw that in the first ODI too. He loves that region. With the off spinner, he'll target it. There's always a gap there with the off-spin bowling.
Just looking at that last stroke, it's one stroke you can safely say that the batter has dominated the bowler on merit, on skill. It's not an easy stroke to play, to hit from inside to out, hitting with the turn in that said region. Sweep stroke. So Roston Chase will have to be mindful of that skill level or high skill level from Talat. As you mentioned, Basit Khan, of playing inside out through that cover region. Will he just change his line a little bit more, get straighter? That's out. There was a sound and the dreaded finger goes up. So a very, very smart catch by Shea Hope, and it's Roston Chase with the wicket.
Yeah, that's a fabulous catch. Standing up, and it's the under edge. And to be able to keep low and get your hands to it, that is fabulous keeping. You save that and show that to the kids. That is technique at the very best, but an important breakthrough. Hussain Talat was looking good. He's out for 31. Pakistan 114 for 5.
Hassan Nawaz, the hero in the first game for Pakistan, reinforces class with that innings. It's here because Talat just trying to cut this one. It was too close, maybe expecting more bounce. Shea Hope showing fabulous technique behind the stumps to pouch this opportunity. Well set, you. Naturally frustrated with that type of dismissal. Just saying with Hassan Nawaz, that's 63 from 54. Real situational innings from him the last time around. How can he contribute further. Successful over for Roston Chase, 114 for 5. Is deep into this Pakistan batting lineup. Importantly, 3 wickets in this power play too, the middle phase of the innings for the West Indies. I'll tell you why that's so important. If you look at the West Indies in this World Cup cycle, Bazid and viewers, on average they've managed just 3 wickets in this second power play, from overs number 11 to 40, and it's a real critical phase of the innings with ball, with bat. And you'd have to say with that 3-wicket average in this phase and their high bowling average too, it's an area of concern for Darren Sammy and Shea Hope. And this is where the focus will be on. We've spoken a lot about what improvements are required in this phase. We'll just remind you of what the West Indies as a bowling group has achieved. The bottom of the list, that's a top 10 ranked one-day international teams. And bowling average, the highest. Again, take into consideration on average just 3 wickets in this phase of the innings. Just for some of you, that bowling average, it's runs conceded divided by wickets taken. Glove and another wicket, so that's above average, and that's exceptional from the West Indies. Shamar Joseph, not surprisingly, brings another to the Maroon.
West Indies now making serious inroads, just changing it up this time. Short ball, skidded on too quick, off the glove. Another catch to the captain, but it is West Indies on the charge. Shamar Joseph with the wicket. Salman Ali Agha gone for 9. It's 114 for 6.
Mohammad Nawaz squared out in the middle for Pakistan. Real star with the ball for Pakistan in that previous T20 international series. He was the biggest threat, you can say, for the West Indian batters. Into the 11 for the first time in this one-day international series. But Baz, reflect on this dismissal.
Just too quick, just skidded off the surface and hit the glove. A little bit of extra bounce maybe, but it was the pace really that beat the shot. Off the glove, off the thumb. And he celebrates. This was a change-up. Yes, he just maybe thought that Salman Ali Agha was coming at him, but it's a terrific delivery to have up your locker. One thing with Pakistan, the way that Mike Hesson structures the side, they bat very deep, so he still has a little bit of batting to come, but this is a terrific middle phase from West Indies. Wicket in the previous over, wicket this over. Real ascendancy.
We did say that the West Indies above average in terms of the ability to take wickets. Remember, they got 2 in that first power play, first 10 overs, and now already 4. And credit must be given to Shea Hope in the way he's use his bowlers, bringing back Shamar Joseph, one of his attacking bowlers, in this middle phase. Straight away, proving to be the right one. I was looking at his use of bowlers when power play 2 started. There was 1 over from Shamar Joseph, 1 from Jaden Seals. Then we saw Jadier Blades. That ushered in the spin of Gudakesh Moti. So as a captain, at times you need to classify your bowlers. Understand which bowlers in your complement are the attacking options. What Shai Hoop has done is use his attacking options in this second phase. A wicket maiden for Shamar Joseph, 114 for 6. Chase will continue. But I was just saying, with that discussion, I often found as a captain it was important for you to classify your bowlers, as I mentioned previously. And I think that is exactly what Shai Hoop has done. You look at this West Indian bowling lineup, and straight away, Seals, Joseph, most attacking seam options. Use of feet in the gap, and the timing is superb. So a statement straight away from Hassan Nawaz.
He is the informed player and he is the informed batter who can hit the ball out of the park. Most comfortable Pakistani batter to hit sixes, and maybe that's just a release. The pressure just building. Couple of wickets lost. Maybe a little counter attack.
And Jadier Blades more attacking with that new ball in that first power play. Shai Hoop will be hoping for, with the use of Roston Chase, is a bit of both. That ability to contain run scoring, but at the same time to contribute towards wicket taking. He's already done that.
With Nawaz, the slip does come in play. A little bit of turn on offer. Be interesting next over. Be tempted to give Shamar Joseph 1, maybe 2 more. You get another wicket here, then you're really into the back end of the Pakistani batting. Good end to the over. 6 conceded, but only 7 in the end of the over. It's 121 for 6.
Straight after that over being completed, another little drizzle present, hoping that it is not intense to the point of having to abort play.
Couple of wickets on 37, couple of wickets 114. One-day cricket, you don't want back-to-back wickets, and certainly don't want wickets falling on the same score twice.
Start well. Have to appreciate the sequencing from Shamar Joseph. Looking at him against Australia in the Test series, and now in this white ball series against Pakistan, you often see that investment in length that creation of pressure as we saw before he got his first wicket. Ball on a good length. Just luring the batter, so to speak, into a false sense of security, and then the element of surprise with the short ball on the body line. It's high quality fast bowling.
Yeah, nothing in Salman Ali Agha's half, just short of a length, back of a length. He was looking for the drive. No deliveries up there, which was so important in building off the pressure.
Just neat couple of runs. It reminds me, in my time, you're facing a guy like a Sean Pollock or like a Glenn McGrath. They don't give you any scoring opportunities. They suffocate you, so to speak. The minute they move from that very difficult length to one that is a little bit fuller, your eyes light up, your body twitches a little bit more. Sometimes you get out of position because you see a moment that is very rare. That is when batters get themselves into difficulty. Sometimes your hands go too early. The bottom hand take control because you're bereft of runs. Just lose that composure as a batter. And viewers, I guess you're looking to Hassan Nawaz to play a repeat type of innings in this situation, arrest this batting crisis, bring some respectability to this score from Pakistan.
And Mohammad Nawaz, he's capable with the bat too, so this is a partnership where Pakistan will look at, try and bat for the majority of the overs. Very early in his career, he got 170 or 180 in a List A game, did Mohammad Nawaz, so he has capability with the bat.
The movement away from Shamar Joseph, he just has that knack. Getting something from the surface. Goes away, the scrambled seam. Beats the batter, all ends up.
You'd feel that with the left-hander, the outside edge in play when Shamar Joseph bowls. He's already bowled a little bouncer to keep him honest, not to lunge forward, but that first slip or the keeper with the ball nipping away. Again, good length, just back of a length, hammering away.
I think as well, Shihub has the chance of being a risk taker in this situation. We've had that inclemency of the weather. Does he think about bowling the entire quota of overs in this innings, or does he focus more on trying to bowl Pakistan out and use his attacking options in this second power play? Really like to see him go all out on attack with the ball. Pakistan 125 for 6. Sometimes as a captain, you're thinking about the end. You start with the end in mind. You're preserving a few of your high-quality bowlers to bowl in that last power play phase, when really and truly the focus should be in what is happening, staying in the present. Those 4 white dots, so significant from a West Indian standpoint, especially in this phase of the innings. They get another. Yeah, so again, I'd like to see Shea Hope focus in the middle, not think too much about ending the innings. High intensity on how can he get another wicket. What's the field placing to do that?
As a balance that you need to pick your moments where you really go hard with the ball or with the bat. Right now, the balance that Hassan Nawaz needs. Yes, he will attack the off spinner, but in between, he needs to be able to just rotate strike. Now, 3 dot deliveries and the inkling from him will be a big shot. That's what Roshan Chase was just looking at, just fired that down leg side. But the challenge for Nawaz, obviously, you know, he's a great talent and you know how good he can be, but the challenge is to be able to balance ODI wicket, or ODI innings.
In the gap, sweetly timed, Evan Lewis comes around. Just suggesting in this situation he should be thinking about Gurukesh Moti coming back as a more attacking spin option, trying to prize a wicket. I know it's a left-hand, right-hand combination, so Moti should be bowling. And maybe at some stage, 2 overs from Jaden Seals to try and pick up another wicket, maybe a couple more wickets to make it easier for the West Indies to bowl Pakistan out. Of the 31st, 127 for 6.
Hey friends, coming up at the autumn break, you can have an opportunity to be part of today's trivia. The QR code will be posted on the big screen. Simply scan the QR code and get involved with today's questions. It's questions about West Indies cricket and more, so get involved in today's fan trivia when the QR code comes up at the autumn break.
Plethora of colours in the stands, a real spectacle with the fans here at the Brown Lara Cricket Academy. As mentioned, Gurukesh Moti, so this is superb from Shea Hope, bringing back his most attacking spin option, that of Gurukesh Moti. Moti now with the task of trying to get another wicket for the West Indies.
Straight away, the ball just sliding on. Outside off stump, that is the attacking line, so to speak. It challenges both edges. Too full that time around. Quick single. Moti from this end now. Do you? It's off straight away. Was Nawaz. Darren, Moti from this end. Now the other end, do you bring in Sales for a couple of overs or do you just carry on with Chase?
100% Baz. To see Jaden Seals back with the ball from the opposite end, and again Moti returning. He's very good at both lefties and righties. Quite unconventional. You don't often see that from a left-arm orthodox spinner, being able to turn the ball into left-handers and dominate. Too short on that occasion. This innings, the way it's panning out, given the weather conditions, it's a type of innings as a fielding captain. You don't focus too much on the end, that last power play. You focus on the present, focus on trying to seize the moment.
Last couple of deliveries, 1 too short, 1 too full. Thought that he could have Just build a little bit more pressure with that little bit of hold in the surface and turn that he is getting.
Just 4 from the over, 131 for 6. This continues into 6, 1 for 22 so far.
Go! Yard!
Single, so Nawaz contented just to rotate strike.
Go!
Late start from Hassan Nawaz. A lot of shouting going on your end. Go, go, go. So it was Nawaz who forced Hassan Nawaz for that single.
Oh yes, Boston, yes.
On the other hand, what is Pakistan thinking? Do they think anything over 200 is a challenging score? Do they think that maybe they need to get more? At the moment, you go at 6 and over, you get to 236. Obviously, they want a partnership here, but back of the mind, they might have just thought about where they want to end up after the innings is complete and how hard they need to go.
From the 11, you can tell that the artillery is there. 2 additional spin options in spin-friendly conditions. They'll think that their strength in this 11 is, of course, their bowling and that spin threat that they have. Babar Azam, Mohammad Nawaz. Very, very useful options in these conditions. End of the 33rd. It's 135 for 6. And we will get a Dasani drinks break.
It's a really fun engagement where you can get involved in West Indies cricket, learn some facts and fiction maybe about West Indies cricket. Trigger time, scan the QR code right now and you can be involved in today's fun engagement session. We also have some merchandise that's on sale right now on the north and south areas. West Indies t-shirts, replica t-shirts, some miniature bats, caps, hats of all types, including the floppies, including the regular hats, and also, of course, hats as well. Replica t-shirts of all different colors, the white polos, the spinning tops, and the player t-shirts as well, all for sale, accepting cash and card payments just for your convenience. Situated in the north and south stands, so be sure to capitalize on some of the great prices that the temps have on offer today. Don't forget the trivia. The QR code is up on the screen. Get involved right now as the players take a refresher. Get that trivia question done. It's a group of questions, and you can scan the QR code and get occasion day. Also, when the thank you code comes up on the screen, you can simply be part of the action as well. Post a picture and a video.
It's been a hard slug for Pakistan, 135 for 6, having been put into bat by the West Indian captain Shea Hope. 23, 26 to Ayub and Shafiq. Jaden Seals snaffled the first 2 wickets, and that was followed up by Blades, Shamar Joseph, Moti with 1, as well as Chase. West Indies bowlers have been generally good, and they'll be hoping to finish their journey in the field, weather permitting, with excellence. Of course, after all of this is finished, after the next ODI, we have the West Indian T20 competition coming up. We look forward to that every year, the CPL.
Oh my goodness!
Feel your heart racing?
He can do nothing wrong tonight.
Feel your toes tapping?
That sounded very good.
Feel the energy building?
Writing more chapters in a legendary book.
That's the feeling of the Republic Bank Caribbean Premier League, blasting back to town. And this year, the party is even bigger and even louder.
That's gone for 6, my goodness.
Global superstars, monster sixes, edge of your seat drama, live music at halftime, light shows, and a whole lot more. CPL 2025, the biggest party in sport, just got even bigger.
What a time to be alive!
Get your tickets now at cplp20.com.
Yes, Republic Bank CPL looming large here in a few days in the Caribbean. And of course, you've got the female aspect of that as well, Stacey Ann King, as I say hello to you. Anisa Mohammed has been down there somewhere.
Yeah, Barbados Royals will be looking to go for that three-peat this year. They are the champions, 2023, 2024 champs. You're shaking your head, Bish. Why?
TKR this time, surely. Come on, Royals, we're tired of that. Now, they've been a good team. Haley Matthews has been outstanding. TKR actually were in the final against them in year 1. The Amazon Warriors segment, able to put a spoke in everybody's wheel. Gudakesh Moti out of Guyana. Men's Amazon Warriors continues.
Yeah, something to look forward to as well. The return of Deandra Dutton, who was out since February at Women's IPL. There's a few names to look forward to. Samara Ramnath, captain the West Indies under-19 team against USA recently. Captain the West Indies under-19 team at that inaugural World Cup as well. So a few youngsters coming through the ranks. Ow! But a lot of excitement for women's CPL, massive women's CPL.
Rain coming in from a different direction than I'm accustomed to seeing. Not unknown, but seems to be drifting in. From the east, and the western side is also very wide. The ball is gripping, and with the drizzle, the persistent drizzle, the ball has been gripping additionally in the surface.
Yeah, it hasn't been easy to score out in the middle. The Pakistan batters, they've sort of struggled. Their biggest partnership, 37 from 51, that the opening stand between Shafiq and Ayub. They faced 133 dot balls.
Persistent drizzle, as you saw on your screens, and you continue to see. Ground staff are activated. Umpire Basrat has initiated
Unfortunately, we have lost offensive due to rain.
The covers to come on.
For the driver of PEJ 599, fielder 1. PEJ 599, fielder 1. Our engine has been running since the start of the game.
Work hard, the ground staff. They've been very diligent. They've got good leadership. Their groundsman is always very active in the white cap there on the left of your screen. White floppy. Like him actually, always willing to share his advice, his thoughts and conditions. What he got right, what he wished he'd done better. Very honest. Was to apologize for telling me there'd be no dew on Friday night, and there was. This, you know, and we've seen, haven't we? We've noticed the ball gripping in the surface of this game. It's sort of put in your mind then, what can Pakistan aim for with the resources they have left, speculatively actually?
Yeah, well, the current run rate is 4.11, and if it continues along that line, they can only get to 205. I don't think that's enough on this surface for them. They want to get to at least a 250, but they've already lost 6 wickets and 6 of their major wickets. But take nothing away from Nawaz. As a Nawaz, he did pretty well in the last innings, and he's expected, because he understands the conditions, he was out there for some time. So it's a challenge because that partnership is building, as you mentioned previously, 25 from 40. The conditions will play a big part as well. I think for Pakistan, if they get to at least 240, they'll think that with their spinners, because they've made some changes into today's match, I think they'll think that it's enough. They'll have to work hard. The West Indies bowlers, Greaves stressed without a wicket so far. The only change for this match, but Jaden Seals, Blades and Shamar Joseph, and the spinners Moti and Chase, they're all in the action in the middle.
After a solid partnership, the West Indies managed to find a breakthrough, and it was Jaden Seals again proving the undoing of Saeem Ayub.
Yeah, the joys of the bowling plans coming together again for Jaden Seals. And in the same over, he got the big wicket of Babar Azam. He set up that wicket pretty well. A few deliveries going away from him, and then the straighter Yorker on target, on the money. He's been so exceptional to look at, Jaden Seals, over the years in any format. And the Blades putting his name in the hat as well. Abdullah Shafiq just trying to rotate with that ball, but didn't quite get the uppercut that he wanted. Yeah. Great choose for the seamers, and then the spinners got in on the action. Mohammad Rizwan for 16 from 38. It's a good option, the sweep against the spinner. Yeah, but just look at his head position, not looking at the ball. Yeah, celebration for the West Indians. Spinners getting in on the attack, and this was the dismissal of Talat. 31 from 32. Shehoop with his second catch of the match. Ruston Chase putting his hands up in the wicket column as well. Yeah, the spinners have been good, but the seamers, Shamar Joseph, once he's introduced, you always expect action in the middle. Rushed on into Aliaga. And again, Shehoop, a third catch for him in this series, in this match. And this is where things stand at present.
Hopefully we will get some break in the inclement weather. And we're talking about things for the spinners to work with, and talked about the ball gripping. Watching Mohammad Nawaz facing up to Moti there, and it was the third ball of the over, where it pitches. A nice little mark there, right in the foot marks for Gudakesh Moti, and they've got Mohammad Nawaz himself to trundle later on, and he'll have a couple of potential left-handers in his side. But for now, the pitch is covered adequately, we think. The ground staff, their commendations to them. It's a difficult time of year, Stacey, and as you very well know, in the rainy season, Trinidad and Tobago is unpredictable. So we don't know how long this interruption will be for. We will continue keeping an eye on things. But now, though, we will keep you entertained with some action from the second T20I, which took place as the first at Fort Lauderdale in the USA, and it is one that you won't want to miss.
The series is on the line for the West Indies as they take on Pakistan. It is the CWI T20 International Series live from Broward County Stadium. A bit earlier we did have the toss, and I hope after winning the toss in the first T20I, no luck this time as Samanaga chose to bat. Just one change, they're still experimenting. Pakistan, Samanaga says they're not far away from their best 11, but it is Hassan Ali that's in today for the speedster Harris Ralph. Darren Ganga's alongside. The West Indies have made 2 changes.
Hi Nikhil, greetings all. 2 changes, yes, confirmed. Alec Artanez from Dominica comes into the side. We'll wait to see where he bats. And then Casey Carty gets another opportunity after playing against Australia in St. Kitts. But it's a team that will focus really hard in the middle phase of the innings with bat and ball. And they know of that record, that unenviable record of 7 consecutive losses. That's if they lose this one tonight.
West Indies themselves going with 1 less bowler today, no Blades. Going for the extra batter in Carty, so that will be something else for Shea Hope to consider. Saibzada Farhan from Charsada in Pakistan. What a story he had. Made his debut internationally 2018, then 3 years out of the international side. At one stage couldn't make a PSL team, but domestically, hundreds, and he's back. And Saim Ayub notched his 2nd international 50 in this format a couple of days ago. Some way to get your first boundary of the innings. Don't think he was intending it for it to go there. Again wide, and again Holder has Saim Ayub. Equal with DJ Bravo for the most T20 international wickets for the Windies.
Very courageous by Holder to go full and a little bit wider. At times, as an opening bat, you're looking for ball on bat, you're searching for the ball. That is exactly what he was attempting to do there. Holder and his smarts, that wisdom from him, and he climbs joint with Bravo. Great first wicket for the Windies. It's the inform Ayub heading back to the pavilion. It's 9 for 1.
Options is what he's got, Fakhar Zaman. That is one of them, the reverse sweep. This is another chance. This time Rutherford takes it. A celebration from Holder. He's now the leading wicket taker for the West Indies in T20 international cricket. That's what it means to him.
And the appreciation of the effort to complete the catch. Shafane Rutherford hasn't been at his very best in the outfield with his catching efficiency, but he comes up trump on this occasion. Just out of position, but good hands at the last minute. He was so close in that drop zone, and this is a big blow for Pakistan. Farhan departs for 3 at 16 for 2.
high. And it's another opportunity. And that is brilliant from Jason Holder. It really is a difficult catch. He is in every aspect of the wickets here so far tonight.
This has been superb from West Indies so far. Struggle in the field in the first T20I, but they've set the standard. That's gone high into the night sky, and he's really kept his eyes bang on it, settled underneath it. What a catch, he knows it. West Indies, they've made an impact straight away in this power play. RS goes for 4, 21 for 3.
Advancement down the pitch and starts the over with a maximum. First off the night. You're down the track as well for Faka, and he almost matches Aga, this time a 4. This will challenge the boundary. Romario Shepherd, the Labour doesn't get there. Brings up the 50 for Pakistan. 9 overs gone. Down the ground, Romario Shepherd gets there. Wonderful catch. Ruston Chase into the attack. First ball gets rid of Faka.
Yeah, another wicket for West Indies as they keep the pressure on. The first delivery again wider, bowling to that plan, luring Faka into the shot, but not the connection. And he holds out a wonderful catch from Romario Shepherd. And the Chase strikes with his first. Babar Azam goes for 20. And Pakistan lose their fourth on 53.
Get it.
That's in the air, away from the fielder.
Dad!
That's in the air again, and it's on the other side of the fielder this time.
Tell you what, it's not an easy shot to play with a ball of that length and its skiddy nature. Just slightly missed his Yorker. That is the strength of Hassan Nawaz. He's some talent. 91 for 4.
This won't be the option. You bowl full and miss your lane. That was a low full toss, but Hassan Nawaz has power to burn.
Make that 2 in a row. Game is shifting as the 100 comes up. He does pull his length back. And Hassan Nawaz is also skilled there. He was 15 off 15. He's 39 off 21.
Catch and gone. It is Jason Holder. What a game he's having. Huge wicket, huge moment in the game.
In the pressure moments, you ask your senior and most experienced players to stand up. 32 off the last 2. Jason Holder going to his straight Yorkers. Not sure about the dance moves, but he's sure about the wicket. Hassan Nawaz impactful, but departs at a critical stage of the innings, gone for 40, 113 for 5.
That's close, that's straight. Not out, says umpire Gregory Brathwaite. So Shea Hope going for the review straight away.
Original decision not out. Pitching outside off, impact in line, and wickets hitting, ready to go back on field to Greg. Greg, I'll have to ask you to change your not out decision to out. You're on screen, make your signal now.
Another turning point in the game. Gudakesh Moti coming to the fore with a wicket, the important one of Salman Agha, the captain of Pakistan. Another blow to this batting. He goes for 38, it's 117 for 6. And another. When it rains, it pours. Moti having a sparkling over.
Yeah, you got to give credit to Shea Hope as well. His captaincy to get Moti on after he's been expensive. And he doesn't disappoint. He repays the faith of the captain by a double wicket strike. In fact, he's now on a hat-trick. Yeah, one left-hand orthodox to the other. Nakil Hussain and Moti. A very brief stay for Fahim Ashraf. 117 for 7.
That's clean. Clean, but not long. Shamar Joseph completes the catch. It's Holder once more. In and amongst the wickets. He's leading, of course, bowling like a man possessed tonight.
They're looking to continue to extend that lead as the highest wicket taker in this format for the West Indies. Well judged catch by Shamar Joseph. Bowler again. 4 for now for him. Mohammad Nawaz goes for 2, 130 for 8.
And that paddle goes wrong. Anjul Andrew shows his quality behind the stumps. Good reaction from the young man. And the West Indies poised to bowl Pakistan out.
Just sort of pulled his length back. He was expecting it full. Yeah, wide as well. So good smart bowling and a smart catch as well from Joel Andrew. It's been, for the most part, an exceptional bowling display from the West Indies. 132 for 9 now.
And it's a very good one by Shamar Joseph. Another defensive Yorker outside the off stump. And the West Indians, they've shown great excellence with the ball. Is that a match-winning effort from the West Indian bowlers? Pakistan, after 20 overs, 133 for 9. So 133 for 9, that's all Pakistan could muster. They struggled in that power play phase. As you heard earlier, 3 wickets to the West Indies and only 24 runs. So the tone was set with the ball by the West Indians. And then it was that partnership of 60 between the skipper, Salman Agha, and Hassan Nawaz that brought respectability. From a bowling point of view, again, you have to give the West Indians credit. So good was Akil Hussain up front with 3 overs. And then Jason Holder, his class, his experience, and his record taking center stage. 4 wickets for 19 in his 4 overs. Gudakesh Moti, after going for runs, pulled things back with 2 wickets in his last over, and Ruston Chase also playing a part in the spin department.
Now can Shaheen freely find some swing. There was none for him last night.
Windies, just his 5th T20 international, a return to the format for him. Having lost his place in the West Indian Test team, he's had some time back in Dominica, in St. Lucia, playing cricket. He'll be refreshed. And Joel Andrew, who got that 35 on debut, but lowered his tempo outside of the power play. Just looking to go across the line, Joel Andrew. Lucky to get away with that with the deep point in place. 7 for none. Took a while, but he gave him first delivery. Athanaze facing Nawaz. It's reviewed.
Original decision of out. Pitching outside off. Impact in line. Wickets hitting. Ready to go back on field to Dighton. Dighton, you stay with your original out decision. You're on screen, make your signal.
Return is short for Alec Athanaze. 2 for Athanaze, 7-4. Elegant as ever. His idol at the other end, Shea Hope, will be proud of that stroke. Full presentation of the bat face.
Yeah.
Sound off the bat when Shea Hope makes contact with the middle of the bat. Not been comfortable against spin. Doesn't have him then, he's got him now. A second goes down for the West Indies. Nawaz again.
It's a part of the game that Joel Andrew will have to work on, playing the spin. Probably holding his shape and playing perhaps a higher percentage opportunity rather than a hoiking across the line. Was slightly short, but not short enough. 12 off 10 to Joel Andrew, 26 for 2.
Gone for 4. That's a fine stroke from Shafeen Rutherford. He's a powerful man. Oh, that's a beauty. That's a real beauty. It angled in and then spun away. And he gets the support of the umpire, Denton Butler. Was it going on to hit the stumps? The review taken.
Original decision out. Pitching in line. Impact in line. Wickets hitting. Review loss. Ready to go back on field to Dighton. Dighton, you stay with your out decision. You're on screen. Make your signal.
Great initial decision by Denton Butler. 8 times out of 9 innings this year being dismissed by that spinner. 41 for 3.
Wicket, so Shea Hope, captain, departs.
Is that man Nawaz again with his left arm spin. Nawaz with his 3rd wicket. And another important strike. The ball didn't turn, so they just gone on with the arm. Disappointed captain, but a huge wicket in the context of the game. Shea Hope 21, 53 for 4.
Hasn't hit it at all well, and another one goes down, and Saim Ayub strikes again.
Pressure. And this is the result. Coming off the toe end of Ruston Chase bat. And he holds out, power failure. Now he picks up another wicket, that of Ruston Chase, who goes for 16. West Indies in some trouble, 70 for 5.
Finally a boundary after 51 deliveries. That is massive. Kudakesh Moti. Second 6 of the innings, and they need more of this. He goes again, and he goes big. Necessary 6 again. 2 in the over.
Good ball, good ball.
Across the line, going across the line. Is that nifty work by the keeper? Mohammed behind the stumps, just dislodging the bails.
Freeze it. Back. Okay. Yes, right there. I'm satisfied and ready to make my decision for the big screen.
Not a twist in the tail. Pakistan fights back with a wicket.
But a good innings, 28.
Now it's 96 for 6.
Yes!
Bottom edge, and the finger goes up, so the pressure paying dividends for Pakistan. Casey Kati struggles once more.
This time he goes into the pitch, the flipper skids away. That's a good catch, a very good catch from Harris, staying low. Captain happy, Pakistan suddenly in front of the game. Sufyan Mukim, wonderful over. Party out for 3, 98 for 7.
Enough bat from Shepherd. He gets going. He does. The long levers coming into action. Jason Holder gives the West Indians hope. Cracked away and long enough. That's Romario Shepherd at his very best. And he goes again. Gets 4, so back-to-back boundaries. Shepherd turning it on and bringing the West Indies closer to the target. He goes straight, and that should hit the target. He gets the support of Dighton Butler. So another shift in this game. No reviews left for the West Indians, so that's the end of Romario Shepherd.
Yeah, that was a quick delivery wide of the crease. Instead of the wide Yorker, this was the variation. Goes into the stumps. He's hit him on the full. He's right back on the stumps, so not a lot for the ball to travel. Nahin Shafridi strikes back. Mario Shepherd's cameo of 15 ends. It's 127 for 8.
And Joseph can't get the boundary, just manages a single. So it boils down to the last delivery of the innings. 4 required for a win. And it's a wide, so we will have to wait. Exercise patience. The equation simplified now a bit for the West Indians. Shine Shah Afridi. Here we go. Final delivery of the game. And Holder makes contact and he gets it through. The West Indies win from the impossible. Only the 3rd win in the last 21 T20Is and the 1st win in the last T20Is against Pakistan. Holder, you hero.
Fittingly, Jason Holder with the victory. Started off with the ball in the field and ends it with a boundary leg side. A fabulous game, but a fabulous game that is when West Indian way. Courtesy, Jason Holder.
Holder the hero, 4-for, leading T20I wicket taker for the West Indies in the process, and then finishing the game and acing the chase with 16 not out. West Indies victorious by 2 wickets. Back here, however, the rain has been the victor thus far. Still quite a heavy downpour. As we wait until the resumption and we look at the gloomy pictures, pray that the rain dissipates and we can get back to some stunning ODI action. To keep you busy, we'll go back to Florida for the 3rd T20I to continue watching the first part of this series, Pakistan tour of the West Indies.
One more chance for these 2 teams to secure glory It's the final match in this three-match series and a series decider in this, the third T20I between the West Indies and Pakistan. A little bit earlier, the coin danced in the air, and it was Salman Aga calling right, winning and electing to bowl first. Pakistan, beg your pardon, will bat first. And they've made two changes to the side. Haris Rauf comes in for Shaheen Shah Afridi, and Kushdil Shah comes in for the injured Babar Azam. So another all-round option there for the skipper. And the West Indies going unchanged in this game. They will want a little bit more output from their batters, more so in the manner in which they play spin. But their bowlers, they've really stood tall throughout the course of this series.
Abdullah Farhan, he's been in terrific form in T20 cricket. Hasn't that had that translated into this series? Saim Ayub, well, he's been in decent form, very good first game for him.
Slug swept, and it goes for 6. Use of the feet, and there comes the big stroke.
And this has been a clear plan now from Pakistan to push the West Indian spinners off of that length. But he has nailed that, even with the field spread deep leg side. And because that mid-off is up, Saim Ayub says thank you.
Whipping this one into the leg side. Ayub.
That's crunched. That's a mammoth. Once, two, just a single. Half century for Farhan. His third T20I half century, his first against the West Indies. So
Ayub makes a superb adjustment. Hitting through the leg side, 100 comes up. Goes again. Boundary panache to bring up a second 50 in this series. They continue to show that intent against the spin. The slog sweep from Farhan has produced serious results, 130 for none.
That's high. It's another chance. Well, that's what they wanted. It wasn't easy for Shea Hope, but it ends a very good innings from Farhan.
And a very good partnership too at the top for Pakistan. He was looking to slice the ball, use the pace, find the boundary, but Shamar Joseph comes up trumps. It's 138 for 1.
There is the short ball, and it's travelled. Very strong down that area, as we saw particularly in the previous game. Ty, has he? I don't think he has distance. Very good, safe hands from Romario Shepherd.
Taking pace off, showing courage to put a little bit of revs on the ball. He reacted to the batter as well. Batter going offside, he followed him and allow him to hit easily leg side. So good smart cricket by the West Indians. Nawaz producing 15, it's 158 for 2.
Made to take off. Now that will go to the television umpire.
Ball is collected. Stumps broken. Batsman short of his ground. Ready with my decision to the big screen.
The throw from the outfield spells the end of Mohammed Harris for 2, 160 for 3. And he gets it, gets under it. It was a full toss in the end, but that's exactly why he was deep in his crease and the result they were looking for. Catches the cry. And taken again by Rutherford. Third time in 3 matches that Jason Holder has got Saim Ayub in this series.
He will be disappointed because usually as an opening batter, when you get to this stage in your innings, this is the icing on the cake when you have a chance to go after all the bowlers, search for boundaries. But he's played a good hand, 66 from 49, it's 170 for 4.
Goes wide, but not wide enough. That's a good strike. It's a brilliant strike from Kushdil. Picked up nicely to close things out. Gets the Yorker in nicely on that occasion. And keeps it to 1. No, it'll come back for 2 again. There's sloppiness from the West Indies that gives an extra run. And Pakistan end at 189 for 4.
So the West Indies will have their work cut out. We'll probably be able to find a little bit of inspiration from this first effort with the bat. Farhan and Ayub got themselves in, got half centuries, and gave Pakistan control all the way through. And they finish on 189 for 4, the highest score we've seen in the series so far.
Akil Hussain, none for 32 from his 4 wicket to Jason Holder and Ruston Chase, as well as Shamar Joseph, but he was expensive in this accommodation. 2 overs for Gudakesh Moti for 14 and a couple for Shepherd.
Opening pair for the West Indies, a man in his debut T20 International Series, Joel Andrew. The man from Dominica, Alec Athanaze, will partner him, he too, in the infancy of his T20 international career. Played all formats now for the West Indies. That had class written all over it. Again through the offside. Will be 4 more, so Joel Andrew in his flamboyant self. That is so good. After standing his ground throughout the over, to use his feet there. 16 for none, the Joel Andrew show. He's one that sweeps. He likes his sweep, both conventional and reverse. Excellent. Excellent from the West Indies in 9 deliveries. Fearless batting. Darren Sammy said earlier he doesn't like survival batting. He wants his batters to pick an option and bat themselves.
It's high, it's a chance. Hassan Ali takes the catch, so Harris Rav strikes. And that is a celebration and a half.
Yeah, the opening partnership broken with 44 on the board. Joel Andrew again just trying to heave this one into the leg side. It's an excellent tracking from Hassan and an excellent take. Just look at the celebration, brilliant from Ralph. As he sees the back of Joel Andrew. He goes for 24, West Indies 44 home.
Squeeze away for 4. It's what he brings. This will be his joint equal highest score in T20 internationals.
That's in the air. Will it land safely? No, it's taken, it's pouched. Saim Ayub.
Just enough turn for Nawaz. He wasn't right up to it, so just short of a length. It's a good catch, comfortable catch. But a wicket that Pakistan needed, Nawaz provides. Captain Shehop, he departs for 7. It's 74 for 2.
That's gone. That's a massive strike from Sherfin Rutherford. That's what he can do when he's on song.
The reverse, and it's gone through. The dive over the ball from Hassan Ali, and it goes to the fence.
It is 50 for Alec Athanaze. He will be very pleased with this effort, making a return to the T20 international format. First time since August of 2024. He will be critical for the West Indies.
Wonderful strike, good placement from Sherfin Rutherford.
Big shot in the gap, and that's 4, so that will help with the acceleration. Use of the feet, aims straight and does very well. Goes across, and to his demise.
Trying to go for another big hit. Comes off the toe of the bat, slices off, and makes for easy catching. Yes, Ayub has the last laugh. And he goes for 60 from 40. West Indies 110 for 3.
Sweeps, leg side, and that's 4, so brilliant shot from Roston Chase, and pressure now on Ayub. That's big, that's massive. Sherfin Rutherford comes up trumps. Sweetly timed, and that's 4. His highest score in the series, and that's the most glorious stroke we've seen from him.
It's flown away. That's the end of that for Roston Chase tonight. They've retired.
Yeah!
He's got his man. This is an important over.
Holds it quite quickly, skids off the surface, goes leg side and hits leg stump. Does Sufyan. A twist in the game. Pakistan just now applying the pressure. Runs needed. 149 for 5.
That's high. It could go all the way. It has gone all the way. That's one of what they needed. Harris Ralph bangs the ground. Didn't take it wide enough. It's a nice 50, a nice return to form. He goes straight and down to long on and taken. Pakistan have really fought and battled.
Now Hassan Ali This time angling it back in, not a lot of length to work with. The whip to the leg side. And it goes straight to Saibzada Farhan. Pakistan closing the door on West Indies. Rutherford 51. It's now 166 for 6.
Hit that nicely. Too little, too late from Gudakesh Moti. Confirmation of another series victory for Pakistan against the West Indies. Second series win for Salman Ali Agha's team. It is a series winning victory in this third T20 international. Pakistan took the first. West Indies came back off the last ball in the second, but getting to 189 for 4 today, batting first again, did the job, and the West Indies, they battled and faded away in the last 5 overs, 176 for 6.
Second series win, Salman Agha. He will be very pleased, and lovely that they've got one of the younger members, more inexperienced members, Mukim at the front, but it's a unit that will continue their preparation, gearing up closer to finding their strongest 11 and getting their best team for the T20 World Cup in Asia next year.
Live images back here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Some good news, the ground staff is on the field. Just confirmation of that third T20I. Pakistan 189 for 4, restricting the West Indies for 176. Pakistan winning that by 13 runs, and by virtue of that win, taking that T20I series 2-1. So they've started this white ball tour of the West Indies 2025 with a series win. Confirmation there, winning the first and the third. West Indies with a victory in the second T20I, and they've started off successfully as well in the CG United ODI series. A win for them a couple days ago. The series on the line here from a West Indian perspective. We have one match remaining after today. Yeah, lots of rainfall. We've had just about 40 minutes, just over 40 minutes, that interruption. The good news is that the rains have abated. The super supper is on. The ground staff are at work quite diligently. Yeah, what a piece of machinery this is. That sponge that soaks up the water, and then it will go towards the boundary's edge, pump it out, and come again. Will be hard work to get that covers off eventually. The wind has sort of died down. Ian Bishop was mentioning the reversal in direction, wind direction, and usually when that happens there is a lot of rainfall around. There will definitely be losing overs from here on end. How many? What will the equation be? Well, we'll just have to wait for further information to find out. The faithfuls, they're here. They continue to remain in hopes of some live action soon. West Indies nicely poised. 139 for 6 Pakistan after being inserted. Yep, and it's just a waiting game, unfortunately, for this game to resume. We'll take a break, and in that break, hopefully on the other side, we have some more news. But let's revisit Australia's tour of the West Indies 2025 and the first of 5 T20Is. Historic night in the nation's capital, live from Sabina Park. It's West Indies up against Australia in the first T20 international. A few moments ago, we had the toss. Mitch Marsh won the toss, and he wanted to bowl first. So Shea Hope as well wanted to bat first. So both captains getting what they wanted. West Indies have a couple spin options actually. Akil Hussain, Gudakesh Moti, Ruston Chase is in the playing 11.
They also have a powerful batting line of King, Hope, Powell, Rutherford, Hetmeyer.
Hey, good evening, everyone. We had a close look at the Australian lineup. Josh Inglis and Cameron Green are the only two survivors from the Test match. Jake Fraser-McGurk comes back up into the top of the order. He's got a lot of power. Maxwell, Connolly, and Mitch Owen makes his debut. Sammy in the middle order. Watch his power. The ball comes off his bat differently. Ben Dorsch, Sean Abbott, Nathan Ellis, and the skill. And I know you'll like this man, Adam Zampa.
Brandon King makes his way out to the middle, has a tremendous record at this venue. He'll be looking to give his team a good platform and foundation on which to launch. Evan Lewis has been ruled out due to injury, so there's a promotion for Shea Hope, who has done well at the top of the order since reinventing his game a couple years ago in this format. Yeah, what a start. All the way along the carpet. Brilliant from King. And again, this time one bounce for 4 consecutive boundaries off the bat of King. Yeah, that's another 4 for Brandon King. He's dealing in boundaries. Yeah, that's crushed away again with an offer, length on offer. And Brandon King says, thank you very much. 21 after 2. Shea Hope this time, just one bounce. 4 again. Over 1,000 runs in T20Is for Shea Hope. Only the 12th West Indian to that milestone. 32. It's been frenetic after 3. Yes, it does. A wicket for Cooper Connolly. The first of the night. The change works, and West Indies loses their first.
That's a great start there from the Australian, and a great change there from Mitch Marsh. Cooper Connolly seen King coming, just dragged it down into the wicket. Little bit of purchase in the surface. Josh Inglis does the rest. But that is a great bowling change there from Mitch Marsh. Brendan King departs for a quick bye 18. The West Indies are 32 for 1.
Yeah, that's deliberate. Very deliberate from Shea Hope. What a shot that is. All the way for 6. Absolutely brilliant.
Well, that might be part of the answer from Ruston Chase. Beautifully driven straight back down the ground. That is top class. It's 56 for 1. Elegantly placed. And he does that time, and he pulls and pulls well. First through the leg side, now through the offside. That is a shot of authority from Ruston Chase. 75 for 1.
That is terrific. Truly outstanding and safe for 6. It's very good from Chase, finding ways to score behind the wicket. 4 runs. Outstanding gap finding from Chase. Again. That is a wonderful shot to bring up the 100 for the West Indies. That will bring up a half-century for Ruston Chase. Quite an impressive one. His 3rd in T20 internationals and his 2nd at this venue.
This has been a spectacular acceleration from Roston Chase, who was 9 off his first 10 deliveries. Everything he touched has been perfect. Could have him this time. It's Maxwell, the man you want under it, makes no mistake. Partnership finally broken.
It's gone into the wicket. Chases freed his arms and found the safe hands there of Glenn Maxwell. He departs for 60 off 32. West Indies are 1, 2, 3 for 2.
My word. Just helped, you know, an effortless help from Shimon Hetmeyer. And Shea Hope will take down his matchup. He just slowed after the power play. One-handed. What a way to get to a 7th T20 International 50. The way this man, Shea Hope, has evolved in 2 years' time. Inspirational. I cannot believe that has gone for 6. Bit of pace off, maybe. This is a chance, well judged and taken by Jake Fraser McGurk. So Mitch Owen has his first T20 international wicket.
Slow ball is ditched. I Hope just took him wide. He lost control of his hands. Jake Fraser McGurk gone back. Simple catch for him. Very good hands. And look at that excitement there. Mitch Owen, it has been an amazing 9 months for him. He gets his first. Hope to pass for 55. West Indies 159 for 3.
Does it again, but Hetmeyer just waits. He's dealing in 6s.
Maxwell takes it. And Australia need to continue prizing out wickets to stem the flow. The local boy has gone cheaply.
Yeah, disappointment for Rovman Powell. He just pushed that one really. Not trying to hit that for 6. And a simple catch for Glenn Maxwell. Another one for him. No luck tonight for Rovman Powell. He goes for 166 for 4.
He is latched on to that. Listen to them. He does go wide of off stump, and Hetmeyer latches on to it. He looks in phenomenal touch. Oh, terrific. You get the sense that Ellis is trying to take him wide of off stump. There's still some room to go. Safely taken, keeping it right up there.
Yeah, good field placement. He was quite straight for Andrew Russell, who likes to go straight. A really big pair of hands from Cam Green. Russell goes for just 8, 184 for 5.
Chance for someone. Deep backward square coming in and taking it. So 1 ball for Rutherford. It's a good catch, and Australia clawing things back here in these last 3.5 overs.
Yeah, Sean Abbott, the man this time. This is a very well judged catch. Make no mistake about it. High into the night sky. Refurbished lights here at Sabina Park. Extremely well taken. Wickets in consecutive balls. Brief stay for Rutherford. 184 for 6.
Safely held by Maxwell, and the wickets continue to tumble. Australia continue to claw things back in the last 4 overs.
Yeah, triple wicket strike in the penultimate over. Jason Holder, the last of those 3 batters to be dismissed, and he finishes his spell. Dwarshus picking up a 4-for. Another West Indian falls for naught. 184 for 7 now.
There's a fielder down there. Oh, what a leap! What a leap! One of the tallest men on the field. He might have it, actually, in terms of height. And they do put them into high traffic areas. And because he changed the field to a long off, he's got this.
Just have a look at that. The leap at the right moment. Hetty goes for 38. It's a flurry of wickets for the West Indies. 186 for 8 now.
Well, this has been good in the last 5 overs, actually, from Australia.
It starts for King. Hope got a half century. Chase was brilliant. 60 from just the 32. Hetmeyer, 38 from 19. Contributions there, but the lower part of the batting order fell away.
Cautious with his best figures in T20 internationals, 4 for 36, 1 for 31 from Nathan Ellis, quite respectable. Zampa went for 30 without getting a wicket.
We will promise some pyrotechnics here at Sabina Park. It is usually high scoring, usually high octane stuff. Best of an unbeaten 92 for Mitch Marsh, captain of the team. And along with him, Fraser McGurk. He gets another opportunity after an underwhelming start to his T20 international career. A late addition to this squad. And he'll be up against Akil Hussain, who's a master of bowling in the power play. What a start. That's gone all the way on the roof at the Kingston Cricket Club. Yes, he can. He finishes off with a wicket, the wicket of Fraser McGurk. Q end of the bat. They'll celebrate. West Indies will celebrate. And McGurk has to depart.
Jason Holder here looking for that extra bounce. McGurk stood tall, put his hands through it, and really only slapped it as far as Alzari Joseph at mid-off. So McGurk has to go 2 from 7, and Australia 12 for 1 at the end of the second.
Yeah, that's gone. That's disappeared over the electronic scoreboard here at Sabina and out of the park. Yeah, that's wayward. That really is from Jason Holder to finish the over. 12 from it, 4 gone, 26 for 1.
Here's the pull shot again. They place an extra fielder on the leg side. With this dangerous ploy with Marsh, who's so strong. Too deep on the leg side, so Inglis will go hard outside off stump. Yes, yes, that is Josh Inglis, signature Inglis. He's got both ramps.
Is there a noise there? There was a noise.
Down coming up. Okay, the bat is coming across the ball. Can we have ultra edge to...
There was a noise, it was a nick. Marsh gone for 24, 46 for 2. That is the pace of Joseph. Definitely not where he was intending. It still goes for 6. Fielder there is a spectator. Length again, and 6 again. Silence
at the Sabina Park. They're stunned 64 for 2 after the power play. He could have a wicket straight out of the power play. Easily taken by Joseph. Here's the response by the men in maroon.
He always finds a way to get a wicket. Akil Hussain. Perhaps not would have been the plan. Yeah, goes for the sweet shot. A little bit of grip from the surface, a little bit of extra bounce. Safely held by Alzari Joseph. Josh Inglis walks back for 18, 64 for 3.
Moti will have his man, he should have his man. He does. The master of the middle overs for the West Indies in this format strikes again.
Yeah, that was very well bowled there by Moti. Just went a little bit straighter and held the ball up a fraction shorter to Glenn Maxwell. Just gave himself a little bit of room. The ball cramped him. Simple catch there to Rutherford. Maxwell departs. Out of an indifferent 11. Australia now 78 for 4.
That is a tremendous blow. It really is a stunning shot. That's a good pickup. That's a welcome 6. Nice strike again. Another welcome 6. It's game on. 73 required from 49. Again. 3 sixes in the over. 1, 2, 3 for 4.
And that's what he does so well, Cam Green. And again, that's gone for 6. I didn't think he got it, but he did. 14 sixes in the innings now. That's power. That's pure power from Cam Green. Goes again. Gets the gap, so that's 10 runs. And it's 50 for Chris Green. A wonderful knock from him. The start of this T20I series. Yeah, it's brilliant, it really is. This should be taken. Jason Holder settles under it. He completes the catch. So soon after crossing that half-century mark, Moti strikes back.
Yeah, second time tonight, Moti has been struck for a boundary and then responds with a wicket. High on the back, perhaps rushed him. Looked as though he wanted to hit that one squarer. And walks back for a well played 51, 158 for 5.
That's high. Where does it go? It's gone all the way for 6. It's on the roof for Cooper Connolly.
What a shot, what a strike to bring up a maiden half-century on debut in T20 internationals. The 3rd Australian men's player to score half-century on debut. Thumbs up from mum, dad and girlfriend. Might be 6 and out. Here's 6 and out. So with 15 required, after an impressive knock, Owen Falls is still alive yet in the contest. They believe.
Looking for the same response, not clearing the boundary on this occasion. Australia 175 for 6.
Yeah. Hits the gap beautifully.
And he's gone. He's gone. Commentators curse. Connolly has to go. Short and wide from Jason Holder. Connolly through the kitchen sink at that one. Ended up edging it to the wicket keeper, Captain Shea Hope. Just enough of a tickle on that. Disappointment. Connolly, joy for the West Indies. Australia 181 for 7 in the 18th over.
Could be out. Is out. No, goodness me. Joel Andrew, the substitute fielder. Oh my goodness, what a moment.
Whitey.
Scores a level here at Sabina Park to deathly silence from this wonderful crowd that turned up tonight. It's an outstanding victory from Australia in this opening T20 international. They were put under pressure for the first 15 overs of their bowling effort, but they pulled things back well.
Fabulous game that was. West Indies set up by Chase and Hope, 50s for them, 189 for 8. Looked as if that was a total they could defend, but Cameron Green and Mitch Owen turned it around. 6 hitting spree, ended up with Australia winning by 3 wickets and an over and a ball to spare. Back here, good news is that the rain has stopped. Now it's a matter of getting it ready with the dryers out there, the super soppers out there, the ground staff. Again, hard at work. They've been brilliant so far. It's a very good drainage ground here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. So hopefully things will get underway quickly. Look at the amount of water that's been super soft and then it's been transferred out of the ground. So it is hard work, but they're going at it very, very well. There's inspections going on, so be concerned about the outfield, be concerned of how wet it is, but I'm sure we're not too far from having live action again. We've already lost about 75 minutes, so there'll be reduction in the overs, but as we know, the drainage and all is absolutely superb here, so won't be long. Hopefully we'll have live cricket action. The weather looks at the moment looks clear, so hopefully, fingers crossed, there's no more rain and we're able to get back to live cricket, ODI cricket. Pakistan winning the first one. West Indies want points and wants to level the series. Right, that's about it. The update from here. We'll take you back to that West Indies v Australia series with the second T20I.
Hello and welcome to Sabina Park for the final time on this tour. It's West Indies up against Australia in the second T20 international. It really is a massive day here in Jamaica. It's called Dre Day. It's the final time that this man will be representing the West Indies in international cricket. It's such a monumental figure, a stalwart, a global superstar, a two-time World Cup champion. The Honourable Minister of Sport and Entertainment and Culture, Olivia Grange, meets with him just to present him with a memento, and what a momentous occasion it is. Swelling with pride and emotions, no doubt, Dre Russell. Yeah, look at that. It really will be something etched in his mind indelibly. The warm applauses all around for Superman, Dre Russell, Muscle Russell. So many monikers for that man. Good sportsmanship displayed by the Australians to recognize it's the rhythm of reggae and
the heartbeat of cricket all meshed into one. Yeah, 2 times he's lifted the World Cup trophy with the West Indies team, 2012 and 2016. And West Indies unchanged in this encounter, so they've relied on this plain 11 to level the series. Confirmation that Australia won the toss for the 2nd time, and for the 2nd time they've decided to bowl first, thinking that they can chase down whatever is set for them. And for Australia, a couple changes in their plain 11. Tim David, the powerful Tim David in, and the left-hand orthodox Kuhnemann makes his international debut. Brandon King, hometown hero, plays at this very venue, so very familiar with the conditions here. He has a wonderful record at Sabina Park as well. Look at the strike rate. Best of 85. He was in sparkling form, but briefly in the first game. He'll be looking to go much deeper tonight. Shea Hope, brilliant in the power play. Can these two put together another good partnership for the West Indies? Half century for the West Indian captain in game 1. Matthew Kuhnemann on debut and plays for the Brisbane Heat in the BBL. This will challenge the boundary. In fact, it dribbles there now. What a start for Brandon King. What a start for the West Indies. Yeah, that's disappeared. That's full. That's in his arc, and it's out the park. Brandon King, after being contained in the previous over, finally finds the boundary. That is hit straight and very well at his home club, Brandon King, the Kingston Cricket Club. 4 more. We're seeing the wide array of stroke play from the Jamaican. That has been smashed. Brandon King, ever since the 4th over of the power play, he's flipped a switch and gone into several more gears.
Oh, catch it!
Again, the use of the feet from King, and the catching continues to be good from the Australian. Zampa has his first of the series.
This time, King advances just a little bit of turn, taking the outside edge of the bat. And Cameron Green has made a very difficult catch look easy. Running back to his right, has big hands, and that man there, Adam Zampa, not keep him out of the game. Brandon King to pass for 51. The West Indies now 63 for 1.
Catch it!
It's a chance. It's a chance. And it's well taken. So 2 wickets falling in quick succession. That's not an easy catch.
Yeah, Shea Hope opting to go after Glenn Maxwell. Yeah, another very difficult catch. Different style of catching it. Back-to-back wicket, Shea Hope dismissed for 9. 63 for 2.
Catch.
That is a top shot. Very good from Hetmeyer. In the air and taken. Maxwell has his man. Hetmeyer is absolutely berating himself as he walks off.
Yeah, pulled an earlier one in the over for a maximum. This time, could not get back quickly enough to hit it in front of the square. Pits out Nathan Ellis at deep backward square. Maxwell is pumped right up. Hetmeyer dismissed for 14. 82 for 3.
And Ruston Chase, who was the chief destroyer
Watch out, Jimmy Adams. He was the chief destroyer against Zampa in the first game. He's back.
Yeah! And he's got him. He's got his reward, Adam Zampa. Next delivery, Ruston Chase looking to repeat. Totally missed it. And Adam Zampa has his second wicket.
Just spun away, just turned away from Chase, who again was looking to target straight. Maybe over long on. Against the spin. Gone for a runnable 16, big wicket, 98 for 4.
Catch!
Rutherford is going straight to a fielder. The collapse came at the back end in the first game. It's here in the middle. Silence at Sabina.
Well, a shake of the head from Sherfane Rutherford. He would say it was in the slot, and if it was, he really didn't make good contact. Only succeeding in finding Cameron Green at deep mid-wicket. He goes for naught from 2.
From Old Harbour, St. Catherine, for his final time in T20 international cricket. The world will see Andrew Russell in maroon. Right, he's on a mission this evening to end with a bang. This is the power of the man. Top edge, still 6. Boom! That was signature Trey Russ.
Oh dear. Oh my word. That has gone absolute miles.
It's wide of off stump. Oh no! The spin defeated him. Mitch Owen, the guilty party on that occasion. Somebody's brave underneath that. Inglis, oh, that wasn't easy. He says a prayer to the heavens there. That had ice on it as it came down. Very good though again from Ellis.
Yeah, very well bowled there by Nathan Ellis. Just have a look at this now. Nothing needs to be said. Look at the Australian players.
Of his international career once his bowling is finished later on tonight. This is his last at-bat in West Indies colours. He'll be thinking now about his grandparents who nurtured him as a young person. Those memories of travelling with his kit bag and trying to fetch into taxis to games to develop himself as a teenager, all flooding back now.
Brief moment to think how this man, well, Josh Inglis, they are not easy catches, those ones. And I remember Steve Rickson, ex-coach of New Zealand, he said to me, if you ever drop one of those balls, Hads, walk up to the other side of the ground if you don't practice them. But I'm sort of glad he got out and away to get his moment here. Everyone's on their feet.
It's where he was caught in that first game, and Jason Holder succumbs down there again.
Yeah, this is a very big wicket here from the Australians. Ben Dorcius, he was outstanding in the first game at this stage of the game. Jason Holder, like we're watching a replay of the first game. Simple catch there from Glenn Maxwell, but back-to-back wickets for the Australians. Jason Holder's departing for 1. It's a huge breakthrough, 142 for 7.
And Powell is a good striker. He's yet to get above a runner ball in this innings, but he'll be hoping to lift the tempo. Good yardage covered by Cam Green. Long legs, looked almost casual in going for the catch and took it comfortably. Wickets continue to go down.
He's a wonderful athlete there, Cameron Green. He made something very difficult look easy. Once again, Nathan Ellis has gone slower ball into the surface, done power with lack of pace, and look at Cameron Green there, like a gazelle, moving across that outfield. Power to parts for 12. Big wicket, the Australians, 148 for 8.
There is that one out at the back of the hand, but Gudakesh Moti has snapped it into a little blacked out area behind the side screen. That's smart. I'll tell you why that is smart. He just brought up the deep third to push mid-off back to long-off. And Moti seized on the chance that deep third came up to short third. That's gone into the electronic scoreboard and into the big screen. And again they go through for the extra run. So this partnership, 24 off 11 between Moti and Alzari Joseph. 54 for 3 in the last 5 overs. West Indies finish on 172 for 8. How much teeth it has as a score time will tell. 172 for 8 with 51 to Brandon King, his 12th half century in T20 internationals. 36 to Andre Russell from just 15 deliveries. Perhaps a very important 18 from Gudakesh Moti of just 9 deliveries. Not much in between that King and Rutherford struggling for 4.
An Australian bowling card there. Nathan Ellis was outstanding at the death, as was Ben Dorsh's. Adam Zampa once again, he did the job through the middle overs. He took 3 crucial wickets. And Glenn Maxwell, it's hard to keep that man out of the game. He took 2 for 15, very crucial wickets. But Australia, they will be pleased with 172 for 8.
Yeah, the 4th time that he's been given this opportunity at the top of the innings, had.
And the reason this is happening here now, you speak a lot about matchups, but there's the captain there, Mitch Marsh. We know his record at the top of the order. But the reason Glenn Maxwell is batting at the top of the order is because they've done their homework, the Australians, and Hussain does a lot of their bowling in the power play. This is his strength, and they're going to use Glenn Maxwell to counter-attack Hussain. This is why Glenn Maxwell's opening.
Yeah, as you suspected, batting almost left-handed to the left-hand orthodox. 4 straight away. Yeah, he does, but Maxwell hits this one even further. 4 previously, 6 now. Questions, a whole lot of them. Edged and taken. Jason Holder strikes in his first over. Glenn Maxwell promoted, Glenn Maxwell departs.
The West Indian captain hoping that Maxwell departs for 12, but it was the length that did Glenn Maxwell. He just got caught on the crease, tried to open his face and guide it down the 3rd man. All he could do was feather it straight through the wicket keeping and safe hands of Hope. Glenn Maxwell departs for an entertaining 12. The Aussies 13 for 1.
Yeah, that's gone. That's well picked by Mitch Marsh. Slower ball from Holder. He latches onto it for a 6.
Just a chip. All about the positioning from Josh Inglis, who has got options. One thing we know for sure. Just helped. So strong leg side
This is a chance. Hope calls it straight away. He's got some running to do and takes it perfectly.
A brave decision from Shea Hope to firstly go to Alzari Joseph for this final power play over, but also brave of Hope to call for that catch. It gets under it. Just look at how close Akil Hussain is to this ball. Can't see it on this replay. Yeah, really good for Shea Hope though. Keeps his eyes on the ball all the way. Akil Hussain was just 5 meters away. Mitch Marsh dismissed for 21, 42 for 2.
Get! It's Trey Russ. Puts it down. And when you're just defending 172, those are the chances you must hold.
Get it, Morty!
Chance again. Again put down. Pick up 6. They deal in maximums, this Australian team. Not done a lot wrong there, Alzari Joseph. He's had his deep third in place, and still Inglis finds the boundary. Going over the top, having enough time to place it. Josh Inglis, and he's placed it brilliantly.
He's of short stature, so he's able to play the horizontal bat shots by getting low and getting under the ball efficiently. 85 for 2. He has found it with that shot. It's a massive 6. That is massive from Josh Inglis, and that is an outstanding way to bring up his half century.
And we saw that in the first game, and he goes right into a reverse ramp.
.360 player. There's so many of them around the place these days. Inglis is one of them.
And then he's taken downtown for another maximum. Yeah, this could be out. Couple fielders converge. And Jason Holder tried to do it himself, but unable to hold on. There have been quite a few of these tonight. This time he latches onto that. Cam Green, he himself took a catch down there in the first T20I, but even Russell can't pluck that one. Another maximum. And this is where this man is so good. Does that skirt along the surface for 4? It does. A bit of a misfield from Hetmeyer allows them to get 19 runs in that Jason Holder over. 14 gone, 147 for 2. Yeah, that's gone. Be careful in the crowd, you know. We've already seen someone get struck. That will be another half century for Cam Green. His second in succession and his 5th overall. Wow, the sound of the bat. That's mammoth. That's Inglis. That's 6 again. Yeah, that's it. That's victory. They'll come back for 2. Another comprehensive win for the Australians. A win by 8 wickets. 28 deliveries to spare. That is commanding. And they'll celebrate their fans who are here. It's silence in the crowd at Sabina Park. It's not the farewell that Andrew Russell dreamt of or wanted.
Yeah, live images back here, but before we do that, the second T20I, West Indies up against Australia. Australia winning that one by 8 wickets, 172 for 8 was the chase. Australia got there with 8 wickets in hand and lots of deliveries to spare. Yeah, the news emanating from the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, the inspection having just taken place, and it's a 2:50 local time resumption, and it will be a 40 overs a side affair. It means the power plays will be 8 overs, 24 overs, and then a further 8 overs, power plays 1, 2, and 3. And there will be a 15-minute interval in between the innings. A maximum of 8 overs per bowler allowed in that 40 over a side affair. It means that Pakistan has a further 6 overs and 1 delivery remaining in their batting innings, and everyone's strategizing. So Darren Sami earlier, now Mike Hesson, Mohammad Rizwan in deep talks there with his troops. What can they muster? What are they thinking? How is this game positioned? It is 8 overs maximum, which it is. Someone like Shamar Joseph, for example, has just 1 over remaining. This partnership between Nawaz, Hassan and Mohammed, that is 25 from 40, and we informed you in the first ODI about that law change and the change of ball after 34 overs. So after the next delivery, that ball will be chosen, one of the 2 balls. The fielding team will make that choice for the remainder of the innings. Lots of sawdust being used to absorb the moisture on the surface. There really is a wonderful facility from a drainage standpoint. Carlos Brathwaite alongside me, lots of rain, but virtually as soon as the rains have subsided, we're back on the field. Impressive again.
Yeah, the drainage has been excellent. Just some drainage to accompany the excellent drainage system here in Tarouba. I hope that guy makes his way up here. Badri's been yearning for some cotton candy.
Yeah, lots of water on the covers, as we were alluding to. The super supper, hydro supper, being utilized. What a wonderful piece of machinery. Makes these guys' job so much easier. And then other machinery being used, the leaf blower, manual labor, just to get everything in readiness for resumption. It's been another protracted break here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, the second of 2 interruptions, and these are the revised playing conditions. 40 overs a side affair, power play overs 8. The first one, then 9 to 32, and overs 33 to 40, the final one, and a maximum of 8 overs per bowler. Of course, West Indies will have a revised target no matter where Pakistan end up.
Pakistan haven't had the best day so far, but I think that these revised conditions kind of put the game in their favor a bit. You have the lower order, pretty much a 6-over slog, and if they can finish well, you can see a little bit of an uptick in the total to chase for the West Indies. They'd be happy that it wasn't cut right after the rain, the innings. Having lost 6 wickets, there wouldn't have been much added once Duckworth, Lewis and Stern made the calculation. So This is somewhat of a second chance. Takes 10 overs out of that middle phase with more than half of their team done as well. So I think Pakistan would be happier of the two with the rain break. But West Indies still in the ascendancy, and that man on screen has some decisions to make. Some shuffling of the bowlers. Hopefully some shuffling of the clouds. Still some clouds overhead. But there's some blue, there's some sun. And we're about to get some cricket underway.
Right, good news. We're about to have a resumption in this second one-day international. West Indies desperate for a victory. Yeah, and Shai Hope was saving the overs of Gudakesh Moti. He bowled 5 on the trot, then had a break, then came back. And now it means that he only has 1 over after this delivery in his bowling spell. Mohammad Nawaz, the left-hander, will be on strike. Shamar Joseph has 1 over remaining as well, based on these revised playing conditions. All right, the faithful crowd has remained here on a Sunday afternoon, hoping for a victory and a series leveling one at that. Yeah, those kids in the white making their way up the steps, they will be soon on the field for that skills display during the interval. It's a truncated interval, so they'll have to get those skills out of the way quite quickly. Just 15 minutes the break. Right, ready for the restart. That's the end of the over. There will be a choice of balls here. Well, a choice of ball. 34 overs gone, 139 for 6. Yeah, confirmation of the revised playing conditions, they're there. Yeah, whatever Pakistan end on, there will be a slight adjustment to that. Jaden Seals back into the attack. Long on, long off, deep mid wicket, and third on the boundary. Right, Carlos, just 6 overs remaining now. What can we expect from Pakistan?
They want to maximize every delivery. Bat on ball. So many times you see batters chasing boundaries in this phase, and they miss so many deliveries. Hassan Nawaz coming off a good knock in the first ODI. Clean strike of the ball. 40 good deliveries. If they can continue to rotate, strike, and miss the boundaries, it allows them to maximize the last 6 overs, and it's going to be important 6 overs for them.
Yeah, opted not to shy at the stumps. Shamar Joseph maybe signaling there was no one backing up. But yes, you're so right, Carlos. Maximize every delivery. Get bat on ball. Maybe give yourself this over just to get that rhythm again. And then that last 5, look to see as many as you can get. Maybe they're thinking 200, who knows?
I could think from West Indies' standpoint, you saw it just now. We want to go wide at Hassan Nawaz. In the first ODI, there was a little 2 over spell. Blades from this end running from away from us, and then Jaden Seals. And he got dropped on 49. much like we see now. They employed that wide plan, took it out of his hitting arc and slowed him down for a bit. Today they've decided to go to the wide plan a bit earlier. Will it yield the same success?
Score predictor suggesting 191. We want maybe a couple more, get to 200, psychological number. Edge taken. That guy positioned Moti in a fly slip area just on the 30-yard circle, and it finds him to perfection. Don't you love when a plan comes to fruition? Well planned, well executed, well caught.
The wide plan again, they've persisted with it. And what I love about this fielding position, normal short third is a lot wider. They know the plan, he's executed, and they've set the field to suit. They've been rewarded. Mohammad Nawaz goes for 5, 143 for 7, Pakistan.
Shaheen Shah Afridi, the new batter for Pakistan. And if he'll go wide again, or if he'll target the stumps to the new batter. Off the mark straight away. Yeah, Gudakesh Moti dropped a catch in that same position in the first ODI. And this time he's very happy that he makes amends. Redemption for Moti. Straight to the fielder, just one bounce. Very good field placement again.
We've talked a lot about the planning of the West Indies team. Look at how fine Gudakesh Moti is. This is ODI number 1. Dropped on that occasion, but they've stuck with it. They have stuck with it, and it is stuck in his palm. And he's overjoyed. This one a little less important than that one. Grasped on the first occasion, but amends made. And whilst the white ball bowling, maybe the Achilles heel, is starting to see good signs.
Successful over from Seals, 146 for 7. Yeah, a few starts there for Pakistan. A 0 for Babar Azam. Quite unlike him against this opposition. Some heavy clouds as well. And the wind direction remains quite unusual here at the Barnard Cricket Academy in the opposite direction. Moti for his final. Has that protection deep, so quite deliberate from him to bowl wide. Yeah, usually, as Ian Bishop so rightly pointed out, those flags blow in the opposite direction. But the wind is blowing from west to east, essentially. That cloud that we usually say has gone past us is just hovering around. Still some turn from Moti, nice and slow. Golden, these dots are golden for Moti and the West Indies. They want the wicket of Hassan Nawaz. Yeah, they're making their way to the tunnel area. Those young boys and girls who have an opportunity for the skills display, Carlos, they're from various academies and youth organizations across the country. And each of those institutions have been assigned a skill. So some might do bowling, some might do batting, some throw into target, etc. But they're all quite eager, optimistic, and a lot of alacrity for that opportunity. Peace on. I had an opportunity to interact with some of them. And that's gone. That's really good connection. He's gotten the width and it's in the direction of the kids. Who's taking the catch? Wonderful strike from Shaheen.
He's gone very wide and makes a shot from Shaheen Shah Afridi even more amazing. He's walked across and clobbered it. Put all the pace back on. Whose job, which skill is catching?
They're using tennis ball, Carlos. Tennis balls, poly softballs, no hard balls. Yeah, projected score. If they get 8 and over, they can get to 186. Yeah, everyone was scattered. The last ball of Gulekesh Moti's spell caught them by surprise, many of them. Some of them still surprised. Right, Jadiah Blades into the attack from the southern end. Yeah, that's a no ball, I think, because it might have pitched outside of the cut square. We'll have a closer look. It pitches outside of that cut strip, but it does pitch behind the popping crease. So that might just to save him. So it might just be a wide, I think. It's a no ball. Yeah, it's a free hit. A clubber down the ground makes full use of that free hit. Under pressure, Jadiah Blades.
Covering off stump for the free hit. Telegraphed plan. Quality execution.
Yeah, the ground staff being activated again. It's that type of day here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. As I look through where we're positioned, it's drizzling slightly. Yeah, that cloud just hovering around the stadium. Every run so important. Every boundary vital from a Pakistan point of view.
Just wondering if that no ball should have been in the ball. Yes, it has to pitch on the cut strip, but if memory serves me correct, it is before the batting crease. So I've just been updated. I don't think many of us know all the rules, Badri. Apparently I don't either.
Hands up. Certainly I don't.
So it's before it reaches the striker's wicket.
Yeah, and just to, I suppose, edify all of us, Carlos, that those creases sometimes confuse us. The one in line with the stumps, that batting crease, and then the one that the bowler delivers from, the popping crease. You know, sometimes they are used interchangeably and incorrectly. Just want to make sure we got it absolutely right, which we did. Yeah, that's crunched. This is the power of Hassan Nawaz. Another 6 in the over. Exactly what they want. 171 for 7.
He's been able to free his arms and slapping it straight. Nawaz has found some rhythm.
Bowling for West Indies from the other end, Babar Azam, 171 for 7, 37 overs.
"17 runs in that previous over, the most expensive of the innings. Right, it will be Shamar Joseph now for his final over. Yeah, just to confirm the creases, Carlos, the one where the stumps are, as the umpires call the cover zone. So that crease where the stumps are, that's the bowling crease. And then the one we use for the no balls, that's the popping crease. And the ones that are perpendicular to that, the return crease. So we'll have yet another interruption in play. And I just wonder if that might signal the end of the innings for Pakistan as well. It might well do. 171 for 7. That score will be adjusted. And I also feel a little bit sorry for the kids. They've been assembled in that tunnel area on a number of occasions, just waiting on the opportunity to get on the field. Yeah, there they are again, those little ones trying desperately to get on the field. Yeah, that little one there in focus, that's young Darren Ganga. He wants to get out there and play a few shots, quite unlike his dad. Yeah, hopefully they do get that opportunity. Yeah, be patient with us. There will be a break at some point. Yeah, so the cover's on the field again. And we've had 2 interruptions before. This is the 3rd. It's a constant sprinkle. And these faithful fans have endured it all. And they're really hoping for a West Indian victory. Pakistan sent in the 2nd CJ United ODI. They're 171 for 7. Hassan Nawaz, the top score so far, 36 from 30 deliveries. This partnership, 28 from 16.
Solid bowling performance from the West Indies. Jaden Seals, as we've been accustomed to recently, leading the attack. 3 for 23 off his 7. Would have had 1 more if not for this rain break. We don't think they'll get back out, but if they do, his over and the over of Shamar Joseph are going to be mightily important. The 2 leaders of the attack so far.
Yeah, as we continue to play the waiting game here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, and the ground staff do the needful to get that square secured. Let's find out from one of the West Indian superstars a little bit more of an insight into the life and the man, Sherfin Rutherford.
That's big. Sherfin Rutherford comes up trumps.
Full and swept beautifully by Rutherford. Good strike on that one from Sherfin Rutherford.
First of all, I want to thank God for the opportunity to represent West Indies. I think it's always a dream to play for West Indies, and you talk about what I did. I think it all started from the hard work that I've done before. I never thought of playing fifth over cricket, to be honest, but I don't think T20 was enough, so I decided to go back to fifth over cricket, which happened 2 years ago. And it all started there. When I went back to Super 50, I feel like there's a lot to offer in fifth over cricket, and I've been putting in the work. And as you said, I've been doing well. So it's just important for me to keep going. With hard work, there's no limit to what you can do. So it's just important for me to keep going. As a cricketer, it's about finding a way of performing and stick to your strength. And I think my strength has always been, the positive route, taking the game on and just be instinctive. I think it has worked well for me. Moving forward, as you know, the more you score, the more teams tend to plan. So it's just important for me to keep advancing, keep adding to my game. But I'm very excited. So, for what has been happening and for what is to come. I'm pretty confident in my work, and I just want to keep getting better.
That's another good shot from Rutherford.
Intent can go under many forms. Intent doesn't mean that you're going to try and hit boundaries all the time, but for me with intent, it makes me get into good positions, and even good balls it can still score. So for me, it's all about intent. And one thing I learned about different situation is that it's still bottom ball, so it's just important for me to play the game but still look to score and still get a team after a good start, because at the end of the day, cricket is about scoring. So it's just intent with some smarts, and I think it's something that I've been doing a lot of thought on, and it's been going well.
That's a massive strike from Sherfin Rutherford.
It is 100, a brilliant 100 for Sherfin Rutherford, his first in one-day internationals.
For me, it was pretty special. Scoring 100 in international cricket is, in my wildest dream, I never thought about it. So it was very special to me. I learned a lot. It gave me a lot of confidence, and playing international cricket, you need those type of confidence. So for me, it's just to keep learning from that innings. Just to keep taking a few points from it going forward. I just want to keep playing for West Indies, and hopefully I can make a difference also in changing our team in terms of getting to the top of the ODI ranking. So it's a long way to go, but I'm very excited and happy to do the journey for West Indies. My first reaction was, I had to thank God first, because from where I come from to be in the ICC team, it was a lot of ups and downs, but life is about that. Cricket teach you, patience, teach you that there are going to be setbacks, but it's important that you come back. And when I saw that I was in the team of the year, it pleased my heart, and it just encouraged me, to keep working, to keep going, and even if things are not going your way, it's still important for you to stay grounded, stay disciplined, and just trust the process. sometimes they say that, you know, motivation is in you. You need to find it within yourself. And, you know, off the field, one of the biggest help for me is my son also. I feel like, you know, he taught me that there's a life away from cricket. And, you know, even when it's not happening for me on the field, I still feel like, you know, it's important to keep going, keep staying disciplined. Also know that, you know, I have a son who is looking up to me, and I want to be the greatest example to him. So I feel like, you know, off the field for me is just about, you know, keep staying disciplined, keep putting in that work. And, you know, when I'm away from cricket, I try to spend a lot of time with my family as well. I think, you know, it helps. You know, it just refreshes the mind and the body to just, you know, keep going. I think earlier in my career, I wasn't disciplined enough. You know, I always heard that, you know, you have the talent, you're gonna do this, you could do that. But I think one of the things that I was lacking earlier in my career was the consistency to work hard, because I feel like we all train, but not consistently. So I think looking back down the line, I think one of the most important things for any youngster that, you know, wanna be the next big star or wanna make it to the top, I feel like hard work, discipline, I feel, is very important, and being consistent, because without consistency, obviously, you will never finish. So I feel like it's important to, you know, stay consistent, stay disciplined, work hard, and, you know, God loves to see effort. So I feel like, you know, once you put in that work, you know, you just leave the rest up to God. The goal is to finish in the top 5. You know, it's not going to be easy. Obviously, teams looking to win, you know, but we have nothing to lose in terms of like results. So I think it's important for us as a team to, you know, to just be confident, to know that, you know, to trust our work, trust our skills. We want to be in that next World Cup. So I feel like that's the biggest motivation for everyone in our team. So I don't think we need to look any right or left. I think the biggest motivation is the 2027 World Cup, and to get there we need to win, we need to beat teams. So I think that's basically, you know, our goal as a team.
No doubt we'll be looking to rediscover his form, Shofin Rutherford. And the fans looking to rally around the West Indies. The live images here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. The ground staff still out there. And the fourth umpire with his umbrella. And still a slight drizzle. It's been 11 minutes now since they went out for this latest interruption. And those guys are still waiting patiently. Really waiting patiently to get on. Marquez. That's the young man in the center of screen here. I wonder what's going through his mind. What's maybe for dinner? Can I get some KFC on my way home? Or do I get an opportunity to go out in the middle? I was just told by our songman Orville that he loves chocolates. Right, so Ayub, the first to be dismissed. Jayden Seales yet again getting rid of the southpaw. A very good setup, and good execution, and good delivery from Seales. And Babar Azam, a man who has an exceptional record against the West Indies. Jayden sealed the deal. Through bat and pad, off stump, goes back. And there's that celebration.
Blades into the thick of things. First ODI wicket, it was a good one. Short ball, something we've not seen often enough. A top edge and grasped by Gudakesh Moti. Wicket number 1 for the young man. Moti then decided to get into the act with the ball. Rizwan sweeping, giving out, referring. DRS confirming. Another debut wicket, this time for Basara, the umpire. Boston Chase, a fantastic grab by Shea Hope. Full, a little quicker. keeping a tiny touch low on the edge, and the skill to keep the gloves down. And then Shamar Joseph, who can keep him out of the thick of things, out of the limelight, out of the wickets. No one can. Again, another short ball. A tactic employed today with success. More success for Shamar Joseph. There was a wind break, came back out and continued the left off. The West Indies bowling unit and Jaden Seals. Wide, slashed. First ODI, Moti dropped it this time, claimed the catch.
3 wickets for Jaden Seals, who continues to be impressive. 32 for 1 is what Pakistan got in that 3-point overs since the resumption. Sunshine is bright, but it's still drizzling slightly. This is where things stand at the moment. Pakistan inserted in the second CG United ODI. 1-7-1 for 7. 37 overs gone. West Indies, well, they'll need to chase whatever that set target is to keep this series alive. They trail 1-0. We take a short break and fingers crossed, we really are hoping that on the other side we have some much more positive news for all of you. Welcome back to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. The covers are being removed, which is good news for all of us. Fans at the stadium and fans looking on. It's been that type of day, unfortunately. Start, stop, start, stop. But the faithfuls have remained. Leslie Riffer Jr., the fourth umpire, he's been busy at work doing a lot of the on-field inspection and ensuring things are done quite appropriately. It was a consistently slight sprinkle which warranted the umpires retreating. And this is the Pakistan effort with the bat. Ayub and Shafiq got them off to a start. 37 for that first wicket, but Babar Azam falling for naught against the West Indies. Hassan Nawaz, the top scorer to date, unbeaten on 36. Remember his half-century on debut a couple nights ago. The bowling for the West Indies, a triefer for Jaden Seals. He's completed. As a matter of fact, all of them have completed what they can do in this game with the ball, because the Pakistan innings has ended. Success for all of those bowlers bar Justin Graves. Yeah, these guys have been hard at work all day. Carlos, when we reflect on this effort from Pakistan, 171 for 7, we now know that their innings is closed. What would you say to describe what they got to?
I think it proves the importance of taking wickets. I don't think Pakistan ever got away from the West Indies. They never really got enough partnerships. It was good bowling. Coach Ravi Rampal mentioned at the top, he wants to see consistency with the ball, and I think I'd add to that sticking to the plans and commitment and believing in the plans, and they were rewarded. I think regardless of whatever total they have to chase, it will be revised, potentially less overs than 37. Not sure how much of an increase or decrease we may have with the amount of wickets that Pakistan lost. I think that regardless of, they'd be happy with the day's work. A decent fielding performance and a more than commendable bowling performance as well.
Yeah, that's something that they strive for. They've spoken about it, those incremental improvements, and they're still trying to put together a complete game. In the West Indies, Pakistan in pole position, having won the first game. Yeah, let's review then the mornings or the day's proceedings. Saima Ayub got a fortuitous boundary, and then that one more confidently through the offside. And that was a picture-perfect drive from Shafiq. They were looking quite settled and composed, the Pakistan opening pair. Ayub with an up and over, getting value along the surface as well. And then Jaden Seals plucked Ayub out. Justin Graves, the catcher. And not too long after, with this one, a ball of beauty from Seals to knock back the stump, the off stump of Babar Azam. And a little partnership brewed again until the rains came, the first of the interruptions.
Pakistan started back. Jadier Blades got into the attack, got his first wicket, first ODI wicket. Mohammad Rizwan continued his merry way. Hussein Talak got into the action just as they were trying to forge a partnership. Gudakesh Moti struck. Azim Asaraf with his first wicket. Talak continued on his merry way. Roston Chase ended that. A catch from Shea Hope. Shamar Joseph not to be left out. Short again. Something we haven't seen much of in this ODI series so far. One thing we have seen a lot of is Hassan Nawaz and him going for maximum. Something that's been quite prevalent as the cover is coming on. But once they were back off, there was an opportunity for Shaheen Shah Free to get into the act and for Hassan Nawaz to continue this over, the last before the rain break. He smacked for 17. How important could that last over be?
Yeah, and it will call into question again the strategy and the tactics from Shea Hope. Shamar Joseph with the 7 overs potentially could have been used there. You can't predict the weather, he'll say. Right, we'll get some news, some official news emanating from the match officials shortly in terms of what that second innings will look like. We can confirm that the first innings is now complete. Pakistan end on 171 for 7. That score will be adjusted. West Indies will have their work cut out for them. They preferred chasing anyway. Pakistan with a few changes in their playing 11, Carlos. This man on screen, one of them.
Yeah, I think he'd be like a light replacement for Fahim Ashraf. Obviously doesn't offer as much in a batting sense. But I think they would have turned up, they would have seen a little bit of grass, and they would have figured that they want the potency with ball in hand from Hassan Ali to replace a Fahim Ashraf. They also have Babar Ahmed, who's replacing Sofian Mukim. This guy on screen, left arm wrist spinner. Spin has been a challenge. I think it works nicely in their favour now, especially with the wet ball, to have the finger spinner, mystery spinner, as opposed to the wrist spinning mystery spinner of Mukim. So their changes would have been justified till now. Nazim Shah is also out. Mohamed Nawaz would have had his first crack with bat in hand. That hasn't been as successful a change as the others could potentially be. He'd still have his chance with the ball in hand. This man will lead the way with ball in hand, Shaheen Shah Afridi. You can expect him to run and look to swing it very early. And it'll be important for them to get early wickets, Pakistan. We still don't know the total that West Indies would have to chase. We'll update you as quickly as we can, as soon as we get information. The technology is still working away behind the scenes doing the calculations.
Yep, everyone's getting set. We'll take a short break. When we come back, we'll be on field with Ian Bishop for some analysis of that first innings. Stay with us.
Shorter time to give their display, which is just going to be about 10 minutes. So I would love to see you showcase your love to these individuals, these youngsters, this next generation of cricketers in the West Indies, as they make their way to the various sections of the ground. The north, the south, the east, and the west quadrants will all be part and parcel of this skills display. Please, as they make their way closest to you, show your love and show your support for these youngsters who have braved the sun, the rain, and everything in between to come out and have a time and showcase all their skills and all their talents that they have learned and developed over the last months. Thanks to their coaches, thanks to their parents for all the dedication that they've put into all of this as well. And most importantly, thank you to them for being part and parcel of this, the next generation of cricketers of the West Indies. Once more, please give them a lusty round of applause and welcome them to the main ground at the Brown Network Cricket Academy.
Bright sunshine prevailing now here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, halfway in this contest, and it is a must-win game for the West Indies in the sense of trying to keep the series alive. Basit Khan, Stacey Ann King are here with me. Now, if we go back to the start, West Indies winning the toss. I'll start with ladies first, Basit. You know that. West Indies winning the toss, choosing to bowl first. How do you think they went?
Yeah, I thought they went well in order to just restrict the batting from scoring as fast as they did in the previous ODI. 39 in that power play region. I thought that was impressive because there was some good bowling, those bowling plans as well, executed well. I think the way that Jaden Seals set up his overs as well, set up those 2 wickets that he took in terms of going across the batter and then the fuller, straighter delivery. I thought it was good from a West Indian perspective, just how they went about their bowling plans, and the fielders, well, they were exceptionally backing up.
In the conditions with the rainfall, Basit, Pakistan's batting?
I think they'll be slightly disappointed. They'd weathered the first 5-6 overs with the bat, but after that they fell away. A couple of back-to-back wickets twice in the innings. So in one-day cricket, if you lose wickets back-to-back, and that too on the same score line twice, then you're going to struggle. But I reckon they still fancy themselves with the ball because of the conditions. There is turn on offer, and also their new ball, very important, Shaheen Shah Afridi, Hassan Ali.
Yeah, we'll be restarting not too long, in just a few minutes from now. 171 7 and 37 overs. The kids warming themselves up and going through their processes and entertaining everyone else here. And they'll want to emulate perhaps Jaden Seals, who is very good, as you touched on.
Yeah, I thought they needed to bowl in partnerships, and that's exactly what they were able to do. Young Ganga on screen there. Yeah, just the way he went about his bowling attack, and the use of, as well from Shea Hope, of his bowlers, Jaden Seals, Shamar Joseph, Blades as well getting in on the action. But Jaden Seals, 3 wickets. I thought he was exceptional. He brings a sort of energy to this bowling lineup, or to any West Indian bowling lineup. And just look at the lengths. Yeah, he was on that good length for a number of challenging deliveries, but he finished on the stumps, most importantly, that 4th, 5th stump line. And then he got fuller at times when he did pick up one of those wickets.
Yeah, the control of length.
Yeah, fabulous. Just living short of a length on this surface. Actually started off slightly fuller and then dragged his length back. But the ability to hit that length time and time again, and as you mentioned, stay with the plan for a long period of time. I think Shea Hope was almost reluctant to take him out of the attack. He was bowling so well.
Thank you very much to Basit. Thank you very much to Stacey Ann. Well, a chance for the West Indies here. There may still be something in the surface when Pakistan bowl both spin and seam, but the West Indies will be dreaming of a victory here. Let's join Darren Ganga, who's right up there in the cool of the commentary box.
Thank you so much, Ian Bishop. Again, there's a hive of activities happening on the field. There is young Marcus Ganga honing his cricketing skills in and amongst the other youngsters on the field. Must commend Cricket West Indies for this initiative. I think it's fabulous for the young boys and girls to have the opportunity to be out in the middle. So welcome back to this second one-day international between the West Indies and Pakistan. Rain interrupted though. After 37 overs, Pakistan finished on 171 for 7. So with the interruptions, the match now reduced to 35 overs. They're waiting that target, yep. Still learning to hit across the line. Getting some bat on it. Nice and sunny here in South Trinidad. The ground staff having to work really hard. And as customary, the 22 yards being rolled, being primed for the second half of this match. So news coming in, the target now for the West Indies in the chase will be 181. That's after Duckworth Lewis Stern and the calculations. So it will be the primary focus for the West Indies team in the run chase. Yeah, the fans appreciating young boys and girls and their efforts out in the middle as Pakistan gets into that circle of love to prepare for their defense. Most definitely, it won't be an easy task for the West Indies. Of course, Pakistan making 3 changes today, 11 for this match. Sanali in the side, the bustling fast bowler, alongside Babar Azam, the leggy. Mohammad Nawaz will be a viable option for Mohammad Rizwan. Again, a look at the revised playing conditions. Second line, the target, 181. There is the disaggregation of bowlers. So the atmosphere completely different with the sun out. That dark cloud has just blown away. And it's a near perfect setting for Brandon King. Firstly, one of the 2 openers. Missed out in the first match, scored only 4. He will want to make amends. He's a talented player. Very easy on the eyes. And his partner, Evan Lewis, he will be smarting because he secured a half century for himself. He looked quite fluent, so his form good. And both will want to see the West Indies team off to a very good start. Afternoon to Basit Khan.
Afternoon, Darren. This should be interesting. Shaheen Shah Afridi, leader of the attack, it looks in good nick with the ball. Well, you want to make inroads up front. Pakistan, well, 181 that they will want to defend, but that only can happen if they have a good start with the ball, with the new ball. Rizwan did say after the first game that he wanted better from his fast bowlers up front. And here we go.
First ball from Pakistan in the defense. Immediate swing.
Just a tiny bit of shape back into the right-hander. Now, with Evan Lewis, the left-hander, there'll be slips in play, but Shaheen Shah Afridi likes to just hit back of a length to the left-hander especially. But what Pakistan will want is wickets up front. If they don't get that, then a very economical start. Build the pressure from ball number 1. Shaheen, a couple of slips, always attacking the outside edge off the left-hander, but just watch out for the length that he bowls.
Beautiful drive from Lewis. Great intent, great body positioning, and the execution supreme.
A fantastic start for Lewis through the offside. He missing his length, over pitching, but nothing at all wrong with that shot. Lovely cover drive with power.
One of those players who don't really overthink when he's at the crease. Evan Lewis allows his natural talent to come to the fore. He's a natural ball striker, you can say. Side straight to the fielder. Quite instinctive in the way he plays, Basit Khan. Did mention that half century in the first match when he got 60 from 62, 3 sixes and 5 fours. If he gets off, could spell trouble for Pakistan.
Yeah, he's the type of player that causes a lot of discussions in the opposition dressing room, because you know that he spends length of time at the crease. He'll take the game away from you and quickly.
Remember, Pakistan 1 up in this series, this being the second match of the 3-match series, so a chance for the West Indies to go even.
And it'll be interesting how Brandon King approaches this. Remember, previous game, first game, just had a little waft outside off stump, on the up, caught cover, soft dismissal. Shaheen will have that also back of his mind. Yeah, just a soft little drive through cover. And no real foot movement, just not a dismissal you associate with an opener.
Oftentimes you conclude on the quality of a player in the manner in which he responds to a previous failure. We saw Saim Ayub being dismissed for 5 in the first match, and then in this one had a different approach to that line that went across him. He had more precision, more intent in his stroke play. So I'm watching Brandon King closely to see what adjustment he makes. Saim Ayub also started to bat with more of an off-stump guard. So being proactive in his second dig. Look at the bat, surely. But the finger goes up. So straight away, Brandon King goes for that review. I think there's bat on this one.
TV umpire to director, we have a play review for LBW. The original decision is out. I've checked the feet and it's a fair delivery. Can we go to front on, please? Okay, the ball's close to the bat. Can we just confirm that with ultra edge? Stand by waiting for ultra edge. Yeah, just keep rolling. Bat clips the pad there. Just keep rolling forward. Just go back 1 frame. And roll forward. Go back 1 frame. Just go back 1. Yeah, satisfied? Yeah, just keep it going, right, roll it through. I'm satisfied, there's no bat involved. Can go to ball tracking when ready. Original decision is out, pitching outside leg. Psychic, I'm going to ask you to overturn your decision from out, stand by. You're on screen, signal now.
They're pitching outside leg. Brandon King straight away went upstairs, and he knew, maybe he thought it was bat involved, but worked in his favor. 6 without loss. Match reduced to 35 overs. 5 bowlers can bowl a max of 7 overs. The power play overs also changed. But what is still important is the new ball. Hassan Ali back in the side. Look at movement. Look at the ball just nipping away from the left-hander. Let's get a little bit of movement away. He liked bowling to the left-hander, but his length has to be precise. We're already soon. Even Lewis with a cover drive and a pull shot, which went straight to the fielder, but he does play both of those shots well.
Love to see Hassan Ali perform. Has the body language of a fast bowler. This was the first over. Shaheen Shah Afridi getting one to pitch just outside the line of that leg stump. Did feel that Brandon King got bat on that one, but clearly bat making contact with the pad. Brandon King felt he got bat on it as well. So just saying with Hassan Ali, he has the opportunity now to partner Shaheen Shah Afridi. As you mentioned, Bazid Khan, quite a different bowler, swings the ball away from right-handers. Spoke to him during the T20I series and I was inquiring about that hairstyle of his. Don't often see him with the long hair.
You don't approve?
He said he's...
You don't approve of that?
Well, it's not my
Flowing
choice.
locks, fast bowler.
But he did say that he is trying to replicate what he saw from Shoaib Akhtar. Might be pad, but importantly 4 for the West Indies, so just getting too straight on that occasion.
Yeah, wants the ball nipping back into the right-hander, that's what he's aiming for, but just started too straight. He is at his best when he hits that seam. Does get the ball to swing away from the right-hander, but one, it's his wicket-taking delivery more often than not is the one that pitches and seams back in.
There is that outside edge. I spoke about him having the ability to take the ball away. He's found the bat of King. First wicket for Pakistan.
Just to start, Pakistan and Hassan Ali needed. First over from Hassan Ali just seams away. The edge found. And good catch from Rizwan, made sure he came up. And Hassan Ali celebrates straight away. Pakistan striking with the new ball. Brandon King, he goes for 1, 11 for 1 West Indies.
Time now for Casey Carty, 30 in that first game from 39. Looked very solid at the crease. Was an innocuous delivery from Mukim that got him out on that occasion. Fancy his chances of getting a start. This surface that looks relatively docile, but he'll know it's still a relatively new ball. So both Pakistan opening bowlers with that skill to swing the ball will pose a different challenge.
One thing that G's Pakistan up, or any side up, is a wicket up front. Hassan Ali, 4th delivery gets a wicket. That exaggerated movement now, he's just running in quite nicely, hitting the seam, and that was the area which he wanted to hit, just slight bit of movement, but it was the length and maybe just the line outside off stump that drew Brandon King's bat.
Looked as though he was in two minds, and then just there, a feather through.
Wait.
A wicket and 5 runs in the second, 11 for 1. strong batting lineup for the West Indies. We'll be hoping not to exhaust same in this run chase. Testing delivery from Shaheen Afridi. Azad Khan, who holds the key in this Pakistan bowling lineup to defend this target?
Yeah, obviously the new ball, Shaheen Afridi and Hassan Ali, but also you look at Abrar. Abrar hasn't played much against West Indies. This is his first white ball game, so very few players have actually faced him. And as a mystery spinner, if you haven't faced him often, it often becomes slightly difficult to pick. I think those three obviously will be the key, but I think the new ball, the first 8-10 overs, is where Pakistan can really make the difference.
Plenty of vantage points at this venue, none better than the court's fan cabana. Chance for the fans to enjoy the cricket from the comfort and style offered at this vantage point. Courts, the official retail partner of West Indies cricket. They've signed up for the long term.
And a slip and a short mid-wicket in place. Goes towards that short mid-wicket, but Shaheen just honing in. He sees the opportunity, maybe, with that ball drifting back in. Casey Carty across his stumps.
Shaheen Afridi, his average across the various lengths. And that good length is where he'll want to settle. It's there, just probing away. Asking Casey Carty to interpret whether that is coming in, going across him with the angle.
Now with the left arm, it becomes a wicket-taking delivery, just one straight across, because you're always looking for that delivery coming back into your pads. As long as you get your length and sort of that probing line on about off stump, you're in business. Casey Carty in his interview said that in the West Indies, in the home series, you need to, on these pitches, give yourself a little bit of time and get into the rhythm of the innings. It's slightly difficult starting on pitches where it just offers a little. Also the bounce, also variable, so maybe that's the blueprint that he follows.
Twelve for one. We had a rain-interrupted first innings. Duckworth Lewis, Stern coming into play. Means that the target for the West Indies is 181. Here's Hassan Ali. There was a sound, there was a sound. And there's another wicket as confirmed by the umpire. Will Evan Lewis have a discussion?
A terrific delivery. It seams back in, hits the seam back of a length, and the pad and then the inside edge. The actual movement back of a length from Hassan Ali. He has 2. What a start from him. Evan Lewis out for 7. West Indies in a spot of bother, 12 for 2.
Skipper Shea Hope strides out to the middle. Average of 49, 1700s in this format of the game. He'll know how important his wicket is and his output is for this run chase.
Yeah, Hassan Ali hitting back of a length, hitting the seam and doing the business. That one's just seamed back in. It's actually just clipped the pad and then the bat. But it's a terrific length to be bowling. From that length, if you get the ball to seam, you're in business. That's the inside edge. I just clipped the front pad slightly, but it is the movement that has done for Lewis. He'll go again. He'll try and hit back of a length again. Lovely shot though, beautifully balanced off the back foot. Just be a couple of runs.
It's the West Indies skipper off the mark, so will want to settle in. Get things going with his approach in this run chase. Again, we did speak about the West Indies being more comfortable chasing as against batting first, more successful actually. Had that 4 written all over it with the initial movement by Shea Hope. It's one of his favorite strokes and he delivers quite early in this innings.
A perfect start for Shea Hope. A back foot punch for a couple of runs and then a long half volley, but the way that he plays the cover drive, we've seen a few today. That's right up there. Beautifully balanced, way through the ball in a boundary.
There is a cover and a cover point with a backward point and a mid-off through that offside. Hassan Ali probes away.
Yeah, approval from Rizwan. He drags the length back. There is seam, there is bounce, so just be able to probe away back of a length and you're in the game. 2 wickets that he's got. Just rely on similar sort of lengths.
A bit straight on that occasion. Sure, Mohammad Rizwan and Mike Hesson would have spoken a lot about Shea Hope and his strengths as a one-day international batter. Often see opposition teams go very early with a short ball to Shea Hope. Hasn't played that type of delivery with great competence, so that's an option for this man on screen. Really tried a short delivery in this, the final ball of the over. Goes on a good length once more, so a wicket and just 6 from the over. It's 18 for 2.
good start for Pakistan with the ball. And an important partnership for West Indies, Casey Carty and Shea Hope.
Early wickets again, and that's the name of the game. It's so important now from a West Indian perspective that Carty rediscovers some of that recent form. We've spoken already about what he's done in this World Cup cycle. 4 centuries to his name. Hope scintillating in this format. But they're desperate. If we haven't said it already, Carlos and viewers, these matches represent a vital cog in West Indies' hopes of direct qualification for that 2027 World Cup. They need a win today, and they'll need a win in a couple days' time to seal the series. Otherwise, it could be tricky for them, in favor of them at the moment. Yeah, they are so skillful, aren't they, Carlos? That new ball threat from Pakistan, Hassan Ali and Shaheen Shah Afridi, and then through the middle, the spinners. So it's going to be unrelenting.
Yeah, but the West Indies batting has gotten better as the innings go on, or at least the stats say that. The Rovers won the best in the world, and to finish the best team in the world, only team going above 10 runs per over in that final power play from overs 41 to 50. The challenge for this batting unit is putting it together. They haven't had a good start today, but it's not a daunting required run rate, less than 5.5 to the over. So they'll back themselves, especially these two, if they can get into partnership. They have been getting quite good partnerships, substantial partnerships, match-winning partnerships. We'd want to replicate that again today.
And this is the preferred suit. West Indies, they much prefer chasing in that. In this particular cycle, bat first, they've just won 1 out of 11. Chasing though, just look at that difference, quite significant. They've won 8 and lost 3. So they seem to be better able to pace the innings in chases. This one, as you mentioned there, that required run rate, quite manageable. Wonder what a direct hit would have meant. Credit to him, he took off early. 19 for 2 after 5. Last ball of the previous over, Casey Carty, desperate to get off the mark, manages to do so. Only just. Have another look at that, what a direct hit would have meant. Seemed to be very, very close. Hassan Nawaz, the man with that opportunity. He too relatively close to the stump. Yep, he knew. And he connected with the stumps. rejuvenated Hassan Ali. Couple wickets early in the plot. Remember, he didn't play in the first game. Saw him in the T20I series across in Florida. Seems to be getting something off the surface, Carlos.
Yeah, when the ball is swinging, he's dangerous, but I think for him, when it's seeming even a bigger threat. Quite bustling, always full of energy, brings that into his bowling. As we can see on that here, just a little bit of movement, causing enough indecision. Then once again, ball tracking back off the seam. I think this is where Hassan Ali is most dangerous. She knows it. Can set that seam up and get any sort of movement from the trap. Some nice covering of grass. Some moisture still. Maybe that's the only way West Indies can stop him.
If the umpire stops him. Yeah, it's his first game in this World Cup cycle. Played in that 2023 World Cup in India, but since then hasn't featured in this format. So it's a comeback for him. Had some time across in the UK playing and just honing his skill and his talent, and he's come back with a bang so far anyway. A little bit of a chat as well with the batter. Usually quite aggressive in his mannerisms and his approach. And we know him from his celebrations. Quite unique the way he celebrates. Which one of the Hassans is she supporting?
And he's a fan favorite everywhere he goes. Had a good stint at Warwickshire. I think it's going 3 years now. Fan favorite there as well. Have a team of players from the PSL. Fans seem to get in and around him. Everyone loves his energy. It's infectious.
You played with him in the CPL, didn't you, at St. Kitts?
CPL and PSL, if you're not mistaken. And he is the live wire.
Yeah, disappointed with that one, Kati. Some with an offer, couldn't capitalize. 19 for 2 it remains. That last over was a maiden, only 8 runs in the last 4 overs, so they've pulled things back significantly. Pakistan. Right, a bit of mystery here now. Babar Azam is still in the infancy of his international career. Sufyan has made way for him. No one in this West Indies squad has faced him before. So he's going to present a challenge in white ball cricket, that is. And that's across domestic franchise and international cricket. So it will take some getting used to. And it's the final over of the power play. So it's a risk. It's a temptation. It's a carrot being dangled here. If you want to take him on, take a chance. quite used to bowling in the power play. Babar Azam bowling at the back end of the innings as well, so will be something that he's used to. There is that slip in position. National instrument of Trinidad and Tobago, the steel pan. Rhythmic. And come to Trinidad and not experience the beat of the steel pan. That's a googly, that's a huge shout. Mohammed Rizwan seemed to be convinced there was a lot of turn on that delivery. That's the consideration for the umpire. So important to get the on-field call. If you can manage that, you're halfway there. He's taken the review.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. Original decision is not out. I've checked the feet and it's a fair delivery. Can we go to front on, please? It doesn't appear to be any bat. Can you just confirm with Ultra Edge? Keep rolling. Yeah, it's clear gap between bat and ball. I'm satisfied there's no bat involved. Can we go to ball tracking when ready? Original decision is not out. Pitching outside off, impact in line, and wickets umpire score. Psychat, you can stay with the original decision of not out. Stand by. You're on screen, signal now.
Decision upheld. That's why Mohammed Rizwan was so vociferous with the appeal, because you want that on-field call. If it was given out on field, it would have remained out. Instead, it remains not out. What a delivery though. Completely befuddled.
Just enough of a stride. No doubt in the umpire's mind and the DRS.
Talking about doubt, that goalie now will put a lot of doubt in the batter's mind. Just look at this vociferous appeal from Rizwan.
Hello!
Not a bad start from Babar. 22 for all the twos. Clouds looking more ominous than it actually is at the moment. Power play 1 completed. There is some support in the stands for Pakistan as well. Let's just not make it sound as if it's only West Indian supporters in the crowd. Rizwan, we'll have a look at this, folks, and listen. If he was able to convince the umpire, that would have been another wicket down.
I think you would have taken up most of the 15 seconds you have to review just with the appeal alone. made his feelings known. Decided to go double spin. So Hassan Ali's done well so far, 2 for 7 in his 3. But they've gone with the left arm spin of Mohamed Nawaz coming in for his first game in the ODI series. Can you play the steel pan, Samuel?
No, I can't. I've tried. My smaller daughter is now getting into it, so hopefully she can teach me along the way. I won't damage the instrument too much, but yeah, it's a lovely instrument. Mohamed Nawaz, so spin from both ends. I thought Hassan Ali was going to continue, so the entire rhythm section is out. All of the instruments are there, adding to the flavor and the atmosphere here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Big single. And this is an area of concern for Casey Carty. 3 from 24, so 21 dot balls in the 24 deliveries that he's faced to date. How much of that is pressure being put on Shea Hope? It is a full energy tour, and that's the theme of the home series. And that guy is full of energy for sure. The news emanating from Cricket West Indies, Carlos, is that they've convened an emergency strategic meeting to address cricket performance challenges based on, I suppose, the recent performance of the team. And that 2-day strategic meeting today and tomorrow at the Hyatt Regency in Port of Spain in Trinidad. Waiting patiently to find out the recommendations of that emergency meeting and what would be the next steps, the pathway and the roadmap for recovery, so to speak. Darren Sammy will be part of that strategic meeting, no doubt, as he looks to make a significant contribution. Another quiet over from a Pakistan perspective, 25 for 2.
$25 for 2. Of 156 needed. Just under 27 overs. Bring it. Be a term for one of the series in the Caribbean, Stacey Ann King. Bring it. Finger goes up this time. Shea Hope wants to have a chat with Carty to know whether to review it or not. He does go for it. Captain's will.
TV umpire to director, we have a play review for LBW. The original decision is out. I've checked the feet and it's a fair delivery. Can we go to front on, please? Doesn't appear to be any bat. Can we just confirm that with ultra edge? Copy. Just waiting for ultra edge. Just keep rolling, keep rolling. There's a clear gap between bat and ball. I'm satisfied there's no bat involved. Okay, we go to ball tracking when ready. Original decision is out. Pitching in line, impact in line, and wickets missing. Saikat, you're going to have to reverse the decision from out to not out. Stand by. You're on screen, signal now.
The original decision was out. It has had to be overturned. Yeah, it shows that it's pitched in line and it's missing. Yeah, just going over the stumps. Hope will breathe a sigh of relief. Another one of the changes made in today's 11, named Harry Potter. His youthful looks and spectacles.
Be hoping to create some magic of his own. Abracadabra. West Indies know that playing the spin could be decisive. A little googly that flipped out there.
It's possibly knowing that the West Indians like to feel bat on ball. They love to score. And so the spinners have done well in this phase. It's been 32 deliveries since a boundary has been struck. Yeah, the patience will be how much can these two put up. It's the end of the 9th over, 27 for 2.
Mohammad Nawaz. Wow, that's not surprising because we talked about this last time we were on air when Moti was bowling, that it was gripping.
Yeah, the length is important. Have Casey Carty reach for the delivery. Almost had this guy getting a bit off balance.
That's the correct term, and young folks looking on at home, the off balance would be with the head pushing forward. Sometimes that right leg, that back leg can drag and slip out of the crease. Carty did well to hold his right leg, toe grounded in the crease. Oftentimes you've seen it, the leg drags out and the stumping is completed. That area square of the wicket for both Hope and also Carty is something captains could look to plug by maneuvering the field with two men behind point. He likes to punch the ball square on the offside. Takati, because I'm not sure how much of a big sweeper he is from the times that I've seen him. You could almost take out the short backward square and put another fielder behind point. Lots of spin to contend with. Ayub is an option, skipper of the T20 team is an option. Ten overs gone, 30 for 2.
At the same stage, Pakistan with 39 for 2 after the first power play in their innings. 30 for 2, they've lost 2 wickets. That's of the openers, King and Lewis. Good to see the bowling of Hassan Ali. And one of the changes in this Pakistan 11, Hassan Ali, he's picked up 2 wickets. Openers are back in the hutch. More spin to contend with. Sayum Ayub.
The carom ball over leg spinner to the right-handed batters. That one looked to go away, looked to have deviated away from Casey Carty.
Even though he's one of the better bowlers as well in the side type, Ayub, I think Casey Carty and Shea Hope might be happier facing him. They've seen much more of him. T20 series.
Little carom ball that deviated away from the right-handed batter. Into vacant territory. And 4. There's your boundary after some time.
Yeah, I mentioned that they're very familiar with his bowling. And Shea Hope does exactly that. Gets into position early, stays low, and rotates with that shot. It's very well pulled into the vacant leg-sided area.
Gets there in the end, Casey Carty. Ran hard, ran quickly, and that's going to be a part of the key in terms of applying pressure to the fielding team.
Yeah, cut pass, backward point, and he knew from get-go that he wanted to Casey Carty. Two batters that are quite quick in the middle, has a good understanding, good communication between them. Carty and Hope.
Biggest over of the innings, 10 off it, 40 for 2.
That over has brought the comparisons just a bit closer. 11 overs, Pakistan were 42 for 2, West Indies 40 for 2. And the partnership is building.
hardcore fans, really, young, old, male, female, they still love West Indies cricket. See, we're right there. If Nawaz decides, I think Stacey Ann King, if he decides to hold that middle and off stump line, I think that backward point area for that punch for both Carty and perhaps a less so Shea Hope is an area that you can choose to plug as long as you know you don't stray leg stump. Partly because neither of the two batsmen are prolific sweepers, occasional sweepers maybe. There we go again.
I was just about to say that shots like those, you need to throw off the batter at some point, and it's what Pakistan did against West Indian spinners. So maybe just that movement, lateral movement in the crease. Maybe a few scoops, a few sweeps.
Next power play, 8 overs to 28 overs. Power play, and then you get into the last phase, if needed, where you can have the 5 fielders outside of the circle. So these are what we're considering the middle overs in the shortened game, what they're dancing to. And they'll be hoping they're dancing in another couple of hours' time.
Another brilliant delivery. You just wonder what is that putting pressure on Casey Carty.
It's time to the left of that short third. Rizwan's got to rethink that offside feel, I believe, particularly to Casey Carty. West Indies love it though.
Yeah, again, just good use of the crease from Casey Carty, using the pace but going back and just opening up the scoring on the off. Yeah, nice healthy edge. And he knew that's exactly what he wanted to do. So good use of the crease. Rolling of the wrist as well.
.46 for 2.
Yeah, 6 off the over, that boundary delivery, the faster one in the over. .44 dot balls, just the 4 boundaries hit, 4 fours. This partnership is setting up a good foundation for the West Indies at the back end. The former West Indian under-19 captain Miana Farrow.
Imagine paying to sit next to that.
It's all part of the energy, it's all part of the build-up, it's all part of this atmosphere. The horns, the pan, music, people.
Starting to get some energy in the partnership now, 36 from 56, and the challenge for Rizwan is to manage his bowling group. You know that Shaheen Hassan Ali has been very good. Shaheen Afridi has to come back, and he's one of your bankers. Nawaz and Abra will try to do their job. Lovely, and he's done his job. The googly again, inviting the shot down the ground by fullness of length. Very good in this return over.
Excellent from Abra. Again flighted. Casey Carty lured into playing that big shot. And you miss eye hit. He didn't read that googly. Casey Carty goes for 16. West Indies 48 for 3.
Shuveen Rutherford replacing Casey Carty. Good captaincy from Rizwan, because remember, Saeem Ayub bowled the previous over from that southern end. Didn't go that well. But Rizwan needs wickets, and he called back one of his trump card spinners.
He invited for the shot with the flight. Finishing on the stumps. He knows it. It's exactly what was needed to break that 36-run partnership.
Yeah, and the reason I was talking about the bowling group and how Rizwan manages it, because it's a shorter game. If you just joined us, it's only 35 overs. So he doesn't have to think of not bowling out the West Indies. He can and should be thinking that way. But part of his mind is, how can I utilize and deploy my fifth bowling option? Whether that's Salman Aliaga in tandem or combination with Ayub around the first choice 4 bowlers. That is going to take some consequential thinking how he utilizes that and gets through that fifth bowling option. Because you know Nawaz and Abra and Shaheen and Hassan Ali are going to be his main men. Very good again from Abra Ahmed. Terrific over. 48 for 3. Bowling that googly, I think it was the googly, didn't turn that much from around the wicket. Well, it's a real strength of his.
Abrar getting rid of Carty, 16 of 42, 13 overs, 48 for 3. At the moment, West Indies aren't reading Abrar at all. They haven't faced him. It's the first time they've actually faced him. Now more spin, Salman Ali Aga. Shehop 20 of 22. Remember, after 20 overs. That's a good shot. It's a poor delivery. Deserved that, but Shehop all over that. West Indies need a few big overs. First ball 6.
And the 50 comes up for the West Indies. Shehop, the skipper, bringing up that landmark, and once more batting with great intent. That should be the way he approaches this run chase. Has to take matters into his own hands. He's one of the very best in this format with the bat. His record suggests exactly that.
And they need to be proactive. Mentioned in the first commentary stint that Abrar was going to be a problem, because once you haven't faced a mystery spinner like that, just the carom ball and the googly going. So far they've not been able to pick the googly. but it has been the spinners in both the T20 series and the first game that have been able to rattle through their overs. Now West Indies need to find a way. You know, Shai Hope is a good player of spin. Short ball, is that a chance? No, drops safely. It was a poor delivery, but just sort of clubbed away, no timing on it, cloth. But thankfully it dropped right in the center of three fielders converging.
Skipper Mohammad Rizwan, animated. A sense of how important this match is.
Few shots being played. Hopefully there's no more rain, but BLS does come into it. West Indies 3 down. 20 over constitutes the game, so at 20 overs they need to be 92. That's still a fair way away, so that's why you're just seeing a few shots being played against Salman Ali Agha.
Yeah, at the moment they're about 13 runs behind of that Duckworth Lewis Stern par score. Will that take center stage in the mind of Shai Hope? I don't think so, because there's a bigger purpose in this run chase. Can't consume your energy worrying about targets. End of the 14th, 15-9 for 3. Confirmation of that par score. 13 behind at the moment. Remember, you need to be 1 ahead of par. Will Shai bring the hope to this West Indian side and secure a first win in the series?
Important points up for grabs too. West Indies need those points. At the moment they're struggling against Abroad. They're failing to pick that googly a few times that he's bowled it. His 4th over, just conceded 7.
Spoken a lot about what's required to deal with this spin threat from Pakistan. Shai Hope is showing his method of doing so. He's very nimble on his feet, quick to pounce on anything short, playing back primarily. But he has a fierce focus on the ball and the lengths. What we've seen from Rutherford is at times a lethargic sort of use of the feet, and that's something he has to pay attention to. A little bit of indecision there. Luckily, safe in the end for the West Indian pair. As before we came on air, I was thinking, was Mohammad Rizwan overplaying his spin options, considering Hassan Ali has picked up 2 wickets already, and Seam has proven to be vital for Pakistan early on.
Construction of the side doesn't allow him to bowl the fast bowlers a lot, because he's just bowling the 2 seamers up front. He wants them at the back end too, so can't really afford to bowl them too many overs, although they was looking likely to pick up another wicket. 15 overs done, it's 62 for 3.
Surely with Abrar, you're thinking that his remaining 3 overs will be 3 separate spells. Mohammad Rizwan might just want to use him strategically to control the game if this partnership swells between Hope and Rutherford. That's one way of getting yourself back into the game at the moment. With 7 wickets in hand, West Indies still feel that they're in control.
At the moment, Rizwan's problem looks like that fifth bowler is bowled 2 overs between them, gone for 21. Maybe that's the area that West Indies should attack. Make sure that it becomes increasingly difficult. He has to get through. With those two, or maybe Hussain Talat, medium pace. He's an option, but he has to get through 9 overs. Correction, 7 overs. So this is Salman Aliaga's second. Inside edge, he likes going over extra, with the angle ball just coming back in. Spinners, especially Babar and Nawaz, that grouping is superb. Just back of a length, allowing the ball to turn.
What a chance. Is there a little bit of an inside edge? The reaction from Mohammad Rizwan suggests that. In on the angle of the inner part of the bat, it lobbed. Was in the air for a bit. Impressive last delivery, won that bounce and spun. Well negotiated by Rutherford. Lofted, not properly timed. But has to settle in. Doesn't really look that settled at the moment. 64 for 3.
That doesn't spin. Inside edge onto the pad. Oh, just couldn't get a glove on it. I think it's hit Rizwan on his left leg. Just missed the glove. By the reaction. Opportunity.
Pakistan T20I captain Salman Ali Aga, now vice-captain of this one-day international team. That's the equation. Series on the line for the West Indians. And the kids still at the ground, having had the opportunity to be out in the middle during that innings break. Real wow moment for them. And hopefully they can use it positively to inspire them to continue playing the game. I really like this move from Mohammad Rizwan, because I think there's a lot of value in the seam, given the conditions, given what we saw with that opening spell. You see the return of Shaheen Shah Afridi. Nice work out in the deep.
Yes, Shaheen Shah Afridi back in the attack. Rutherford might think that pace on, I can express myself even further, but it's an opportunity to pick up a wicket. If Rutherford takes Shaheen Shah on, there's also that opportunity that he gets it wrong or Shaheen delivers a wicket. Short ball in the air and out of the park. He is so strong. Massive hit.
And definitely the wrong batter to be bowling this type of delivery. Maybe better off going short to Shai, but not Shafeen. He packs a punch. He's built like a boxer. And that is a serious strike.
It is risk and reward from Rizwan, going back to his premier fast bowler, knowing that Rutherford will enjoy pace.
40th strike rate to short deliveries. And he eases this full toss through that extra cover region. So runs flowing now for Rutherford and the West Indies.
Yeah, maybe overcorrecting. Yes, the short ball, then you don't pitch the ball at all, a full toss. And that is hit through the covers. Yes, the wrist from Rizwan at the moment going in favor of Rutherford.
What's his response? 12 from the first 3 balls of this over. Shaheen Shah Afridi always comes back stronger. Make that 4 more. Shafeen Rutherford has just placed this one wide of the fielder, deep third.
Yeah, 16 off the over already, and suddenly a little shift towards West Indies. Short and wide, got back to it. And at that third position there is Babar, who's not known for his fancy footwork. 6-4-4.
Ideal type of over to just ignite Shafeen Rutherford in this run chase. It's much better against pace, as you can see, as compared to spin.
Pace off. Interesting now where this match is at. So has got West Indies back. Short ball deposited out of the ground. And then missed his length completely. Full toss, hit away. And then you've got to say another poor ball outside off stump. Too short, too wide. Not great fielding, but 3 boundaries in the over.
Importantly, the West Indies now on even keel with Duckworth Lewis Stern on par. 80 for 3. An additional run to end the over. 17 runs coming from it, the most expensive over from Pakistan in this defense. 81 for 3. Time now for Dasani drinks break. West Indies openers didn't really contribute significantly in this run chase. Casey Carty was looking good before he was bowled by a beauty from Babar. Now the most productive pair at the crease. Shea Hope, the skipper, on 31. Rutherford getting in and amongst the runs. For Pakistan, 6 bowlers used so far. Sonali was brilliant in his first spell. So the equation now 100 off 108 balls. Remember, it's a rain-interrupted game, so Duckworth Lewis Stern very much in the picture. Now, it's the second of 3 matches in the series. There's a beautiful offer in store for you fans. A chance for you to be part of the club hospitality, specially put on by Cricket West Indies. There are many courtesies if you purchase tickets for this component of the venue. Limited tickets available at windiescricket.com. You can be fast-tracked at entrance. Lavish culinary offerings, premium spirits as well. There are outdoor seats behind the bowler's arm. This is an offer you must make use of. If you're a Windies fan, if you're a cricket fan, that's a place to be. But go to windiescricket.com, secure your tickets, and enjoy that magnificent spectator experience.
It's getting to be a wonderful game of cricket as well. West Indies want to win. They need to win.
You'll be rallying, does it?
Have to. Not have a World Cup without West Indies. Not the same. But they need the points. This guy also holds the key. He's on 22 of 17. Problem is, he has to face spin now. It is the spinners that have been able to just hold West Indies back. Ali Agha created almost a half chance, a chance in the previous over, got the ball off the inside edge. Action says that West Indies in front, but a wicket here and it goes back to Pakistan, but it is very close. On with Salman Ali Agha for his third over. Saimib has bowled 1, so he'll need 4 more overs out of those 2. Look at the main bowlers. They've got Abrar with 3, Hassan Ali 4, Shaheen Shah 3. Now he uses Abrar, the mystery spinner will be important. Anyway, right now it's Rutherford against off spin.
Still on par, DLS. Make this beyond par. Clean strike from Rutherford, and it flies all the way for 6.
The size of the boundary never bothers Rutherford. That is a massive hit over extra cover, inside out. And to be able to clear the fence with ease takes some hitting.
First innings we saw same talent strike a similar type delivery over that cover region. Very much the same witness there from Rutherford. Yes, as a bowler, when a batter uses that option, you have to applaud the opposition batter. Maybe just entice him once more.
Backs away, looking for that gap again. This time it is slightly squarer. The timing is so good that it has beat the man and gone to the fence.
That's a magical stroke from Rutherford. You didn't think it was going to race for 4, because what he was trying to do initially is to find a gap, give himself room and hit from inside out and use a sharp angle. Sharp angle and enough power to beat the sweeper offside.
You've got to appreciate the flick of the wrist to get that much power.
Bang! That's majestic from Rutherford.
Yeah, he's had enough. He's just seeing ball and hitting ball. This is an absolute power hit that has gone a long, long way. Suddenly this partnership turning it around. Rutherford turning it around for West Indies.
He only got 10 from 19 in the first game. This partnership on 49. Enough bad, 50 partnership. Great use of the hands, great adjustment. And the effort too, very good from Shaheen Shah Afridi, but Rutherford wins the race. 16 plus 4, 20 from the over. 101 for 3.
To go with those massive hits, a little deft touch, using the pace and bounce from the off spinner. Shaheen Shah Afridi diving away, makes no difference. West Indies on a roll, Rutherford on a roll.
Look at that partnership. 53 of just the 32 deliveries. Sherfin Rutherford, the main protagonist. 42 from 23. And just look at how quickly that second 50 came. As compared to the first, it's been a rollicking last couple overs or so. If I'm Shea Hope, all I'm doing is getting Rutherford back on strike. Hello, Stacey.
Yeah, agreed fully. Samuel Badri. But the challenge, though, has been Abra. Bit of ball watching from Shea Hope, had to hustle in.
37 runs in the previous 2 overs. He played back to a very full delivery, hence that reaction. Yeah, they're desperate for a wicket, the wicket of Rutherford particularly. And if anyone's going to get that wicket, it's Abra. He's been really good. In and among some carnage, 1 for 11, he's into his 5th. There is that slip in position, look out for the googly. And there it was, and well negotiated by Rutherford. He's ahead of the game, they're ahead of the game, so no need for anything rash. He has that cushion, that luxury of seeing off a few overs. No issues there. Opportunity created, opportunity dropped. How crucial will that be? Never easy return catches, but that should have been taken.
And from a Rutherford's perspective, he's been going well. So trying to smash this one back at the bowler. I think the pace in which it came to him. Abra, yeah, possibly surprised him, but he should have held on.
That's magical. That really is the change of angle, round the wicket now, and the googly pitching almost to perfection. The only thing to make it perfect was an edge. Started on off and just leaving the lefty. They don't seem to be able to pick him. Wicket delivery. Yeah, they needed a quiet over, Pakistan. Abra produced it. Just 1 from that. 102 for 3.
The last 30 balls produced 43 runs for West Indies. That run rate has now climbed to 5.37. That run rate 4.94. So another 79 needed from 96 balls. But I think they're in the driving seat.
The 171 for 7 is where Pakistan ended after 37. DLS just adjusted that score slightly. West Indies 1 or 2 for 3. Required rate under 5, so quite manageable. Well over that past score, the West Indies 88 for 3 after 20 overs. After 20 overs, they need to be at 92, so they're well ahead of that for the loss of 3 wickets. There isn't any rainfall around or rain cloud, so that's not an issue. That's a brilliant delivery. Bounce and turn. Did Shea Hope lose his balance? We'll soon find out. Nifty work from the wicket keeper.
TV umpire to director, we have an umpire review for a stumping. I've checked the feet and it's a fair delivery. Can I have your side on angle, please? Ball collected cleanly. Yeah, and you can just freeze it there. The batsman is short. Just roll it through. Just want to see if the bell's dislodged. Yeah, I'm satisfied. I'm ready to make my decision for the big screen.
Yeah, decision out. Mohamed Nawaz has struck his break at that 54-run partnership. Shea Hope goes for 32 from 35. 102 for 4.
Half century in ODI 1 from Ruston Chase. He makes his way out to the middle now. Very important breakthrough, desperately needed for Pakistan. Nawaz, the man who's provided it. Rizwan was very, very quick to get those bails off. One wicket keeper to another. Right, slip in position. Now, what will they do? West Indies still very much in control. I really like this pace from Mohamed Nawaz. They know that they need wickets. They can't bowl these overs out and not dismiss the West Indies to try to win the game. They have to get wickets. 79 from 93 deliveries.
And they also know the importance of not giving that single. They don't want Rutherford on strike. He's been doing the damage in the middle. 42 from 27.
I just sense that we'll see the two main spinners in operation for a little bit. Mohamed Nawaz and Abrar. He has a few overs remaining. Maximum 7 overs per bowler. In this truncated second innings. This is the big fish that they're after, Shifin Rutherford. seem to be batting on a different surface altogether. Outside the off stumper. Is that needed though? We'll have a think about it. 103 for 4.
Yeah, reverse slug sweep. Didn't quite get the connection, but mention is it needed. 78 needed from 90.
Head of that DLS pass score of 99, West Indies 103 for 4. Like I mentioned before, no issues with rain. Abra will continue, or will Chase be able to negotiate him? Pick one, straight on target. Googly, that one going down the leg side. Yeah, we've seen some, I suppose, uncharacteristic strokes from the West Indians. Shifting Rutherford in the previous over. Ruston Chase, I know he likes the sweep. He plays that reverse sweep as well. Just want to manage your risk. Quick single. Yeah, very well judged by Shifting Rutherford. He's sweeping a lot more in recent times. Ruston Chase.
This was 2 deliveries ago. Something the reverse sweep. Rutherford on strike now. How does Abra bowl to him?
Surely they'll know that after these couple deliveries he has 1 over remaining and that he poses a major threat. And maybe just look to do that. 1s and 2s off him. Calculated batting, intelligent batting, cerebral cricket required.
This has been an exceptional innings from Rutherford thus far. He sort of brought back the West Indies into this match. Some quiet periods, but some big overs.
$107 for 4.
He's been the best bowler so far, Abra. Going for 15 from his 6. Just 4 runs coming from that previous over. Something we wanted to have a bit of a look back at Casey Carty. Yeah, that stumping chance didn't quite fall over, but just look at Shea Hope, the body weight, the head going forward, which sort of put him off balance and be able to execute the stumping. The balance important. Where the hands go, the head goes, and then the leg follows.
That's in there. The fielder settles under it. Can't keep his composure, Shifting Rutherford. And that's the wicket, the big one that they were after. He is perplexed.
A really unforced error here from the West Indies.
Yeah, going for another big hit. Shafiq Rutherford got the height. Yeah, but power failure. And makes for an easy catch. He's disappointed. He's in disbelief that he didn't get a hold of it. Yeah, possibly needed to hit a bit flatter in Shafiq Rutherford. And he goes for very well and played innings of 45 from 33. West Indies lose their fifth on 107.
Justin Graves, the new batter for the West Indies, has 1 half-century to his name. This is why he's here. Mohammad Rizwan turned into his 2 premier spinners in this 11 to get him a wicket, and Nawaz provides another breakthrough. Very much in charge and in control up until that point. Shafiq Rutherford, 45 from just 33 deliveries. And everything in his favor. Yeah, Justin Graves would have wonderful memories of this venue, scoring those 3 consecutive hundreds in the domestic Super 50 tournament. That tournament, the majority of the games played here. He scored that scintillating 150 against Trinidad, his highest list day score. Historic knock and a historic series for him. Averaged well over 100 in that particular tournament. Can he take some inspiration from that? West Indies now precariously positioned with half the side down.
And this is exactly what Pakistan wanted. You get rid of the 2 set batters. So 2 new batters in, and Chase is only on 2 from 6 deliveries, and Justin Graves. So it's a challenge now for them. Pressure on.
Yeah, that 151 for the Leeward Islands against the Red Force was the highest listed score for any Leeward Islands batter in the history of our domestic tournament here in the West Indies. Yeah, that was a Jaffa to end the over. 108 for 5.
Harrison Chase didn't read that delivery. Yeah, look at the turn on offer. Wicket and 1 run from that now is over.
.73 of 78. That's the equation. The 2 right-handers out in the middle. Graves and Chase, both of them new to the crease. Saim Ayub now. They're keeping that over, that solitary over from Abrar up his sleeve. Mohammad Rizwan knows how crucial that could be. So he's just held him back for 1.
And this guy, Saima, you bowls a lot of carambolas against the right-hander. Ball turning away from the batter. Ball is a little bit more difficult. I just wonder if he can put a slip in before Graves, the newer of the two, free to the bone.
Catch it! Najee. Good ball. China.
Yeah, just losing his shape. Western Chase trying to drag that delivery.
Gana. Well done.
Yeah, that current run rate just dropped under 5. That run rate almost to 6.
Yeah, well ball.
29 balls since the last boundary has been struck.
A quiet over from Saima Ayub. That's 23 gone, 110 for 5.
Last 5 overs, the game has changed. 9 runs scored, 2 wickets down. And again, the spinners with the stranglehold. Nawaz with a couple of really important wickets. And you just feel that now it's Pakistan with the ascendancy. Required rate only 6 per over, but the way that the spinners have bowled. After this has an over. Babar has 1 over up his sleeve. As a reverse sweep, almost cleaned him up. Pressure showing West Indies.
It's not coming off for Ross and Chase. This reverse sweep not working well. Will he continue to try that option for run scoring?
Yeah, Namaz. He's thinking, how did that not clean him up? One on the back foot is just bounced a little bit more. He's thinking, I've got him, but no. Yeah, Chase survives.
Well, I looked at the West Indies and their choice of Justin Graves batting. After the fall of Shafin Rutherford, I felt there was an opportunity to probably use Gutukesh Moti, the left-hander, to maintain a left-hand, right-hand combination out in the middle for exactly this. Nawaz having to bowl to 2 right-handers now. You feel very comfortable not having to change his lines to make the adjustment. Seen some form from Gutukesh Moti with the bat. That's Juma showing his support. Loves his cricket. He supports cricket in southwest Trinidad. And he's here giving everything to his side. Very good work. So pressure maintained. End of the 24th, 111 for 5.
The men of Moroccan Sudan are making
That image on the screen paints a picture. It shows exactly the ascendancy that Pakistan has taken in this second CG United won the international match. Ayub.
Could be a couple of runs into the leg side. It was a strange sort of innings. Carty struggled with his 16. He played 42 deliveries. Shea Hope probably got the balance right with 32 or 45. Rutherford is taking the game on. Look at that batting unit. Apart from Shea Hope, who batted with some rhythm, Rutherford did play big shots, but I wouldn't say it was completely convincing against Babar. So they've had their struggles again with spin. The in between, the big hit, Shea Hope was able to rotate strike, but otherwise it is boundary. Quite a few dot balls. He tries that. This time the ramp shot has not worked. Neither has the reverse sweep.
Ruston Chase has to take stock of what's happening here. He's just finding it difficult to score, so he's using the conventional sweep, the reverse sweep as his go-to options. It's not coming off.
Catch! Oh, Sami!
He gets off strike.
Oh, share ke bache. Mota share.
Again trying to turn this leg side. It is the carom ball. It's a single. See that wide run rate going in the wrong direction for West Indies.
Ye marta hai sweep hai. Bas.
Just looking at this field, there is a easy single at silly mid-off. If he can smother the ball. One way of dealing with the situation, especially when you're struggling to read bowlers, having difficulty to rotate strike. Batter, your focus should be on how can I get to the other end. You look at the fielders in that inner circle, they're all near to that marker. So there's a fair amount of acreage for you to pick up an easy single instead of trying to punch the ball past the fielders and into the gaps. Just 5 from the over, 116 for 5. Fun day out at cricket for these youngsters. We'll remember this moment for a long time. We'll want to see a West Indian win, Bazid Khan. Mohammad Nawaz into his final over.
Interesting how West Indies go about this. It is still 64 of 59 deliveries. You would expect that Babar bowls his one over. This is last over for Nawaz. Simon's bowled 3, Salman Ali Agha 3, so maybe another over of spin from the other end. The way things are going, maybe Simon Ayub can bowl a couple more because it hasn't been convincing from either Graves or Roston Chase against the spin.
We saw him be effective as a wicket taker in that earlier T20 international series, Saim Ayub. That will be the higher focus, wicket taking from Pakistan. But from a West Indian perspective, you look at these remaining runs, 64 required from 57. You think that at the moment it's still a runner ball. Just try to rotate strike. Don't attempt anything high risk, because one big over will bring the equation down to less than a runner ball. They have a few power hitters remaining. It's a ripper.
He just carried on where he left off in the T20 series. Drift back in and pitches and turns away. It is something that a left-arm spinner dreams about. Just gone for 16. Couple of wickets. That required run rate just creeping up to 7, but decision to make for Rizwan. When does he introduce pace back in? Because maybe West Indies are just wanting pace on the ball.
What a spell of 7 overs from Mohammad Nawaz. His economy 2.4, he's picked up 2 wickets and he's done the job for Pakistan. 118 for 5.
अभी मारने जाएंगे अच्छा कप्तान करो इसके लिए अंदर हुआ करो ना मत दिल मत किशो
Exceptional. Continues to show that great skill.
1-1.
Saim Ayub continues. It ensures that Abrar still has 1 over remaining. Shaheen Afridi, he's bowled 4. Hassan Ali has bowled 3. Those are the critical options you'll think for Captain Mohammad Rizwan. Balled in the gap and long enough. First boundary in 49 balls, so that releases the pressure.
Yeah, poor delivery. Dropped it very short, ample time to just rock back. But he made sure he hit it well and hit it out of the ground. Much needed for West Indies. It releases a little bit of pressure.
It's a little challenge that Mohammad Rizwan has when he's using Saim Ayub as an option. Will probably get the rare bad delivery.
Catch it! Oh yeah, good ball, Chavez.
.55 from 51, so get another nail-biting finish on our hands. You ask me, 2 evenly matched teams, despite Pakistan being ranked number 4 in one-day internationals. The West Indies at the moment ranked 10th.
Yeah, Darren, you've got your red eye patch on, haven't you? But it is very close. Nail biting, to say the least, but you have to be savvy about this run chase too. Not 1 over from Abrar. When will Rizwan bowl him? And how will West Indies counter that?
Brilliance from Chase. That's another sweetly timed stroke in that cover region that shows his great class.
Yeah, 1 over wide mid-wicket and this one over wide mid-off, almost extra cover. Full extensions of the arms. Absolutely nails that. The over West Indies were after. Now it's almost less than run a ball. Pushed away the single, so is now 47 required of 48. 134 for 5.
Decision-making time for Mohammad Rizwan with his bowling changes. His partnership now getting a little more mature. 27 from 34. We see the return of Hassan Ali. 2 for 7 from his first 3. Can he continue that sort of penetration we saw from him with the new ball?
Fine in the circle. Out of a length into the pitch he starts off with.
Right, what's the length for him to bowl to, 1, maintain a good economy, but at the same time 2, try and break this partnership, create more panic for the West Indians. Will want to finish quite a number of his deliveries on the stumps, bring all modes of dismissals into play.
A slight change with Greaves on strike. The mid-off and mid-on in the circle. Conventional field leg side with a deep square leg and a deep fine leg. Now they want him to hit over the top. Want him, if he wants to get a boundary, hit straight over the top. So maybe just back of a length from Hassan Ali. First 2 deliveries he's gone into the pitch.
I like the fact that Mohammad Rizwan, he has a mid-on and a mid-off, so he's not defensive, he's still attacking, he's trying to sustain pressure. That was on the stump, so doesn't prevent the single. Well, this is a great partnership. Look at that, Coca-Cola fan of the day. He's sipping it with cricket and of course has the attitude of sharing a Coke. Great to see this fan enjoying a beverage, and a quality one indeed. That's in the gap. That's beautifully struck. Quite terrific from Rosson Chase. He's moving into overdrive.
It looks like he's found his rhythm. Start of the innings, he was a bit scratchy, but now anything off target is disappearing. That is too short, too wide, and thumped away. Hit it very hard, but the placement was excellent. Started off 9 of 21. Shot ball almost. The change up almost for Hassan Ali worked.
Into the pitch. He's quite deceptive. There's a bustling run up. Quick arm action. Gets onto you quicker than you think. With that Shoaib Akhtar's hairstyle. Even faster.
Yeah.
140 for 5.
Still nothing in it. 41 or 42. Rizwan has options, but that critical over of Babar, he's bowled 6 overs, 1 for 15. Nobody's really been able to pick that googly. When does he turn to him? Right now, he's probably going to go to pace. Shah Afridi back in the attack, was very good in the previous game. First over he bowled, Rutherford took to him. Round the wicket though. But put your captaincy hat on. When are you bowling Babar?
Maybe in the last over, because this partnership is just beginning to flourish. It's gone to 34. You want to see Gudakesh Moti, maybe Shamar Joseph out in the middle. Players who will be high risk in approach and will give you an opportunity to get them out. But these two, you continue to allow them to bat, they will take more and more control of this chase. The equation right now, 40 from 41. So instead of bringing on Shah Afridi, I think Babar was the man to go with. So considering he's just brought back Hassan Ali too. Where will this sun set?
Into the offside. That's all West Indies require. Be able to rotate strike. They will be thinking that there will be one over where they can get a couple of boundaries, but stay within striking range. Ideally, you want to finish it before that final over begins, but to get there, this man who's just looked as if he's found his groove. Last 10 balls, 21 runs. Couple of sixes that he's hit against Saim Ayub, and then that cut shot. That's a lovely cover drive. There's good timing on that, so that'll be a couple of runs at least.
Talat with the diving stop. Again, putting everything on the line, recognizing the importance of saving at least a run or a couple. Equation less than a run a ball now for the West Indies. So this pair batting their team into a winning position.
A pull shot, and he's just picked a pocket again, leg side. So another couple of runs. This will do for West Indies. It just seems as if pace on. Few more shots being played. Hassan Nawaz does well. A little bit more work for the creators in the morning because he's taking a chunk of turf.
You volunteering your time, Mazid Khan? Venue has been a great host for these two matches so far. Remember, it's only the second men's one-day international being hosted at this venue. Now the third, following the first game in this series.
Oh, might have been close. Just that previous delivery. My leg was brought in the circle. Inside edge, scampered through. Babar is not one of the brightest in the field for Pakistan, so probably risk a single to him.
Seven from the over. One legal delivery remaining. Can he close it out and not concede a boundary? There's Shah Afridi. Decent all-round work. Just 8 from the over. After 29 overs, 148 for 5.
33 more needed by the West Indies. Babar Azam, who has one more over. Wondering themselves if they can create an opportunity to break this partnership, which has been very good, 41 from 46. Hassan Ali. Austin Graves almost ran one all on his own. Carlos Brathwaite, good afternoon to you.
Yeah, these two have put West Indies in a good position, building on the foundation laid by Shea Hope and Sherifane Rutherford. They took the time, they got it, and they built a partnership. They've scored 30 in the last 3.1 overs. Very calculated, pressing foot on the accelerator.
Top class. 150 comes up for the West Indies, and Roston Chase, pun intended, allowing his team to chase this total, and he'll be hoping it's comfortable. Bassarat saying no. Yeah, I wonder if they'll go for the review, if they'll chance it. They've got two left, two reviews left. They do go for it.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for caught behind. The original decision is not out. I've checked the feet and it's a fair delivery. Can we go to front on, please? That's the wrong picture. The ball's close to the bat. Can we just confirm with ultra edge? Yeah, there's a clear gap between bat and ball. Zaid, you can stay with the original decision of not out. Stand by. Your on-screen signal now.
Good umpiring. We've seen more of a speculative appeal than one with absolute certainty of expectation. Hassan Ali's bowled well, actually. He's gotten the ball to nip off the surface, and like Shamar Joseph and Jaden Seals, has bowled a lot back of a length, perhaps more back of a length than Shamar and Jaden, and 34% into that good length, hardly over pitching. That sort of length, but that is excellent running again in this partnership.
This has been a hallmark of the partnership for me. It took a little while to get in, but once they did, in Barbados we call it tip me run. Every time they hit the ball, they set off. The last 4 overs or so, 1 ball short of 4 overs. They've only had 5 dot balls So they've mixed the boundaries and the attacking stroke play with some excellent running.
Don't they do it all the time? Good again from Hassan Ali. 154 for 5. Less than a runner ball required, 5 wickets remaining, and lots of energy in the crowd. Courts Van Cabana bringing that energy and passion. Fans up there in that cabana enjoying the cricket in the comfort and style. Courts are the official retail partner of West Indies cricket. Again, they've signed up for the long term. Final over for Abra. Terrific again, terrific again. Brings up the 50 partnership, or one short of it.
Excellent again, into the leg side, sprinting. We talk about batsmanship, and these two have shown what batsmanship is, how to build a partnership. There was a 37-run blitz between Hope and Rutherford. They then lost the wicket between overs 19 to 26. 17 for 2 with 33 dot balls. These two built a partnership, they laid the foundation in between overs 27 to 30, 36 without loss, 4 dots. This has been understanding, good awareness of the situation. 2 set batters got in, got out. And they've reached a milestone together, 50 partnership in 55 balls. Just what the doctor ordered. The next thing is to take it all the way home. That is only when it will be a successful partnership. But up until now, they've done the job and they've done it well.
An important over this, the last one for Babar Azam. 1 for 18 so far. They will want to avoid, they will know they want to avoid giving him a wicket. Found the gap, magnificent. Chase living up to his name.
This is quality. This is the danger, the threat. I don't mean Abra, I mean Roston Chase. He knows it, he can smell it.
$162 for 5. Looking at this, West Indies have not beaten Pakistan in an ODI since the 2019 Cricket World Cup in England at Trent Bridge, Nottingham. Sounds like a long time ago, really. It's only 4 games removed, but in terms of years, it is sometime. Hassan Ali. And what a win would mean here is that for that 2027 World Cup, 2 of the host nations, including Zimbabwe, who are well below West Indies, but South Africa qualify as of right. So really you want to be the top 9 to qualify as of right. If the West Indies win this game, just 1 game in this series, they go from 10 to 9. Again, excellent run. So it means with still some time to go before that World Cup, they would have moved into that group with harder tasks coming in New Zealand, perhaps, I'm not sure about India, so I don't want to speak out of turn, into the top 9, which is a good starting point.
I wish we know how difficult the qualifying process is, so it is of utmost importance. Come the cut-off, West Indies are the top 9.
Save with good running. Same thing in Florida, you know, as difficult a time it has been. Every single time that the West Indies put themselves in a position to win any game, West Indian fans' shoulders are lifted. They're once again filled with hope, many of them anyway. Lovely! What a shot from Justin Graves. He punches his hip, because it draws the West Indies to within 8 runs of a series-levering victory, even appreciated by Rizwan.
Grand from Graves, sliding in. They spoke about that reverse swing. He's found his swing. They understand how massive a 6 that is, not in distance, but in importance.
To come back, I think 174 for 5.
Babar has been the danger today. He's been very good, and there's been a lot of good about the West Indies batting, and especially the batting against him in his last over. He could have easily broken momentum and batted him out, but they continue to show intent. Dot 2-1, dot 4-1, 8 runs, important. And you may ask what is so important about the 8-run over. When a game is in the balance, cast your minds back to the T20 World Cup final in Barbados. South Africa needed 30 off 30, Boomerang comes back. You lose your intent, you lose your momentum. And if you lose a wicket or two, you can lose the game. Ross and Chase ensured that West Indies kept up that momentum, put the pressure on Babar. And now they're sitting 1 strike away from moving up the rankings and into automatic qualification for the World Cup.
Still some time to go. Still some time to go, folks.
Pull the trigger a little early.
But they'll be in that position. That's the only point we're making. Referring to be 9th and 12th. But it should be like the T20 series as well. Pakistan went out front in the first game. West Indies drew level in the second. What happens in the third, time will tell. Four more runs. And West Indies won the toss, doing what they want to do best. They're within 2 of another successful chase.
But I tell you what, Russell Chase is a better man than me on 44, a boundary. The umpire asked him, was it glove or was it hit? And he told him the hit. Russell, I'm not sure what I would have done there. I don't want to bring my captain integrity into question, but what a man you are.
You've done it already. Scores level. And it will be the West Indies' first win against Pakistan in their last 5 ODI matches against each other since that 2019 World Cup victory by the West Indies at Trent Bridge in Nottingham. It will be their 9th win in the last 12 matches chasing. Contrast that to 1 in the last 11 batting first. Shiner freely wicketless as well, and he's gone at 6 and over, so that's another thing they've done well, the West Indies. .180 for 5. Victory that would taste good for the West Indies and Sheffield Rutherford in the shadows of the Naparima Hill or the San Fernando Hills and under the gaze of Brian Lara. San Fernando Hills, as we saw from that overhead shot, was a sacred piece of land to the indigenous people. That is again Hassan Ali has found nip off this surface today.
Hassan Ali's been very good, very, very good. This is why. Reminiscent of Shamar Joseph, always keeping the ball in a good area, asking questions, and the ability to just nip the ball back from a good, challenging line. It straightens, it challenges the edge, when it nips back, LBW, ball, all come into play.
An important win. A series leveling win in the second one-day international. Sheffield Rutherford had a lot to do with that, with his cameo against the spin in particular, but finished off by that man Chase, Roston Chase, in tandem with Justin Graves. And the West Indies win here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy by 5 wickets. They move to 9th position in the rankings, but most importantly, they keep the series alive with 1 game to play back here on Tuesday.
It's been a fantastic knock, another opportunity for West Indies to lay down a marker, use a template. The way they've batted, the impetus they've shown these two, the two before. We talk about cricket being a game of cliches, but building partnerships, taking time to get into a partnership, blossoming that partnership all the way through, and then knowing when to strike. As soon as Saeem Ayub came on, they had a dip at him. They saw Babar for the initial phases of their partnership, and by the time he came back on for what could have been a threatening over, they attacked him. 8 out of that over, eventually winning quite comfortably. But what a batting performance yet again by this West Indies ODI team. Fitting of the victory, fitting of the standing, rising up the ladder of the ODI standings from 10 to 9, and fitting of that smile. Roston Chase, you beauty. Lot of starts after a paltry opening partnership. Shea Hope dropped Tanker 32 off 35. Shafeen Rutherford with 45 off 33 added some much needed impetus. But cometh the hour, cometh the man. Roston the man for the chase. 49 not out at better than a run of ball. Ably supported by Justin Graves, who played a handy knock. 26 not out off 31. West Indies getting home quite comfortably in the end.
Shea Hope wanted to chase, not Roston, but literally chase on winning the toss, so he put Pakistan's bowlers in the hot seat. Hassan Ali was outstanding, 2 for 35. A couple of wickets for Nawaz, who was probably the best actually. 2 for 17, he exhibited control and got good turn. Babar Azam, 1 for 23, caused his own tremors. But it's Ayub and Salman Ali Agha, 7 overs for 66 runs, the 2 part-timers, and no wickets. And perhaps one of the differences. So West Indies under the Duckworth-Lewis-Stern method, winning by 5 wickets. Can't quip the toss either, because both captains in these 2 games knew the rain was a factor. CG United moment of the match justly goes to Jaden Seals, who shifted the balance of power with a double wicket maiden. After Abdullah Shafiq and Saeem Ayub got the team off to a good start, he got Ayub for the 2nd time in the series, and then the big wicket of Pakistan superstar Babar Azam. His control of length, his skill, his guile, this young man upwards and onwards. CG United moment of the match. So just like the T20 series where Pakistan won, then West Indies won, and then there was a third, and we know the history of that. It was won by Pakistan. Pakistan in this CG United ODI series winning the first, West Indies coming back to win the second, and Tuesday we're back here to do it all over again for the decider. We'll take a short break and just revisit Roston Chase's winning shot. Roston, the chase master. They will celebrate, and we will be back here momentarily to hear from the captains with Bazid Khan.
West Indian fans will be happy with this memorable win. Of course, the chase going very, very well. Roston Chase, Justin Graves doing the business with an amazing partnership of 77 from 72, and just putting the finishing touches in this chase to secure a win and level the series. Pakistan, well, they tried, they had their moments, their phases in the innings where they looked like they were going to take it and win the series. 2 wickets to Hassan Ali early in the piece, then Mohammad Nawaz, ever economical and impressive. His 2 wickets for 17 gave the Pakistanis hope. So a wash-up of this second CG United one-day international. Pakistan, their batting effort interrupted because of the inclement weather. They got to 171 for 7 in 37 overs. And the West Indies, with their target initially of 181, well, they got home to win by 5 wickets. So the series level after Pakistan winning the first one-day international. A reminder that Pakistan took the T20I series 2-1, and there's everything to play for in the third and final match on Tuesday between these two sides. Right, as the players interact with the fans, we now join Bazid Khan.
Welcome to the end of the match presentation of the second one-day international of the CG United one-day international series, West Indies versus Pakistan 2025. Another fabulous game, very close one, but West Indies winning by 5 wickets in the end. Firstly, we would like to thank the official sponsors of the series who have made this possible. CG United, title sponsor, Bet Cage Sports, Dasani, Courts, Macaron, Coca-Cola and Powerade. Firstly, the CWI player of the match, which is Roston Chase, represented with a trophy and a check by Anna Mangaldas, Assistant Financial Controller, CG United. Roston with his 1 for 26 and his 49 not on. Roston, firstly, be very happy securing a win for West Indies in a vital game.
Yeah, obviously I'm happy with the win because coming from 1 love up, we had to level the series in order to have a chance at winning the series, so I'm very pleased.
Also, just with your innings, you started off quite slowly and then you sort of got into it, a couple of sixes. Did it require that, or the situation, or the pitch conditions?
Yeah, it was a bit difficult to start with the spinners. Nawaz had the ball spinning a bit, so it was a bit difficult. But I always told myself once I get in on the wicket, it will be easier. And also, I knew that in the back end, the Pierces would come back, and it would be easier to score off them. So that was my game plan.
The extra cover shot and the mid-wicket 6, which one was your favorite?
I was always an offside player, so I loved the one over extra cover.
And with your partnerships with Graves, what were you talking about through that partnership? Very vital, you got the runs, but how did you guide that through?
Yeah, when he came to the crease, I told him he has time. You always have more time than you think. It's not a time for any rash shots. Just take your time, even if you throw up a few dot balls. Once you get in on the wicket, it's going to be easier to score, and then we'll take it home from there.
Before I let you go, talk us through your bowling. You got 1 for 26, the ball was turning. What were your plans in the execution?
Yeah, I was just trying to keep it tight and trying to pick a wicket. I was also, while keeping it tight for the captain, that was my job when he brought me on, and I got 1 wicket and I was just trying to keep it tight, and that worked out.
Brilliant in the field, brilliant all-round performance. Thank you very much. Well played today.
Thank you.
Right now, I'd like to invite the unsuccessful captain, Mohammad Rizwan, today. Things didn't go his way. Rizwan, मुश्किल मैच था, ज़ाहिर है थोड़ी सी बारिश, लेकिन आपको कहाँ लगा कि मैच आपके हाथ से निकल गया?
हाँ, बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम, बिल्कुल बजीर भाई, काफ़ी एफर्ट आप कह सकते हैं कि काफ़ी अच्छी एफर्ट की हमने, क्योंकि 180 में रन थोड़ा सा मतलब बोर्ड पे लग रहा था कि क्योंकि टाइम पे सोच रहे थे कि 200 के राउंड भी कल इस तरह हमारी विकेट गिरी थी, मगर स्टिल पिच एंड तक डिफिकल्ट था, क्योंकि जब आप देख रहे थे स्पिन भी हो रहा था और सीम भी हो रहा था, मगर जब रदरफोर्ड ने जब अटैक किया वहाँ पे थोड़ा सा वहाँ पे ना मोमेंटम पकड़ा उस चीज़ को, और फिर इसलिए बाद में जिस तरह रस्टन चेस ने इनिंग्स के लिए, तो मेरे ख्याल से वो एक जगह थी जो मोमेंटम चेंज हुआ है वहाँ पे.
जब बाद में हम देखते हैं तो शायद वो जो पांचवा बॉलर जो सलमान अली आगा और साइम अयूब, उसमें काफ़ी सारे रन्स हुए।
जी बसीत भाई, आप कह सकते हैं ऐसे कि आपके पास पांचवा बॉलर शार्ट, ये कह सकते हैं, मगर अगर आप एक साल से देख लें तो साइम अयूब और सलमान अली आगा ने वनडे में बॉलिंग की है और अच्छी खासी की है। तो एज ए कैप्टन आपके पास 6-7 ऑप्शन ऐसे ही होना चाहिए। मगर ये है कि अगर आप रिसेंटली अभी देख लें, साइम अयूब ने T20 में बहुत अच्छी बॉलिंग की है। कोई बात नहीं, आज बेहतर नहीं हुआ जिसकी वजह से उन्हीं मैच भी जीत गए, मगर वहाँ पे अच्छी बॉलिंग वो कर सके या कुछ विकेट दे सके तो शायद रिजल्ट कुछ और होता। मगर बहरहाल ये तो पार्ट ऑफ गेम है।
आपका अगला मैच भी परसों इसी किस्म की पिच होगी, तो क्या चीज़ आपको बेहतर करनी होगी कि उस मैच में कामयाबी मिले?
बजट भी बेसिकली अगर आप होनेस्टली देखा जाए तो फोरकास्ट बिल्कुल ही चेंज अजीब सा है, समझ में आ नहीं रहा, क्योंकि अभी भी आप गेम ऊपर नीचे में हम इसलिए इस ऑप्शन पे साथ जा रहे हैं कि हमारे पास ऑप्शन मौजूद हो। मगर बहरहाल अगर कल पिच चेंज होगा तो शायद हम टीम भी उसके बारे में सोचे, मगर फिर बहरहाल अभी तो इसी चीज़ों को देखते हुए इंशाल्लाह फैसला करेंगे फिर।
चलें, थैंक यू वेरी मच। परसों आपसे मुलाकात होती है। Rizwan said that the Rutherford little innings actually changed the momentum of the chase. He's also saying that it was a difficult pitch, so with the inclement weather and also with the ball turning and seaming, it wasn't easy to bat on, so maybe they should have got a little bit more runs, but it was difficult all around. He defended his fifth bowler because they bowled a lot previously in one-day cricket, but he needs an improved performance for that last game. Well, you're already in position, Shehab. The captain very happy with the performance, with the points, and also with the partnership at the very end.
Yeah, well, you just summed it up for me nicely there. Something that we always speak about. We're trying to come back, obviously, from that loss in the first game, but we're just trying to get better. Every area that we can improve on is something that we try to speak about. So yeah, happy with the win today.
We'll get to the performance with the bat a little later, but a word on Sales, how important those 2 wickets were and how well he bowled today.
Yeah, he's a class act. He's showcased his skill in the red ball format, and he's doing the same thing here in the ODI format. So it's great to see he's bringing some of that form from the testing arena into the ODI format. Yeah, he's a quality bowler. Great to see him growing from strength to strength, and all the bowlers are pulling along behind him. So it's great to see Seals coming in and giving up that start that we're looking for.
Still pretty difficult in the middle over spacing, spin. It was a problem, it was an issue with the surface?
It was a tough surface to bat on. Honestly, it's a little bit slower than we're accustomed to, and I think the degrees were a lot higher than the first game as well. So it wasn't the easiest for stroke play in a sense, but it's great to see the guys, adapted a little bit better in the middle overs. Still some areas to improve, but great to see the guys getting over the line there in the end.
And just a word on the partnership between Roston Chase and Graves. It was fabulous, and the way that they worked together and actually picked their bowlers.
Yeah, for sure. You must give them credit where it's due, and you cannot forget the knock that Sherfin Rutherford played as well. He came in and showed that impetus in the middle there. Gave us that jump start that we really needed to make sure we finished the game. But as you said, Chase and Graves came in and sealed the deal. So it was a great batting display. Still areas to improve, but positive signs.
Thank you very much. See you in a couple of days' time now.
Thank you.
Well, it's all to play for day after tomorrow, and that concludes the post-match ceremony from down here.
Positive indeed for the West Indies. Important World Cup points and a first win in the last 5 matches versus Pakistan in the one-day international format. So a review of this second match. It's the West Indies going on to win by 5 wickets. We will go into a break, but on the other side, of course, we'll have our experts break down the win and preview that showdown in the third and final one-day international.
Back here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy in South Trinidad, the series is level at 1 apiece. West Indies won the toss, chose to bowl first. Pakistan, because of inclement weather and some good bowling, restricted to 171 for 7, 37 overs. Hassan Nawaz was going when the rains intervened once again. And then the West Indies, under the DLS method, 184 for 5, with Ruston chasing it down with a bit of help from a few friends. Rutherford and Shea Hope and Justin Graves, a win by 5 wickets under DLS. And it's important for a couple of reasons. One, for leveling the series and keeping it alive. But the rankings mean that after this game, at some point in the next few hours or days, West Indies will move up from 10th to 9th, which means an automatic qualifying position for the next 50-over World Cup in 2027. So still lots to happen between now and then, but at least they would have put themselves into that 9th position. And the potential to go up further if they can continue winning. Basit Khan will know that. Carlos Brathwaite will know that. And Carlos, I'll start with you tonight. And this win, and what was critical in terms of its outcome?
I think bowling and the consistency that the bowlers showed, the commitment they showed to their plans, and they were rewarded. So now that's a tick in the box for the plans and the execution and the commitment. Can they copy and paste that? Batting again, you saw Shea Hope and Rutherford building partnerships. Once they got out, Chase and Graves built another good partnership. But what I really loved is the running between the wickets, one, the intensity between the wickets, and then the ability to bring it all the way home and not leave it for anyone.
And Basit, we talked about how crucial the toss was. The chasing teams so far in this series are coming out trumps. How would Pakistan feel hard done by, or would they just say maybe we weren't quite as clinical as we were?
I think they'll look at sort of saying that maybe it was a disadvantage batting first, especially with the weather around. But I think they're looking deeply into the game. They'll think that they were under par with the bat, and they could have done better with the ball in some phases. But it was a fabulous game to watch, and no matter who won, you'd be entertained. But Rizwan, even at the post-match, was saying that maybe it was a difficult pitch, but maybe they could have squeezed another 10-12 runs out of their batting, and also with their bowling, they might have just hit their lengths a little bit better.
All right, well, one of the crucial things, and I thought the bowling was important, but Sherfin Rutherford's little cameo, Carlos Brathwaite, how significant was it?
I think it was significant for a couple of reasons. Casey Carty really struggled. Once he got out, it felt as though the innings had stalled, and Rutherford came in and was really positive, pugnacious even, and played some really nice strokes, especially against his spin. He is one of the better players of spin in the team. He's left-handed, which is a point of difference, and he used all that I said just now to ensure that he gave the team a little bit of momentum, and he laid a foundation. What he will be upset with is, one, how he got out, and two, the fact that he wasn't there to counteract the rest of the spin. He needs to take more responsibility, and I've spoken to him about it. He's relayed that that's one of the things that he wants to get better at. Not only getting in, but going all the way and winning games for the West Indies. So he'll be upset with the dismissal, but up until then it was brilliant.
And Bishop, if the opposition captain says that innings changed the course of the game, you know that it's been very impactful.
100%, and I just wanted to know if Carlos spoke to him as a former teammate, or he spoke to him as a father to a son and warned him, because Basil, I just want you and Carlos to feed off this, the running between the wickets that Carlos talked about and how significant it was.
Yeah, absolutely. The partnership needed that. You needed some energy through that running between the wickets, and being able to just between those big shots, be able to rotate strike. And you know, you weren't chasing 10 and over. You needed these runs to actually put pressure back on the opposition, and it was fabulous to see. Normally see run chases and you look at them, look at the big shots and highlights, but for me the highlight was the running between the wickets.
And if you look at it, one thing that stood out for me is, once the striker called, he committed and the non-striker responded. And then there were a few clips there, although there were singles, you could see them tapping the bat, looking, scanning, and then asking the partner, is it 2? So they're running that first one hard, looking for a second run. If it isn't there, you stop. But on a couple of occasions, it was.
And what Bazet said there, what both of you are saying makes sense. But one of the beefs I have with the way we package cricket in the modern game is none of that running will make the highlights. No, none of it.
No
and
chance.
all of these young academy kids growing up here will be looking at this next week and thinking the 4s and the 6s won it, not being able to see that rotation of strike and hoping to emulate that. So we've got to do a better job of selling the game, I think. Anyway, look, that was very, very good. If we look ahead now, hoping that the weather gods smile upon us on Tuesday, because this is similar to the T20 series, where does this leave the West Indies in terms of their understanding of where the game was at today, and if anything to improve on?
I think in the West Indies camp, it almost may feel as though when that toss drops, we either win or we lose. And it's not a good place to be in, because if they bowl first, they're comfortable. If they bat first, however, I question their psyche to be able to set a total. It's almost as though West Indies need a target. And I know psychologically not a lot of coaches love to set targets because it feels hard and fast, and in the midst of a game you can feel as though you failed if you don't reach a target. But West Indies almost need to set that target. We're chasing 310, we're chasing 300, 295, whatever. Let us get there. Let's count backwards and count down. Because once they know the target ahead of them, they're able to plan, they're able to structure and execute with bat in hand. However, when they are forced to set a target, it always feels as though they never think they have enough. Whether that's because they don't trust the bowling or whether they don't trust themselves as a batting unit. But they have to find a way that if that toss doesn't go in their favor, that they get it right with bat in hand first up.
Let's look at Pakistan's perspective and what they've taken from their combination and their performance.
Yeah, I asked Rizwan about that. That fifth bowler is a problem. If you leak runs on a difficult surface, that fifth bowler always was a point of difference. But I don't know what they can do now with the side. They've packed it up till all-rounders and batting till number 10. That's the way they want to play. But I still feel you've got to have another pacer in there just to make balance with that side. Yes, you've got another wrist spinner sitting outside, but you can go with couple of all-rounders, can go with 3 all-rounders, but you're banking on 1 game or 2 games where it will go wrong. Today, it did go wrong.
All right, we look forward to that decider. We thank very much Carlos Brathwaite and Bazet Khan, and we look forward to Tuesday. And we'll be back here again at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy with a view to being on air at 9 a.m. local time for the decider. West Indies taking on Pakistan. Remember, the West Indies haven't beaten Pakistan in a bilateral series in the last 10 efforts. Who knows what Tuesday brings from Brian Lara Cricket Academy and South Trinidad. Maroon on top today. See you on Tuesday.
Highlights of the second CG United ODI between the West Indies and Pakistan. It was Pakistan sent into bat first. The openers showing intent, quite attacking in their approach. Before Saim Ayub was the first to go, Jaden Seals getting his wicket, and then straight away the wicket of Babar Azam. That left Captain Mohammad Rizwan to navigate things with Shafiq. Shafiq getting dismissed along the way, and then Moti striking, getting rid of Rizwan. Chase accounted for another, and wicket stumbled. West Indies on the charge before Hassan Nawaz came in, played a few powerful strokes. Mohammad Nawaz lost his wicket along the way in a rain-interrupted innings. Pakistan finishing on 171 for 7. That meant a target of 181 for the West Indies. And the chase started well with Evan Lewis. But Brandon King once more failed. He was caught behind. And soon after, Lewis followed. Hassan Ali accounting for both openers before Shea Hope came in and took the attack to the Pakistani bowlers. He lost Casey Carty along the way. Abrar, the bowler, and spin dominated. The West Indies behind the 8 ball before this intervention from Shafeen Rutherford. He played a blinder. 45 from 33, just shifting the balance of power in favor of the West Indies. Hope was stumped, and soon after, Rutherford miscued one. It meant that Ruston Chase and Justin Graves had the role and responsibility to take the West Indies home. Ruston Chase, and Chase really well with his partner. Both players putting on 77 and leading the West Indies in a difficult situation to a memorable win, a first win in the last 5 matches and many World Cup points.
Remember, fans, you can get on the big screen, scan the QR code that's posted right now.
Ready, 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 ready.